And welcome to Kennedy Field here in the heart of downtown London. Dundas Street meets Waterloo here for an exciting, battle of the undefeateds, if you will. The first of two broadcasts here on your Friday evening is the junior squads between the STA Flames 3-0 in those grayish uniforms with a little bit of red trim and the black buckets, going up against the home squad, another perfect 3-0 team in the CCH Crusaders here at home in their white uniforms, pants, and buckets with the navy blue numbering. I am John Urban, joined by KJ Kedemy. Coach, thanks for joining me for the second of three helpings of football here on your Friday afternoon turned evening. And as the captains are at midfield, quickly let's set things up between the Flames and the Crusaders. 3-0 versus 3-0. Somebody's O's gotta go. You're anticipating, what kind of result today, knowing that the last time these two teams hooked it up, it was an 18-0 final for the Crusaders. That was last year in the United Way game.
Yeah, and in that game, they lost their starting quarterback, Corson Skellett, who's now moved up to senior, which was telling because it almost ended up being a LDA final with STA and CCH in it, but CCH upset the Rams and STA fell in a close game. So that game last year was 18-0, but a very well-played game. And what the STA Flames have, John, is defense. They come with a great defensive mentality. They swarm to the football. They're going to be pressure to the quarterback. They just really pride themselves on their defense.
If you joined us earlier today, we actually broadcasted the Darnell divisional tilt between the undefeated Lucas Vikings that stayed undefeated, beating the South Collegiate Institute Lions by the narrowest of margins on their home grassy field in order to prevail with the 5-0 record for the Vikings, 4-1 for the South Lions. For both of these two teams, though, this isn't the last game of the regular season. Two more games on the schedule for the Flames as well as for the Crusaders, but this is a pretty imperative game to keep that goose egg on the losing side of the forum.
Yeah, you want to be home field advantage in the playoffs, and that's what you always shoot for. And when these two teams get together, no matter senior or junior, it's always a great matchup. Now, the last few years, it's been pretty much dominated by CCH, so you know that Coach Clifford and Coach Anagapita really want to get off the snide here and try to get an STA win in 2019.
And simply put, this is one of the best offenses in London that's produced 117 points so far in 2019 in the Crusaders, with wins over the Rams of St. Joseph, the Bulldogs of St. Andre Bessette, and the Spartans of MTS, whereas the Flames, defense first mentality, a shutout for the Regina Monday, as well as beating the Spartans and the Bulldogs as well. We're off to the national anthem here quickly at Kennedy Field. Kickoff on the other side. An amazing rendition of the Canadian National Anthem sung here in downtown London before the undefeated STA Flames junior team takes on the undefeated CCH Crusaders. Thanks for joining us here on Mustangs TV. I am John Urban, joined by the coach himself, KJ Kedemy, and I know there might be a little bit of bias underneath your thoughts today, knowing you're wearing the Crusaders blue and all, Coach, but your thoughts going into this game, as I recall already, the last time these two teams hooked it up, 18-0 in favor of CCH at last year's United Way game, but a new year, new players, some new coaches here or there. Do you expect, though, a similar result?
Well, Sean Campbell's helping out on the offense with Coach George McCauley. I think the key is the two. Well, there's a guy that's never played football in his first year of grade 10. That's Kiba, number 7. He's a player to watch. First game he ever played, scored 4 touchdowns in week 1. 5 touchdowns in week 1. One was on return. And then, the young quarterback who you called all summer long, and that's Tyrell Campbell.
Yeah, we'll talk about Kiba more throughout this broadcast, as it will be the CCH Crusaders kicking the football away meaning that they'll actually retrieve it, though, to start off the second half, so kind of keeping with that bottom-of-the-knife mentality a home team likes to keep. And essentially, talking about Kiba and the rest of the crew, he's one of several captains on this CCH Crusaders team, as they will place the ball down at the 45-yard line. And it will be the aforementioned Kiba that's the one that's going to kick it away. And the reason why we keep mentioning his name, well, he's everywhere. Slot receiver, running back, two-back, punter, kicker, and even QB2 for the Crusaders coming into this game.
Yeah, and QB3 is Keyshawn Campbell. The guy to watch, though, John, is number 24, Garrett Hornick. He has turned in a great year on both sides of the ball at running back and linebacker. He's just off to the left here of Kiba on the kickoff.
I was going to say, we're all ready to go. We're just missing one thing, and that's a pigskin.
Oh, there we go.
Kiba goes and gets it, though. He's about to place it down on the 45-yard line. It's the 3-0 STA Flames here at CCH taking on the 3-0 Crusaders.
Look at that hole in the middle, John. I mean, you don't really get to do a game from this vantage point. I mean, that short kick to the middle would be ideal.
And they are going to try and get tricky to the near side. It is recovered, though, at midfield by the Flames. Excellent job to not be tricked, and I was actually going to throw that right off the top of the bat. They are looking into the setting sun right now in the western sky of the STA Flames. Not only does the returner do a great job of catching that ball fighting the sun here, as you see the Mama's Hot Italian sandwich replay, but now their offense has to contain with that same setting sun.
Yeah, and that ball didn't even go 10 yards. Good job by the STA player to catch it at about 9. Even if he fumbled it, it would have been their ball. So just a smart play, and you can see already STA, it seems this is the first time ever I've seen more players on the STA sideline than the CCH at Junior, John. So good on STA promoting football in their school.
So it looks like in those dark numbered jerseys, it will be number 10, Cole Landers, at the helm to snap this ball. He tries to get the Crusaders to jump. They do, and it's actually fortunate for the Flames that happened because the snap went well over the quarterback's head.
Yeah, and actually Brandon Merchant, number 64, for the, I think he's the left guard here, John. You'll see him move, left tackle, and he was offside. So it'll be interesting to see what the call's on. I know the Crusaders moved, but so did the STA, so maybe offsetting.
Dark gray numbers on black mesh jerseys.
Makes it
a little difficult to read the numbers into a setting sun, but great camera angles and great replays. Well, we'll try and keep you up on all the action. CCH, by the way, very easy to make out those numbers on all white. They look like a napkin with numbers dripped on them right now. As into the gun goes the quarterback and Landers for the Flames. He has one run to the line, a bit of a high snap settled down by the quarterback. They're going to run this ball to the Flames to the right side. No real estate to speak of, though. Great job by the Crusaders defense.
Yeah, number 81 was in on the tackle, John, for the Crusaders, and that's Fabrizio Comandari, as you see him here. He comes in late, and he's part of the tackle. Good team tackling there by Coach Fink and his defense.
Him, Hornick, and Vindaha have been really the linebacking core for this Crusaders junior team. A junior team, by the way, which has only allowed 7 points as their max in the contest, and that was in week 1 in that 42-7 victory over the St. Joseph's Catholic High School Rams, I believe they're called.
Dolby was the one that got that touchdown.
As this is another run play. No, they hand it off. They fake the handoff, I should say. Landers is tackled in the backfield. Number 19 coming away with the big tackle, and Jeff Studnicka.
Yeah, Studnicka, junior Mustang, does a good job of, you see him here coming from his outside backer position, and just a great job of working great footwork and great technique, and does a good job on the loss. Now you're going to see something exciting, though. Campbell brothers. Number 2 is Keyshawn. He's in grade 10. Number 1 is Terrell. He's in grade 9. I know that doesn't sound right, but dynamic players. I wouldn't want to kick to any of these guys, to be honest with you, John.
And after receiving the attempted onside kick to start this game, STA not really able to do anything with the excellent field positioning on their opening drive into the setting sun. And as a result, they will punt this one away. I believe it's number 35. That's Nicholas Yemenez back to punt it right into that sun. A high booming kick that's actually going to drip down on the 29-yard line and scamper out of bounds. It was a great punt, but, Coach, you do realize they're trying to pin him within the 20. He pins it within the 30.
They don't want to give the ball to either one of those returners. And if they would have kicked to them and they catch it clean, it's probably a 20-yard at least return. So I think getting it out of bounds and the 29 yards that you said, I would take that. Good job there by the kicker for STA.
Well, you mentioned the damage that the Campbells could have done on a punt return. Let's talk about the damage that they can comprise on offense with CCH going out there for the first time today.
Yeah, they've got a really good receiver on the left side, Dallas Albert, number 10. Number 4 is Mark Carranza at the boundary.
Dante Iobu, the center, snaps the ball to Tyrell Campbell. He will hand this one off. No, it's a play action. Completes a pass to the near side. Spinning off of one tackle, refusing to go down right away, but eventually does, is Brennan Kiba. An excellent play by the Crusaders. Moves the chains on their first offensive play of the game.
I think we've seen this play before, Melrose? As he brings Kiba over into that slice action, and he slips into the boundary. Another play action at 24. Hoodnick, and a great throw by Tyrell Campbell. And that's what Tyrell brings. He's very patient, as a passer, has the ability to make the big throws and can throw on the run.
So one play, and they gain over 14 yards. Second offensive play of the game for the Crusaders with the sun at their back, which could help out their offense. Again, Tyrell Campbell hangs on to this ball, trying to make his way to the far sidelines.
That's late.
Well, I will say that the defenders sort of put on the brakes and there was nowhere else for him to go. It does lead to a gain of about 5 yards.
Here it is, John. He should have gave the football, but again,
he's lucky he escaped out of the backfield.
He keeps it, and that's the ability that he has to make the first guy miss and then somehow get a 7 or 8 yard gain, or what is it, 5
yards
gain.
It's still a healthy chunk of yardage.
It looked like a 10-yard loss.
Yeah, it looked like he should have been tackled well behind the backfield, and that's the elusiveness that we saw to Tyrell Campbell. We'll get into his numbers from this Summers League with the Junior Mustangs football program right here in London, as here's a jet sweep to his brother. Looked like a bit of a hold when undetected. Now the ball comes loose, and Campbell hops back on top of it. That's Keyshawn, not Tyrell, but Keyshawn on the jet sweep. Goes to the sideline. He had the first down, but was very lucky that he was able to hop back onto the ball right there.
Yeah, great job by number 5. That's Zan Hassan of stripping that football, John. Great wherewithal to punch the ball out, but Keyshawn doing a good job of getting back on the ball, so not losing the fumble.
Still a couple minutes into this game, looking for our first points of the contest. A 3-and-out drive to start the game by the Flames has now been reciprocated by the Crusaders, who have marched their way into Flames territory. This is a handoff to Hornick, who makes his way to the left side up the middle between the hash marks, gains a couple yards, but another flag on the play.
I'm just wondering what this is. Is it offside on defense? It's hard to tell from our vantage point. But, it didn't look like anybody was offside on CCH's part, but we'll have to see. Be an interesting call. It'll either be second and short or first and 20.
And
first and 15, sorry.
It's not the first time you referred to the vantage point, so we should inform our listeners, not at the normal 50-yard line in the middle sort of thing right now. We're live within the school. We're in Catholic Central High School right now at the 3rd floor, looking out onto the field. Pretty cool setup if you ask me, and it gives you a different vantage point of what football is all about. Go a little bit of north-south instead of the east-west we normally bring you. So a fake pitch by Tyrell Campbell. The pocket's collapsing. In the spin cycle, he escapes. Now he's trying to use his speed to go down the near sideline. Eventually tackled by the Flames defense. A limited gain by Tyrell Campbell. In fact, I think he might have lost about half a yard on that play, which means that was actually a sack by the Flames.
Yeah, 2nd and 5 now, I guess, is what it's going to be. As Campbell, again, it looks like he should have given it. I don't know if that's a designed read or it looked like it's a designed keep, because really, I would have given that myself if it was a read. So it's interesting the first 2 times they ran read and Tyrell's pulled it.
Beautiful sunny day here, especially when you consider it's late October in southwestern Ontario. But again, you see that setting sun right into the defense's eyes. How much do you think that plays a factor as we see a play action pass is completed? That's Brennan Kiba trying to spin his way off of a couple tackles. And I think he'll be shy of the first down. This should force the punting unit to come out for the Crusaders. But going back to my point about Mr. Sun, Coach KJ Kennedy, what would you tell your defense at this point of the game, knowing that they're not just contending with the high offense combined with the Campbell brothers, they're dealing with, well, the setting sun?
Well, obviously you got eye black. There's different things you can do, but right now, eye
black doesn't necessarily help though when you're looking into the sun.
It doesn't, but I like the way they matched up on that little zone concept and really took away. They're going for it though, John.
And it's a delayed handoff to Hornick. No! Campbell hangs on to it. The play action works to perfection. A first down and more down the near sidelines into the end zone. But hold the phone. A flag back at the 40.
So the yards were gained. I just don't. Let's see the call here. It's going to be on number 2, Keyshawn Campbell, as he sees him come around. And I don't know if we can see the block. I don't know. I just don't know. There was 2-on-1. Like, I don't know what,
He
grabbed
grabbed
the shirt.
Jackson Diebold, though, when he didn't necessarily have to. As you recall, Tyrell Campbell had already gone through the edge that Diebold was trying to penetrate. And a would-be touchdown from the quarterback, Tyrell Campbell. Well, no, it's coming back.
It'll be a first down, though. Yards will be gained, and it'll bring up a 1st and 10, but they'll obviously bring it back from where they pointed the foul. Unless they're saying he didn't gain the yards, which it looks like they are, which I'll tell you, John, this is the stuff. Let's get the replay again. I guarantee you that this hold happens after they get the first down. You see Keyshawn Campbell here? All right? Now they've got the first because there's the 5 yards. It happens about 8 yards downfield. So instead, it's going to be 3rd and forever, and I just not a good call. And that's the stuff that drives me crazy because I just feel like the yards were gained there.
So at 3rd and 13, Brennan Kiba goes out to punt it away. One hops this one, then does get it down the field. The punt returner almost fumbled it away, eventually moves his way to the right side of the field. He'll be tackled down, though, fiercely by Dallas Albert. There's more flags on this play, too, and I don't know, maybe that's something you can talk about the junior side of football. These kids are still learning the sport, but you seem to see a little more orange flags on the junior than you usually see on the senior side of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like, we had a game today where there's very few flags. I mean, there was flags, but not at the beginning of the game like there are here. It's two good teams trying to feel each other out, and obviously taking a few liberties early, and the referees are on top of it.
If you're in downtown London, still plenty of time to make your way to Dundas and Waterloo Street, where all the high school shenanigans are taking place right now. It's CCH's homecoming as they're taking on the STA Flames. This is the junior game, but there's still the senior game later on today. And if you can't make it down to the game, simply like and subscribe to our channel, Junior Mustangs TV, as we're happy to take you through it all, including, as Jay was referring to earlier today, a big victory for the Lucas Vikings, number 8 in the nation, taking down number 25 in the nation, the South Lions, in the Lions' Den earlier today, live on Junior Mustangs TV. Now the Flames try and move the dog pile right up the middle, and another play, more penalty flags here at CCH.
Yeah, what's that saying? There's more flags than a UN meeting, or I don't know. All I know right now is that I don't know. We don't have the stats on it, but I would say there'd be about 90% flags so far in this ballgame.
It's a choppy affair to start it off early. These two teams trying to feel each other out. And you got to think, CCH almost looked like they were going to get on the board first thanks to a Tyrell Campbell keep and run, although his brother got caught for the penalty. And maybe they're going to talk about that at the dinner table tonight because, I mean, it's one thing to tell a teammate, hey, you cost me a touchdown there. It's another thing when it's your own blood.
Yeah. Well, football's a brotherhood, so they all – but you're absolutely right. I would love to be there. Maybe I will be, actually. Have a little glass of lemonade and watch.
In the I formation go the STA Flames. They go on the run. The ball is loose in between a pile of feet. The Crusaders are saying they have it, and the officials agree with them. Crusaders ball.
Yeah, as the ball comes in the middle, he just kind of loses it, John. I don't know if it's from the handoff. It's the fullback, and no, he definitely does get stripped. If you see that one more time, I think it's 81, guys. Yeah, 81. What a play by number 81, stripping the football. What great camera work that time by Adam and Alex. Fabrizio Comanderi with that strip, and the CCH Crusaders have recovered. Great field position.
And I just didn't see who recovered it, though, Jay, to be honest with you. I thought maybe it was number 20 in Vindaha.
Yeah, I think Vindaha or Kiba were there.
So Tyrell Campbell flushed out of the pocket, somehow spins out of this one, and now he's going to go for a gallop. Eventually, a smothering tackle will throw him out of bounds, but man, oh man, the magic man. Now you see him, now you don't, as he should have been tackled again in the backfield. And you see on this replay, a little bit of the Cam Naughton Jr. magic man right there.
Yeah, that's a scramble drill, and Tyrell does a good job, and that's the thing he brings. A few people know that his dad played just down the street here at Beale, and they used to have some wars. I know Mike Cercelli's in the building, and we were talking about he's happy that Sean's here coaching in his first year with the Crusaders.
Into the Mama's Hot Italian sandwich red zone go to the CCH Crusaders. The ball is snapped to Tyrell Campbell. He's going to go right up the gut with it, just needing a yard. And I believe he has it for the first down for the Crusaders to move the chains deeper into that Mama's Hot Italian red zone.
Yeah, great surge by number 56 and 52. That's Dante Ihuba And number 52, Keegan Rondinelli, create a nice little crease there for Campbell to get that first down.
And one thing we should note is the scoreboard's right underneath us. So we don't necessarily know the play clock, and we definitely don't know the play time right now, but we will try and do our best to keep you up to date on all of that as Tyrell Campbell completes this pass, trying to lunge towards the end zone. They'll say he's just shy, as that was Garrett Hornick on the reception from Tyrell Campbell.
Yeah, you bring the back out of the backfield. A lot of teams don't cover him. They don't. And a nice throw in. And that's the thing with Campbell. He just easily gets the ball out to the flat. And again, on this field, it's a little bit not as wide, but a 54, 55-yard width here, 10 yards less than a CFL field, and 10 yards shorter in length, John.
Yeah, that's something maybe we could talk about throughout this broadcast and the next one. Not a 110-yard field, only a 100-yard field here, a little American-esque, as it will be the Crusaders right up the gut. And they're going to say that he's short of the end zone. Coach, they needed about 2 yards there. And I guess they're going to say they got a yard and a half.
I'll tell you where this starts, though. When you watch the replay, it's the fact that the CCH line just stood right up. And they weren't low, and the low man wins, and that's what happened there is the STA guys, because they were in a three-point stance, were lower, and they made the play.
So take two. Tyrell Campbell lines up right behind the center, takes a high snap, fakes it to Hornick, goes into the end zone. Tyrell Campbell's in, but just like last time he scored a touchdown, there's another penalty flag.
You're going to get a head tackle here from STA, I believe. Hornick, who they thought had the ball, when you get the replay here, John, you'll see the guy comes in really high and almost rips his helmet off. Watch it here. There's the handoff, fake handoff. You say he kind of grabs him by the head. So I think it's a touchdown.
And that would be on number 44, Braden Bub Clark, on the Hornick tackle, which is, well, I guess compounded by the fact that Hornick didn't even have the pigskin in his possession on the play action. Well designed by the Crusaders. Their quarterback in Tyrell Campbell keeps it and sort of sandwiches himself between two flames, sort of charbroiled on both sides, if you will. And he still gets into the end zone for the first touchdown of the game.
Yeah, great drive there. Again, all set up by the turnover, and Kiba comes on for the extra point. But just the way George McCauley kind of mapped it, I wanted to get an early score and see how STA responds.
So the extra point is through, and we got a 7-0 score here early in the first quarter of play between the undefeated CCH Crusaders and the undefeated STA Flames. And I'll throw this one at you again for STA. This is already the most points that they've allowed in a single ball game. They allowed 6 points against the Spartans. They allowed 6 points against the Bulldogs. No points against Regina Monday Catholic High School last week. And now they've already given up 7 in this game. And, oh yeah, we're not even halfway through the first quarter of play.
Yeah, and like I said, STA kind of rides that defense, field position, good special teams, well-coached tackling. So it'll be interesting to see, how do you respond now? You need to get a point, match score for score with a team like CCH. And if you can do that, it's going to give you a chance at the conference.
And you see sort of a half-cast shadow from this 3-story building of this high school known as CCH in downtown London, spreading, I would say, about to the 30-yard line. And as the sun continues to set behind us in the western sky, I'd imagine that shadow just increases its length across this Kennedy Field. And that could play a factor on this game. I honestly feel like STA really couldn't see much on that last drive. Let's see if they make it up here.
There you go, John. You just called it.
As this one's kicked all the way down for the Rouge. So tack on another point thanks to Brennan Kiba. You mentioned the shorter field here, Coach.
Yeah, it's huge.
Man, oh man, I mean, Kiba can just hit one-pointers all night long at this rate.
Well, I was talking to him about playing in summer football. He said, well, I'm a soccer player, Coach. I said, well, I think you were a soccer player. I think you need to just be a football kicker and a receiver in DB. But talented kid, like you said, on a short field.
We saw in American football last week a very bizarre situation with the Panthers getting a free kick to end the second half of play. I know this isn't the same thing, Coach, but man, oh man, it looks like Brennan Kiba has a free kick out of Rouge anytime he goes out there with this shortened field here at Kennedy.
Absolutely.
So the Flames, now down by 8 instead of 7, go back to work on their second offensive drive of the game. They will snap the ball and fake the pitch. It's a run right up the middle, and a hard-nosed football tackle by the Crusader defender will limit the run gain by about maybe 2 yards.
Yeah, and 81 and 24, really active as linebackers for the Crusaders. They bring 81 down in that 5, kind of that eagle look, and 24. I'm telling you, John, I've been watching this kid over the last few weeks. He's a pretty good football player, and that's how do you say that, John? Hornick? Hornick.
Yeah, Hornick, but again, you mentioned Fabrizio Comanderi.
With the fumble strip last drive.
And then a big tackle there. So he's stepping it up big on defense. And it is the offense that sells the tickets. A healthy crowd here in attendance on your Friday afternoon turned evening. But it's the defense that's going to win you championships. And still with a goose egg on the board right now is the STA Flames, thanks to this Crusaders defense, which doesn't allow anything on this run attempt by the Flames. And I know we're really early, and it's hard to judge, but man, oh man, the STA offense hasn't shown a whole lot of anything but an I formation and trying to stuff it up the gut.
Yeah, and then that's the thing, right? They're a ball control, field position type. You know, our defense creates turnovers. We get special team scores. That's what they've been, pretty much the last 2 years, and really got to develop that running game. You know, they've got a guy in Diebold, and that's, sorry about the pronunciation, Mom. She texted me, a good friend of ours. But Diebold, I'd like to see him at running back, because I remember him a couple years ago, John. He was pretty darn good at running back.
Last time they punted away, a bit of a short kick in my opinion, but you liked it because it avoided the Campbell brothers. Do they try to do the same thing here? In fact, they're going to target Tyrell Campbell, who's going to catch this one cleanly around the 35-yard line. Tries to stutter step to the far sideline, trying to cut back in. Eventually, a handful of Flames wrap him up, but he refuses to go down to the turf. And it looks like at the 40-yard line, the Crusaders' next offensive drive will start.
Yeah, and, again, great coverage. And like I said, that's what they pride themselves on. They work. That's one thing about STA. I know St. Agapita coaches defense, and a lot of tackling drills and very team kind of oriented, getting to the football. And that's what they do there against a pretty nifty returner in Tyrell. Although I'll tell you, kick it to Keyshawn Campbell is a different animal.
And Tyrell Campbell is a true two-way player. We saw that with the London Junior Mustangs Bantam team over the OPFL summer season. And after this play, maybe we'll get into more of the theatrics of Mr. Tyrell Campbell. It's a bit of a broken play, trying to make something out of nothing as TC1 goes to the far sideline. And he'll eventually be tackled for a no yardage gained on this play. In fact, he might have lost about half a yard. But again, Coach, that's a play where it looks like he's going to lose 5. He only loses about half a yard, and it didn't look like a lot of execution there.
And just the guy that we called out, Diebold, in on the tackle. You saw he comes down from his two-back position. He played with Dave Martin on the Junior Mustangs JV team this year. Excellent form tackle in the open field.
488 rushing yards and 9 touchdowns on 18 carries, plus another 435 receiving yards and 7 touchdowns on 30 catches throughout the OPFL regular season. But now it's Brennan Kiba to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, to the 10. Touchdown, Crusaders!
Was he high-stepping there, John, down that sideline?
A little Dion-esque.
Yeah, and I told you, this kid here has been a special surprise. You know, he didn't play football last year. I don't think he ever played till this year. And 5 touchdowns in his first game. You could see why, a little jet sweep action. And, man, look at him get into that second. Great block by number 4 out there. That's Mark Carranza. And typically you'll see a holding penalty, and Kiba just kind of fires down that sideline.
So Tyrell Campbell started off this game with a QB sneak, well, an attempted QB sneak, where he actually moved over to the right side, as Kiba will put the PAT onto his own touchdown. And that's the final play of the opening quarter, as it will be a 15-0 score for the CCH Crusaders, looking to stay undefeated here at home at Kennedy Field against, well, the undefeated STA Flames, as we get a replay of this Kiba run. And the only person in a Flames jersey that had a shot at him was Brendan Bub Clark, but Kiba turned on the afterburners and he was well gone. And by my account, that is a 59-yard TD strike from Brennan Kiba. We talked about him just before the kickoff. He's literally everywhere. Slot receiver, running back, 2-back, punter, kicker, QB2. But if you're a Crusaders fan, where do you want to see him the most? In the end zone.
Yeah. You know, and the other thing is, John, he's a pretty good returner, too. I mean, the kid can do it all. And so they've got so much depth. And it's kind of worked out this year. 15-0 here early. I mean, the Flames are obviously a good football team.
I was going to say, you're a quarter way through this game. You're the undefeated Flames. What's going through your mind if you're the coaching staff right now, knowing that, wait a minute, Our offense hasn't shown a whole lot, and now our defense is beginning to bend, dare I say, break.
Well, minimize the turnovers. That's number one. That set up the first touchdown. And for the most part, they had pretty much corralled some of these athletes, holding them. They were getting first downs and stuff, but, they forced a couple punts, and you just think, stick to the game plan, but we can't give up the big play, and that's just what happened with Kiba right there.
Yeah, the holy cannoli play of the game potentially there by Brennan Kiba to end the first quarter of play is a 59-yard TD strike. Great job by Tyrell Campbell. I know it's kind of undetected on that play, but you got to hit the receiver in the chest first to start off that play, and he did that, although Brennan Kiba does the rest of the grinding.
Yeah, and just some good blocking downfield. And like I said, it's a start that Coach George McCauley, he talked about the dynamic kids that are on this roster, and so many of these kids are coming from different sports backgrounds, so it's interesting to see how this year's junior team, which isn't a big one, like I said, John, looks like STA has more players than CCH does, but definitely a talented one.
Teams will flip the field, so now it is the Crusaders looking into the setting sun on defense for the first time on your Friday afternoon turn evening. Now, Kiba will try and throw this one right into your living room set, except it'll get down to the 15-yard line, collected by the Flames, who make their way up to the 25-yard line. On the return for the Flames was Justin Zerl, and in on the tackle is Kiba himself.
Yeah, explain that. The kicker kicks the ball, beats everybody downfield.
There he is, penetrating right through.
Yeah, pretty special kid.
Watch number 7 on this entire replay, right between the hash marks. He's going to penetrate the Flames right here, find the returner like a magnet, and just simply rip him down to the grass.
Yeah, and this is his first year of football, so it's just fun to watch. A soccer player can run people down for sure. I know Melrose's daughter is a star soccer player here in London, so if you can run, you can pretty much do anything you want. And when you have the mentality that Kiba does, shoot, he can make any play he really wants.
I heard Ron Ferwerda was a good soccer player before he took up Belmont's. As it will be Ethan Sutherland, the center, with the quarterback right behind him in Landers. Landers with motion from the left to the right side of the field from Santa Capitita. They're going to hand this one off, or on a bit of a pitch, if you will, to number 26, and that is Semi Taiwo.
Yeah, Semi with a nice little... The pitch was just a little bit behind him. If you could have hit him a little bit earlier, who knows? But still a good job of running and picking up, about a 4-yard gain.
And again, where STA is located there, though, the defense is in the shadows, and in my opinion, a little HD vision, if you will, on the quarterback and the play. Once they go a little further down the field, that HD turns into SD real quick, because now you got to compete with the sun while trying to siphon through the defense.
Absolutely, and a great tackle by 14, Matthew Castellion, who's dealing with this sun right now.
So Landers, will he potentially give this to Grady O'Hara? 2 behind the quarterback. Motion from Santa Capita from the right to the left side. A pitch to the left side. Santa Capita makes the block for his running back to make it up the field. On second down, though, Coach, I don't know if he made it to the first down marker or not.
Yeah, Santa Capita comes over in motion. They bring the extra man to get the +1. And there it is. Nice little run, and he kind of would have stayed on the block. It's just interesting to see what the call is going to be, John.
Yeah, there's a flag on this one, and you actually mentioned it, Santa
Capita.
Capita.
Actually, coach his dad, and his dad's the coach, defensive coach him at semi-pro with Sean Campbell, with all the crew, Dave Martin, all those guys played on that Silverback team.
So it's funny how all these coaches pretend like they hate each other, and yet you find out they all played with each other at one point.
They hated each other then, too. Just joking. Some of them coming from natural high school. The great rich tradition of high school football. I remember coming to a game here, John. The guys that were playing, it was probably about 10, 15 years ago, never thought I'd be coaching here. Thought, I'm not Catholic, I won't, and here I am. And I've been here for the last 5 years, and
You're not Catholic? Really, you could have tricked me there, Cage.
No, I'm not Catholic.
His second down is coming up as a result of the penalty that went up against the STA Flames, so they repeat second down.
Yeah.
And they find themselves losing yardage here on what would be, let's say, a 2nd and 11 coming up here. Landers has been sticking to the run play like bread and butter, and Semi Taiwu specifically on this drive on pitch plays. If they go to the air, instead they get CCH to jump. From my perspective, Keegan Rodinelli penetrated the neutral zone, but we'll see what the officials say.
There might be more penalties in this game than there are points. I don't know if that's possible, but
I'd
At
say
least
we're
he's been
about
more-
even right now. 15 points on the board, at least 15 penalties. We're in the second quarter, early in the second quarter, and man, oh man, gonna have nightmares of these orange flags.
Yeah, and and the STA Flames undefeated coming in, and I don't know if it's the Friday night lights, the homecoming atmosphere, but they really just got to get something going, get a first down, and one first down at a time, and try to get back in this ball game.
Noah Marcellus checks out on this next play. Connor Cunningham coming in to the far sideline there on your left side, the receiver for Landers. But do they try to go to the air? This is second and a country mile, and they're back in their own territory at their 17-yard line. A delayed handoff to Semi Tayu. Tayu tries to go through 2 tackles. He does so, but then eagerly awaiting for him is Garrett Hurnick, and the linebacker cleans him up.
Studnicka just almost makes the play, but the back bounces off him, but there's number 24. And that's what I'm saying, John. This Hurnick is something special. Now, number 4, Carranza is down. He's the big receiver that they have in the boundary, or is that 14, Castellano? I'm not sure.
No, it's number 44, partner,
44.
and that's actually Jackson Teixeira, who works both the offensive and defensive line. A real trench grinder, if you will. And
Looks like a cramp, maybe, John? I don't know.
that could be a big loss, though, if he's not available to come back into this game. Although, if it is cramp-related, I'd assume they're going to hydrate him up and try and get him back there in a hurry.
Might have been that Mama Hot Italian steak sandwiches they had today for the team. Thank you to Brenda, who's coming out of surgery right now.
Well, then we know it's not cramping then.
No.
Because he would have been fully filled with nutrition and goodness.
Exactly.
But regardless, lost in all this, a third down coming up here, and it will force the STA Flames to punt it away yet again. And I do apologize, or I am correct. It's Nicholas Yemenez that's going out there for the third time today. And you recall the last time he kicked it to Tyrell Campbell, his previous punt. Before that, he kicked it out of bounds. What does he do here from in front of his own end zone? I thought maybe they even
Wrong
concede
guy.
the safety, but they go to one of the Campbell brothers, this being Keyshawn.
Late hit.
Keyshawn Campbell, a little zigzag motion. Trying to find some real estate, cuts in on a block, spins off of one tackle, thrown down to the grass by another around the
flags.
40. And yeah, a cornucopia of flags on the Kennedy Field, according to Coach KJ Academy.
Oh, man. I knew I was going to hear that word tonight. I think there's I don't know if they call a late hit or what they call on the punter. That's in the backfield here. It'll be interesting to see what that call is. And then the holding here as Keyshawn, number 34 for CCH, blocks in the back, and a good call there by the officials. And sometimes that could be hard on them, but that's an actually really good call. I'd just like to know who number 34 is for CCH, since there's no 34 on our roster. So
It happens sometimes, Coach.
maybe
The
I'll see
parking
that.
lot continuing to fill up here. As again, if you're in the area and want to check out some great high school football, Dundas and Waterloo, that's the intersection you want to head to. Although I don't know if there's too many seats left. You might want to bring in the lawn chair from home, or the DeWalt ladder, depending on what perspective you like to see the football game from. But regardless, it's great to see a healthy crowd taking in some Canadian high school football action here on your Friday evening. And we're happy here at Mustangs TV to take you through the action for those who can't make it down to the field. And of course, if you have an opportunity, give us a like, subscribe to the channel. This is the second of 3 football games, TGIF style, here on Junior Mustangs TV. Earlier today, it was a Darnell divisional tilt between the 4-0 Vikings and the 4-0 South Collegiate Institute Lions, and it was the nationally 8th-ranked Vikings taking down number 25 Lions in a heart thumper at South, just by a couple points, though, KJ, in a 17-15 final.
And you don't know what's going to happen in the playoffs, but you would think after the football that we've seen this fall, those are got to be the 2 teams that you would think have a great chance of meeting up again. And wouldn't that be great on a nice cold day over at Citywide Field where the wind can't be controlled? We'll have the maybe we'll get the what's that thing? The lift, Adam, and I don't know how high we can go.
Yeah,
with
with 40-kilometer-hour winds. I don't know how safe Mr. Stoddard's going to feel on that one, but we will see. It is a 15-0 ball game in this affair, which is week 4 of LDA Junior Boys football here between the 3-0 STA Flames and the 3-0 Crusaders. A high tackle by the Flames on this run play designed to the left side, and that's going to give the Crusaders some more yards via penalty.
Yeah, let's get the number. I think it's 44 Yeah, number 44 gets his hands up on 24.
So Bub Clark, we've actually
Yeah.
said Bub Clark's name an awful lot throughout this game, and not necessarily in the positive column, but unfortunately he gets a little too high on this last affair, and it's going to cost his team yardage via penalty.
Well, the one thing I'm going to tell you what I've been impressive with the STA defense is they have got penetration and forced Campbell into some of those scrambles, and
It's just
kinda-
unfortunate.
finished.
Yeah, that's the
penalty.
thing. I fully agree with you. They're getting penetration. They're getting right in the grill of Tyrell Campbell, but it's either Tyrell Campbell hits you with the spin move, the juke, or the fadeaway. One or the other. He's breaking ankles in the backfield and creating something out of nothing, despite all that great penetration that you're alluding to by the Flames defense. What do they do here? He's got 2 options to his right side and 3 to his left. It's a handoff to the left side. No, it is a play action. The ball comes loose this time, and it looks like STA is going to recover. Now, the only thing I would question there is as Tyrell Campbell let go of the ball, a Flame tackled him down to the grass. And if you watch this, does not allow Tyrell Campbell an opportunity to recover his own fumble.
Now, that happened in the championship game on the blocked field goal where a guy got tackled, a guy trying to recover the ball.
So right there,
Yeah.
as he's trying to recover the ball, he's actually tackled, and that's kind of a 50-50 play, is it not?
But there's no flag. So, yeah, I agree with you. That should have been called, but unfortunately they didn't see it that way. And so STA with a huge play, John. This is what you were talking
But
no,
yet-
wait a minute. It is
but
CCH ball.
CCH recovered.
So
It looked like a Flame had hopped right
Yeah.
onto the pigskin, but maybe the oval squirted out.
Must have.
And they're going to go back to the run play, do the Crusaders here on second and 20.
Hordnick.
And so Hordnick, they're going to gain a couple of those yards back, but not nearly enough. And I expect a special teams unit to make a presence.
Yeah, and is this a time that maybe you run a Brandon Kiba fake? I mean, I know you're up 15-0. You know, but do you play the field position game? I guess you do because your defense has been doing really good, but don't think that Coach McCauley doesn't have up his sleeve some sort of fake with Kiba.
Well, you have a team that's coming off of a 35-0 victory over Regina Monday in the STA Flames. They're down 15-0. Whereas the Crusaders beat up the Spartans 42-6 last week, and they see their offense continue to roll. They do run a fake to Kiba, and it doesn't work out.
I don't know if that was a design fake. I think it was a bad snap, and Kiba just kind of took off because there didn't seem to be any type of blocking. There was no one
low
was going
snappy.
down. No, they were punt blocking there. So that was just he just picked up the bad snap, made a choice, and it was the wrong one.
So one hopper off the turf.
And this is what the STA needs. Now they got to get points. Points are at a premium here. You know, they haven't thrown the football, I don't think yet, John. I'd like to see them maybe take a shot on first down or at least get the football. I mean, I'm telling you, this Debo kid,
Best
love to see him at the
positioning
tail.
of the day for the Flames offense to start as they're already on Crusaders' side of the grass at their 45-yard line. The snap to Landers in the gun. The shotgun throw to the far sideline is actually punched out. Great defensive job by Matthew Castrillon-Robles.
Yeah, Castellon, another junior Mustang, didn't play last year, played soccer. And you see in these soccer players, like you see how he closes in, great job of coming in and punches the ball out. Not only does he try to, cover his man, he actually punches the ball out right on time, and great defensive play there that time by Castellon.
That's some of the things that, you're taught but don't necessarily do on the field all the time. And it sounds so simple, but if you're the defender, you don't have to worry about intercepting the ball. You just have to worry about the other guy not catching the ball cleanly. Sometimes punching the rock is the best thing you can do. As back-to-back throw balls by Landers, and the second one's going to be picked off by Campbell. Campbell with real estate down the near sidelines. Cuts in at the 40, down at the 25, a flag back at the 50. But it's an interception by Landers. He threw it into double coverage on the near sidelines. And coming away with the INT is Keyshawn Campbell.
So this is a ball where you're throwing it to the right side of the field. Again, the field not being as wide as most fields. But just the ball hangs on him. Keyshawn does a good job. We'll see what the flag is. I'm not sure if you guys caught anything there. But it just maybe a face mask, possibly.
It's going against CCH because they're telling him to backtrack a little bit here. What's interesting, though, is if we look at that replay again, when the flag is thrown,
There's a guy on the ground.
as we're going to get another look again at this interception. I know Landers is a young, talented quarterback, but the one thing I'll say, too, is when he cocks back to throw, somewhat telegraphs what he's about to do because he's got that motion. His whole body's in that direction. Everybody on the field could read that the ball was going that way.
Yeah, he kind of telegraphed it really late. It's, but what I do like is they're trying to take shots. They're trying to get the ball through the air.
I like that they're diversifying the offense. They literally started the first 2 drives of the game by just trying to run it up the gut. Not only was it not working, but they were fumbling the ball away as a result. Now you got to see, what is Landers capable of, and unfortunately on the second straight pass attempt, it leads to the first interception of the game. So Tyrell Campbell in the pocket, looks like it's collapsing around him. Sack by the STA Flames.
A lot of pressure here, and again, this is the penetration I've been talking about. Number 52's got to do a better job of throwing his hands there that time for CCH. That's Keegan Rondinelli.
And watch Nick Metrin, number 7 on the right side, just penetrate. There's nobody covering him, and he's able to help out his teammates.
44 was supposed to pick him up, kind of missed on the block. So something that Coach Casino and the O-line will have to take a look at halftime because this pressure has been getting to them.
Tyrell Campbell again taking the snap. This is a sweep. Plenty of flags being thrown on this one, too. Brennan Kiba refusing to go down right away. 1, 2, count them, 3 flags on the Kennedy Field.
And it's probably CCH, I would think, going offside. I don't know. Maybe a hard block. I'm not sure what.
It's a hard block.
Well, I don't know. This guy here gets knocked down 54. I don't know. Do you guys think that's a call? I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. But
one thing I will say, the officials have done an excellent job of officiating this game, but it's not necessarily their fault, but it does make it more lethargical to take in a football game when it's flag after flag after flag.
Yeah, exactly. And on that particular play, I mean, I'm not sure,
Can you get caught up in penalty mode, though, is kind of what I'm alluding to if you're an official. If you see 10 plays and 8 of them have penalties on it, when there is a 50-50 player, you're just used to calling it at that point.
And the players play that way, right? They start to play with kind of like a reservation that maybe everything's going to be called, and you can see it. It's 3 different units. You got the refs, the 2 teams out there, so another bad snap, John, and almost gets blocked.
Almost. I think maybe a Flame got a paw on it as it'll take a 2-hop. Eventually, a Flame touched it, but they had to be careful because that was a live ball. CCH, I don't blame them, recognized that, tried to go in after the ball. As a result, they didn't give enough yards. So there'll be another 5 yards tacked on with another penalty flag, might I add.
Unbelievable.
And we're late here in the second quarter. Couple minutes remaining here in the opening half of play, down by 15 with this field positioning. I mean, it's safe to say the Flames need points, and the Flames need points now.
Yeah, they really do. And again, another great situation of great field position. They haven't had good field position the last 2 drives they have. Really weird football game, guys. I guess it's hard. You come from that senior game, which was 2 of the best teams in the province, and
some of the best teams in the nation.
And then you come to this, and it's 2 first-place teams, but really filling each other out here. A lot of mistakes with all these flags.
Landers awaiting the snap from Sutherland, as he will. Pump fake it, rolling back in the pocket. Landers to the far side. This is also going to be intercepted by Brennan Kiba. A pick 6 for the Crusaders. 20-10 end zone. Kiba, his second touchdown of the game. This one, a pick 6.
Yeah, Kiba, the grade 10 player, first-year player. Again, you see the quarterback. I like his poise here. He's looking downfield, trying to set the screen up. But obviously, Coach Fink did his homework, and they knew it was coming because, Kiba just ran the play for the other guy better than he did.
He jumped the route on the receiver, which kind of goes back to something that, this year, doing more football broadcasts and hanging out with more football coaches like yourself, I didn't realize, my God, you guys watch a lot of film, and so do the players. Too much film, if you ask me. But yet, for Brennan Kiba, just the right amount of film as he reads that route perfectly, cuts it off, an easy pick 6. He's turning into the player of the game, and we're only in the first half of action as he tries to kick it right into our studio. Heads up, Mr. Kiba. Trying to talk nice about you, sir.
If he gets the ball in here, we're going to give him a prize. We'll call Mo up and give a cash prize out that we're not allowed to give.
I was wondering why the windows beside us are a little boarded up. They don't actually have the glass like we have in front of us, and now I understand why, because Kiba just plunked it right off of the wickets.
Yeah, and you talked about film, and to be honest with you, John, the one thing about football, I think every sport, if you watch film, you know what your opponent's tendencies are, you know what the plays are going to be, then it's a matter of executing, and that's a great example of where we see Kiba there, just jumping that route, and again, great job by Coach Fink, Coach McCauley. They have their guys well prepared, Coach Campbell on the offense. It's just a great job by this junior team, which I'll be honest with you, a lot of people didn't think CCH would be here this year. Once again, at the top of the pack.
Tyrell Campbell led it off with, well, we won't call it a QB sneak because he ended up faking the handoff, getting sandwiched between two Flames, but only punching it out from a yard out, capping off the drive to put them up 7-0. Then a 59-yard TD with plenty of yards after the catch for Brennan Kiba. And he adds to it there with, I would say, easily a 40, if not 50-plus yard pick six that ends up putting his team up 22-0. Oh, yeah. He's 3 for 3 on the PATs as well. This kid is literally...
And a rouge.
And a rouge, that's right. This time, they try and get tricky and go right up the middle on it. The only guy that would have had the play, well, you guessed it, Brennan Kiba, but this time the Flames are the one to get on the ball.
You ever play one of those video games and there's just one guy that's just completely... It feels like, you just whatever he does...
Like cheat codes.
Yeah, it's almost... That's what Kiba is. It's a cheat code. So it's... a huge start.
How do you find a diamond in the rough like Kiba? You mentioned it, the first year playing football, the first
I think they're in every school, John. I think they're in every school.
First game he ever played, he got 5 touchdowns,
We just got to teach the game. We got to let people understand how great this game is. But I think there's kids in every school that haven't played but are in great time. They played hockey. We've got a guy at senior. You're going to see him tonight, number 20, Hoskins, his first year playing.
Especially if you judge a book by its cover, you look at Brennan Kiba just in general, you go, he doesn't necessarily have the size of a football player. Even when you said soccer player, I would have been, you hit the nose on the head there. This kid's insane. Yeah. He does it. He's a 3-way football player, and he's not afraid to go into the trenches, as you saw that attempted onside kick. Now, on the sweep to the left side go the Flames, but late flag here as there was one too many white jerseys piling on the end of that one.
Yeah, Santagapita is the running back now, I believe, or is that number 20? Sorry, John, I thought it was Santagapita. It's number 26, I guess. Or 28, is that
it's
Debo?
Semi Taiwu.
I don't... Yeah. And anyways...
it could be D-balled as well, 28's out there.
Yeah, it's not. It's 28 for them is... sorry, John, I'm just trying to... Yeah, it is D-balled, yeah. So they got him in the ball game, and he was a guy I remember in LMFA. I don't know if you remember him, Adam, but he was a guy that he would get the football for the Rams and he'd score, and they'd give up 60 points, but he'd get 30. And it just one of the guys that was just so fun to watch. We brought him to Junior Mustangs. Had unfortunately an injury-filled year, but still a great leader, great kid. And comes from a great family. And
this penalty puts them all the way at the CCH 40.
I think this Debo kid's a guy STA's got to look to a little more in the mix of the run game.
Just to the left side is Debo from the quarterback in Landers, who's in the gun awaiting the snap from Sutherland. If you look on the near sideline, there's Zerl, the near target, and the far target being Cunningham. Cunningham rotates into the line, plenty jump before the ball's even snapped, but who do they catch this infraction on?
Yeah, it's going to be a false start by the right guard. I think you can see him 64. The right tackle just beside number 56, I think it is. I'm trying to get you the number here, folks. But, yeah, he kind of moves 66. He moves just a little bit early there, John.
And as a result, Jason Zuin of CCH thought he had the rights to go in there. So it will be against the Flames. And they're going to say penalties declined?
So it was against, I guess it was, I don't know. Not sure what's going on. This is a different vantage point that we're trying to figure it out, but beautiful way to watch football, and indoors first off, and second off, unlike Laval, at least we can hear the fans, John.
1st and 10 it boils down to, according to the officials. So they're going to go to the run play, do the Flames. Semi Teu, ST, going right up the gut, tries the S-curve his way. No, I apologize. That's actually 28, not 26, so it's actually Jackson Diebold.
Yeah, he's the guy I think right now. He's a bigger senior guy. Use both running backs, but try to get this guy going. Grind the clock. Get yourself in one score at a time. I think that's what STA is going to be looking to do right now.
Down 22-0 here late in the first half of action. The Flames trying to get their first points on the board. And you got to think, this is an STA Flame squad that put up 16 points against MTS, 29 points against Saint Andre Bessette, and 35 points last week against Regina Monday. And yet, they've been shut out so far in this game here on your Friday evening against the CCH Crusaders. So they give it to D-Ball. D-Ball goes right up the gut, breaks off of a couple tackles. Looks like he's going to have the first down and move the chains for the Flames.
Yeah, I love this decision that they've made. And a great block there by, I think it's 86.
Well, that would be Brady Schnarr on the block there, number 86 for the Flames, as they get close, although they are just outside of the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone right now with the ball at the 22. And the Flames taking a little bit of time out of the huddle for this next offensive play. Time is of the essence here late in the first half of action. Down by 22, the 3-0 Flames looking to put some offense on the board for the first time here in this Week 4 LDA Junior Boys Football Contest. As once again going to the run are the Flames, but not necessarily getting a handful of anything here. And in fact, it's Diebold again on the carry, so you mentioned it. Give it to the more veteran-like running back that's going to chew up some yardage and chew up some clock, but one of those things they don't really want, Coach, is to chew up any more clock because they need some of that clock left to score.
Yeah, the first thing is get the first one, right? And that's this nice little drive here. It's I don't know how much time's left. That's unfortunate, but it's got to be under 5 minutes here in the second quarter. And so if they could even get the last score, and CCH kicked off right at the beginning of the game, or did they receive? I can't remember, guys. I can't remember. Depending on who gets the ball in the half, but right now it's just about controlling the football.
CCH is going to receive the ball in the second half because they won the coin toss and deferred to the second half, as it's Landers in the pocket, throws it as he takes a hit. It's Brennan Kiba originally trying to get the interception, and now he's trying to tackle the receptionist, as it was coming in with it, Brendan Vusaveth. So Vusaveth ends up getting the reception, but not allowed to go anywhere thanks to Brennan Kiba's efforts on defense. Oh yeah, there's another penalty flag on this play.
Yeah, again, I don't know what the call is, but Kiba just he can just make the play, but instead he tries to get the interception and still makes the tackle. Tremendous athlete, as he's able to, the bigger number 80 on the reception, but this one is going against STA, I think, John.
I think a little bit of criticism for Kiba would be noted. Considering we've been praising him so much, you would anticipate with a higher caliber opponent, though, or at that next level, if you gamble for the pick and come up empty, that's usually the time when the defender's going to burn you deep downfield. But you mentioned it. Gambled for the would-be pick, missed that, but still had the wherewithal to make the tackle at the end of the day.
A beautiful day coming to an end here. The light's still out. Just one heck of a October day for football.
Yeah, generators turned on, grandstand lights go on as the shadow, if you will, casted by the three-story high school here at Dundas and Waterloo Street as a high snap settled down by the punter, and getting it away is Nicholas Jimenez. Jimenez into the end zone. Tyrell Campbell looking to get out to avoid the Rouge. STA looking for the first point. Now having some real estate is Campbell. Campbell down the near sidelines, past the 30, past the 40, stays in bounds, past the 50, 40, 30, sidesteps one more tackle, 10, touchdown, 105-yard punt return TD, Tyrell Campbell. Holy cannoli.
Well, I don't know what to say after that. I just saw him get the edge. It looked like they might get their first point of the game as the ball was punted into the boundary. And Keyshawn and Tyrell, with that son you were talking about, get kind of hung up on who's going to get it. And, Keyshawn, being a baseball player, calls Tyrell and says, you get it.
Tyrell goes about 5 yards into his own end zone, Coach. Now take me through this seal block.
Yeah, just a great job by 20 there. And
one tackle.
Yeah, one tackle, and then he's going to make 35 miss here.
A little high step again, getting away from Nicholas Jimenez, the punter.
And, he's a really good hockey player for the Junior Knights.
What an incredible day at the office for Tyrell Campbell. He's out to set the ball for Kiba. Kiba punches it through 29-0 for the CCH Crusaders. A 2-yard TD strike from Tyrell Campbell. A 59-yard TD hookup between him and Brennan Kiba. Oh yeah, let's flip it. Go. Then we get a pick six from Kiba and a 105-yard punt return from Tyrell Campbell.
Let's see if Adam can get that replay one more time. Great shot here by Alex. But watch it here. You'll see Keyshawn call Tyrell off to the ball. And then watch what Keyshawn does. Not much here, but watch what he does. He just gets in the way. We call rip-eyeing. This is a rip-eyeing a player. He doesn't do anything, just kind of gets in the way of a guy. And then, of course, a great seal block. Again, 24 Hurdnick and number 20 for CCH. Vadina doing a great job of springing the explosive Tyrell Campbell down the sidelines.
Best friends can have chemistry, but it's nothing like brothers. And I know it's a different sport, little apples to pears, peaches to bananas for you, but Looks a little more like the Sedin twins for Vancouver all those years playing. One knows where the other's going to be, the other knows what the other's going to do, and as a result, a little yin and yang, they both work together perfectly. As Brennan Kiba will kick this one all the way down to the 15-yard line. Trying to come out with a head of steam is Justin Zurl. Zurl will be tackled around the 32-yard line, and let's face it, it's sort of now or never for the STA Flames, down 29-0. I'll be honest with you. Doing the research coming into this game, I thought that, CCH at home, it's their homecoming, might have a bit of an advantage, and in fact, a little more offense, if you will. Points forward, only 80 for the Flames, 117 over the first 3 games by the Crusaders. But I thought, you look at both of their defenses, only 12 points surrendered this year by the Flames, only 19 by the Crusaders. I thought we were going to be into a defensive duel, and instead, 29 points on the board, and they all belong to just one team.
Yeah, and it's been explosive plays, interceptions and punt returns and just,
You're right. It's the variety of how they're doing the damage, too. It's not just the offense.
Because for the most part, STA's not done a bad job defensively. It's just, this is a tough team to play.
Semi Teu fumbles the ball, and the Crusaders recover.
Medina.
Grabbing the ball is Jaden Medina, and my, oh my, things go from bad to worse for the Flames. After giving up a pick six, 105-yard punt return touchdown, they now fumble the ball deep in their own territory. The Crusaders take over at their opponent's 30-yard line.
Yeah, what a start. I mean, that right there is again, when do you start seeing Kiba at quarterback? They bring Campbell back in, and after that long run. But I'll tell you, there can't be much time left. I don't know if we've had the 3-minute warning. It looks like we have, right, Adam, because the ref's got his hand up.
Yep.
And he blows it in. So I think we're into 3 minutes here.
Well, you got to think, too, there's Medway Cowboys fans out there smiling because the last time we had a Junior Mustangs broadcast before today was Lucas's homecoming, and it didn't go well for Medway. As this ball is completed, Tyrell Campbell finds a wide-open Dallas Albert, but really no real estate for Albert to work up the field. In fact, I think it's Jacob Bamford in on the tackle for the Flames.
Throwing the screen to the field, Tyrell, as a young quarterback, shows a good arm. Again, because the field is not as wide here, that play is a little bit easier to be made. I'd like to see that into the boundary and see what some of these receivers can do with those quick throws. It's tough to throw that to the field.
And I do apologize. It was Brady Schnarr, not Jacob Bamford, on the previous tackle. On the keep is Tyrell Campbell. Tyrell Campbell with a seam right up the middle. Goes past the 10-yard line, trying to fight past the 5. They mark his forward progress at the 6. First and goal coming up for the Crusaders as they're officially in the Mama's Hot Italian red zone.
Yeah, and you get Kiba and then you get Campbell, and you got this 1-2 punch, and with a lot of great compliments with the older Campbell and of course Carmeza and Castiglione at receiver. But the O-line really starting to do a job here for the CCH Crusaders, which wasn't happening earlier in the game.
29-0. CCH trying to add to it. A high snap, grabbed by the quarterback, Tyrell Campbell. He'll be sacked in the backfield. Great tackle by number 72 and Abdul Ibrahim of these STA Flames. One of the bigger defensive plays so far of the contest, but it was a botched snap that really gave Ibrahim the opportunity to get to Campbell.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if Campbell wasn't expecting it, if it came too early. But the snap came, up to his left side.
And instead of having first and goal from the 6, it'll be second and goal from roughly the 17-yard line. And as a result, CCH goes, let's take a timeout and talk about our next game plan.
Yeah, and in this field, because the end zones are also smaller, John, the end zones are only, under 10 yards, I think, they're about 15 yards long.
And more rounded off, I'm noticing, not a lot of corners.
So we run a lot of our stuff because we play here. Specifically to try and, teams that aren't familiar with it.
Go in the middle of the field.
Try to use some picks and some stuff with the goalposts to force teams who haven't played here.
I believe it was
defend.
Zave Allen for the South Lions that had a big touchdown catch in our earlier broadcast today, and he really utilized that far corner in the end zone to allow his quarterback Jacob Saunders to find him. And I don't know if you could do a similar play the way the end zones are designed here at Kennedy Field.
Yeah, it would be tough, definitely.
So after the timeout and losing, might I add, 10-plus yards from a botched snap, Tyrell Campbell takes his offense back onto the field. Campbell will take the snap, looks around at his options, going to fire a dart. This one is caught. Hornick trying to get off of one tackle, be smothered down to the 6-yard line So they make up what they lost on the previous play, but it brings up 3rd down and goal from roughly the 5-yard line.
You like the concept. They bring the tailback, who, again, most teams don't cover him. He's wide open in the flat, and he does a good job of getting the yards back. But like you said, you settle for a Kiba. Well, they're going to go for it. I would have kicked a field goal here myself.
To be honest with you, the way they were talking, I thought they were setting up Kiba to kick, but no, they are going to go for it. 3rd and goal from the 5-yard line, 29-0. Heck, why not if you're the CCH Crusaders? Play action, Tyrell Campbell, incomplete. His brother, Keyshawn Campbell, wanting a call. Yeah, I didn't see a call there. I don't think he's going to get one.
Yeah, so this is the zone read. We run the sled behind it, and great pressure that time. Let's see that one more time.
Yeah,
I don't know the big guy here.
If you watch it, though, the ball is thrown. One Campbell throws it behind the other Campbell, and as Keyshawn tries to grab it.
It's a sled concept. They're reading the backer, John. As he steps up, he's supposed to throw it now, but number 54 for not Riker.
But there's no
Charon,
pass interference there.
No pass interference. Nut does a great job of coverage. No, it's a great job there, and turnover on down. So, good job for STA as they hold in the red zone late in the half. But what I liked, though, was this number 54 with that pressure. Sharon Nutt is his name.
So an incredible pressure applied by SDA's defense. And they were able to make Tyrell Campbell's job in the red zone difficult. This will be the final play of the opening half, barring a penalty. And as a result, Landers is going to take a knee. 29-0 is the score for the CCH Crusaders over the STA Flames here in LDA Week 4 Junior Boys Football action. And again, for the Flames, they'd only given up 6 points to the Spartans. They only gave up 6 points to the St. Andre Bessette Bulldogs. Then they shut out Regina Monday last week. Well, the cleat has been slipped onto the other foot, KJ Academy. Instead of shutting out an opponent like Regina Monday 35-0 like they did last week, they find themselves trailing 29-0 at halftime this week to CCH. That is a lot to take in, if you will, if you're a Flames fan, to go from 35-0 win to a 29-0 deficit just at halftime. If you are on the Flames coaching staff, though, which includes their head coach Chris Clifford, Bob Coscawera, as well as Paul Santagapita and Dennis Kowalski, and can't forget about Gary Slott. I mean, put yourself in those gentlemen's shoes. What are you saying to your young group of guys?
Well, you got to forget about the first half, and you got to play the second half as it's a new game. Just try to build some confidence in your offense. Try to score. Try to get some first down, then try to get a score, and then try to minimize the what's happening.
So we're going to just head off to the halftime break here on Junior Mustangs TV. 29-0 for the Crusaders over the STA Flames. For KJ Academy, I'm John Urban.
sure.
And we're back here at halftime on Junior Stanks TV, and great opportunity to have Megan Dalber. Megan, this is homecoming. Is this your first time running? You've been here helping, I know, the last couple of years. You were with the Junior Mustangs when I was in band. I'm one of my greatest managers. I really appreciate you. Great job, and tell us about all the work that it took to get all this thing to kick off tonight.
Well, it's a lot of planning that comes in, and we basically start mid-August trying to think about what we can do for the coming year, and we go through getting donations from sponsors and donations from family members to bring in items so we can help cut some of our costs, and then just getting apparel in and having a lot of fun and getting to know a lot of people. And I owe Sylvia Betancourt. She's done this in the past, and she's kind of been the lead for me this year and helping me out, and couldn't have done it without her, and all the other parents who have volunteered and donated.
Sylvia's awesome. She started this a few years back. It's been just a great opportunity for football. We're going to get ready to go in the second half, but Megan, we just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to let us come in and be in your house and be able to broadcast on YouTube and say good congratulations and great job.
Well, the Crusader program's the best program in the city. I started at this school in high school like 25 years ago. We're actually honoring my year this year, so that's making me feel a little old, but it's been great.
Well, listen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me tell you, hopefully we'll do a couple more games and get you back out on the air again.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Jay.
All right, thank you. That's Megan Dahlberg, and I'm going to swing it back to our hostess with the mostest, Mr. John Urban, as he's going to take our play-by-play over. Thank you, Megan. Have a good day.
Bye.
Yeah, let me know what you can do, Meg.
Really appreciate Megan and all the people that helped put this incredible football on today here from CCH in downtown London, as it is the 3-0 CCH Crusaders against the 3-0 STA Flames. And as I usually say, somebody's always got to go. After 2 quarters of play, it really seems like we know who's getting the O eliminated from the record right now.
But now you're going to probably have to play this team again somewhere down the line. So it's all about building. There's a nice onside kick. They almost get it. What a kick, John. Beautiful kick. But that's what STA has to do here is take chances, try to build some confidence.
Jimenez tried to get crafty with it down the near sidelines, the sidelines that contains the viewers, or the fans, if you will, for this Friday night tilt. The only opportunity to get that ball would have been from Luca Fiera. And unfortunately, it was past Fiera, so it goes out of bounds. That's a penalty. Oh, wow, a penalty. Not like we saw, about 90% of that during all the plays of the first half.
I'm surprised we don't have the Adam Merrill's ticker on penalties tonight. It'd be a good stat to have.
Now, do you anticipate the penalty outages continuing here in the second half, or now that the score is at 29-0, that maybe the flags might go away a little bit?
I'm not sure. It's just been one of those games where there's been a lot of mistakes. So hopefully it goes away, but we'll see.
So it is the CCH Crusaders offense out there to start this second half of action. A little late to the party, but he's happy to be there, is Fabrizio Camanderi, as he'll join the offensive line to protect their quarterback in Tyrell Campbell. Campbell awaiting the snap from his center, though, and Dante Ibu. They do snap it to Campbell. Campbell hands it off to Hornick. Hornick trying to get off of one tackle and does. Tries to blow by a couple more. And to be honest with you, a last-ditch effort by one of the STA Flames defenders eventually takes him down around the 45-yard line. Not after he moves the chains, but man, oh man, if they don't make that tackle, I think he's going all the way.
Yeah, it's 28, the running back, Diebold, and he does a good job that time of, like you said, saving a touchdown.
So one play, and the Crusaders find themselves on their territory, now in Flames territory. With the ball at the 47-yard line, a little bit of a delayed handoff to Brennan Kiba. Kiba trying to get the edge, goes to the far sidelines, just trying to get back to the original line of scrimmage. And Kiba with a little bit of a word or two with the Flames, and that's actually something we thought about pregame. Man, oh man, those stands are awfully close to the action. And just a little bit of yellow caution tape separating the action from the fans. I don't know if that's going to stop Kiba and a handful of the Flames defenders trying to tackle him down.
Yeah, it seems to be keeping the fans from the field. I don't know, maybe we should try this, but put it at the other side of the track. And
you got to think, there's a 10-story apartment building just to the south side of the field. They're going to go pretty good free football game to watch from the comforts of their own home as the CCH goes back to the run, and Tyrell Campbell wanting a bit of a hurry-up offense here.
Yeah, hurry up. He hands the ball off inside, and nothing doing, though. Again, that interior part of the STA defensive line doing a great job today. And like I said, it's been those 4 or 5 big plays that have really broken the back of the Flames.
No huddle by the Crusaders after only getting a half a yard on the run play prior to this. They're going to fake the run. Tyrell Campbell needs one block. He's going to get it. And Tyrell Campbell past the 30, past the 20, cuts in at the 15, stutters into the end zone. Touchdown, Tyrell Campbell. Good. From 30-plus yards out, his 3rd touchdown of the evening.
Yeah, and this one was reminiscent of one from the summer against Essex. But you see him, he gets down the sideline, nice move. He's got some room, and then all of a sudden puts the brakes on, whoop, and then somehow then restarts and gets those legs up high. And, we're into run time now because it's a 35-point lead, so the clock won't stop as they go for the extra point here.
So it is unfortunate for one team coming in undefeated that you pretty much have an underlying of what's going to happen throughout the rest of this game, as Kiba puts it through the uprights, and he avoids hitting us here on the 3rd floor of the school, which I do appreciate from Kiba, as we go back to the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay of this Tyrell Campbell run from 47 yards out. And man, Jay, that stutter step move that he made at the 10-yard line, you see that in the college scene. You don't see that in high school football. That's some high IQ stuff.
Yeah, grade 9 too, remember, right? Like, he is the younger Campbell. And it's interesting because it's just worked out today that but I will say this, the blocking downfield has been exceptional. With all the flags that we've seen today, the CCH wide receivers, you got to really point out they've done a great job blocking.
Maybe Melrose can get us one more replay of that Tyrell Campbell touchdown. To be honest with you, though, partner, he needed one block on the outside right here, though. That could have been called when you consider the amount of penalty flags that have been thrown in this game. Sure. Absolutely, Jen. There's no way you can shake your head at that. The guy's turned around.
No, but I'm saying the block was clean. But you're right. In this type of game, it should have been called.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's actually really fortunate. And unfortunately for the Flames, if you will, as they will receive this kickoff from the 15-yard line. That is Semi Tau. Tau trying to sandwich himself between 2 Crusaders to get past the 30, but getting him down will be Dallas Albert with the help of a teammate.
Did they get the extra point?
Yes, they nailed the extra point there, friend. So it will be a 36-0 lead.
One run time, no, regardless, right? So now the clock will run. And
one thing I kind of noticed, and maybe we could talk about this now that this game got a little bit out of hand, but I noticed that some of the official scoring in both the TVRA and here in the LDA is capped at 41.
35.
Well, no, a lot of the scores online say 41, partner.
But it's supposed to be 35.
On top of that, most of those scores have gone beyond 50, beyond 60.
No, what I'm saying, it's a 35-point deficit. So if you're winning 41-6, they'll report that. If you won 49-6, they'll report it as a 41-6 win.
Quite blatantly put, what is that garbage?
It's the rule they put in. They don't want to show anything that's over 35 points, which actually can hurt sometimes in national ranks because you just don't get a true perspective on what the scores were of the games. But it was just because they felt, I don't know, it's just something that they made a decision on, and that's the way they do it here in our conference.
They're going to pitch play this one, do the Flames. It's a first down. The ball does squirt loose, but they're going to say he was already down on the field in Brendan Visuvath, and Visuvath does get a rare first down carry here for the STA Flames on your Friday evening against this Crusaders defense, which has allowed 0 points so far in this game. It moves the chains with the ball at the 45-yard line.
Yeah, nice play design there, and I thought Diebold had the ball, but they actually gave it to 80 and a nice run.
Especially in a city where there is an A and B division, why do you have to soften the scoreboard at the end of the day? Wouldn't you really want to know what the true score was so that you could clearly defy what an A and a Division B team would be?
Yeah, I think in the LDA, though, it's tough because they don't have as many schools as the public board does. So, unfortunately, you're going to get teams that are sometimes matched up, and it's a mismatch. And so, yeah, it's just something they decided to do, and it's something that you can't really change it because that's just what's been voted on right now at this particular point. But I agree. I mean, I'd like to know what the score is.
Hornick on the tackle on Diebold on the carry that gains about 2 yards for the Flames. The Flames really content on being a run-first football team, but to that adage, the 2 times back-to-back passing attempts from Landers, the second time he was intercepted. Now, that one wasn't returned for a pick 6, but later on in the game, he did get picked off by Brennan Kiba, who rumbled from 50 yards out for a would-be pick 6 for the CCH Crusaders. as once again, sticking to the ground game are the Flames. This time they're going to go to the right side to bring up third down. They gain a couple yards, but again, 3rd and 5 coming up here. Down 36-0. Do you simply throw caution to the wind and go for it here?
I think so. I mean, well, they're going to punt, so they're sending their punt team, unless it's their jumbo team. I'm not sure how many. It's hard to tell. Is it 3rd and 5, John, here?
Yeah, 3rd and I would say roughly 5, given the vantage point that we have here from the school on the 3rd floor.
So they're keeping the quarterback in, but they brought big guys in, so it'll be interesting to see what formation they come up with.
I do have to appreciate a lot of the big scoring plays have at least been coming at us, not running away from us. It's a lot harder to see 100 yards away than it is when the play's running at you. As the sun has set here in the Forest City, grandstand lights turned on via generators here at Kennedy Field. And again, a healthy 36-0 lead for the home team at their homecoming. I mean, I guess the fans are going to walk away happy from this one. Oh yeah, and there's still a second dose of football after this one with the senior game still on tap. Landers forced to throw it as he's tackled in the backfield. It would have been a sack for Dallas Elbert. Instead, Landers pitches it away. Incomplete pass. Turnover on downs. Crusaders ball.
Yeah, and he was throwing that ball to a lineman, so I don't know.
Would have been an ineligible receiver anyway and would have resulted in a turnover regardless.
Not sure what the play design was. They brought in big guys and they ran a play action, and I think they were looking for the post, but well covered by CCH. So, you're taking
CCH
chances.
has scored from everywhere. They scored from 2 yards out, 59 yards out. They've scored via a pick six. They've scored via a 105-yard punt return touchdown. They've had their quarterback rumble from 47 yards out. The only time they really got stymied when STA gave them the ball back on their own 30, they failed to penetrate the end zone in the dying seconds of the opening half.
And here's the funny, now you got 24 Hudnick in. Is there a guy missing from CCH?
Well, the snap to Tyrell Campbell. He's going to go into the air. A beautifully thrown ball is caught by Elbert. So a two-way player is Dallas Elbert, and he reciprocates not only great defensive play, but great offensive play here. Man, oh man, I love that throw from Tyrell Campbell. He simply said, I'm going to throw this up, and you got to go up and get it.
Yeah, little jump ball action, and big play that time.
Almost into triple coverage, he completes the pass. So now they find themselves in Flames territory due to the Crusaders. Rolling back in the pocket and flushed out is Campbell. Campbell zigging and zagging past a couple would-be tacklers. Eventually goes to the outside sidelines and tackled out of bounds around the 20, but not after a handful of flags thrown on the field.
I was wondering where the flags were. We hadn't seen them in a bit, but here they come. And so downfield here, I wonder if it's a block. Yeah, look at the block in the back there. Blatant by the lineman from CCH.
But I was just going to say, for both the defense and the offensive linemen, it's awfully difficult to maintain your assignment when sort of, jumping around like a dreidel back there is Tyrell Campbell. You don't know if he's going to zig. You don't know if he's going to zag. And every time you think he's zigging, he's zagging. Every time he's zagging, he's zigging.
Yeah, exactly. And be interesting to see. I think they've got Keyshawn Campbell going in a tailback here, which we haven't seen all year. It's something that they've had in their arsenal. And when he's your third-string tailback, this should be fun here to see some
looks like it's a
runs.
Holding penalty going up against the Crusaders here.
Yeah, good call.
Again, in a 36-0 game, though, the Crusaders will just take the yards and go back to work here on a 1st and long coming up. 1st and 20.
Yep, 1st down and 20. And
again, later on today, slated for a 7 p.m. kickoff, it's kind of deja vu all over again. The 3-0 STA Flames take on the 3-0 CCH Crusaders in the senior matchup. As we are over halfway through this junior matchup. In fact, we're close to the conclusion of this third quarter of play. One team's got a lot, the other team, not so much. Here on your Friday evening from Kennedy Field in downtown London. KJ Kennedy and yours truly, Johnny Urban, happy to take you through. Big shout-outs to our technical producer and director, and Adam Melrose, as well as our main camera guy, and Alex Stoddard, who's been doing an amazing job all afternoon, all morning, afternoon, turned evening long. TGIF to you from everybody here at the Junior Mustangs crew.
yeah, the STA, there's a conference going on there at, I'm not sure if that's Coach Clifford. I'm not sure what the issue is. Like, they're having a discussion, but I don't know. Was there something on the last play? Maybe the block in the back?
I can't imagine being down 36-0. You have too many, pleasant things to talk with the officials about.
I mean, it was a block in the back, but it wasn't. I don't know what the discussion would be, but obviously there's something that they're.
Is a block in the back a UR? And how many URs are you given per game per player?
I don't believe it's a block in the back. That's a good question, John. You know what? I don't have that answer.
That's the only thing I could think of. Coach Chris Clifford or his coaching staff started debating. We didn't go, wait a minute. If we can get one of their studs off the field, we'll take it.
Yeah, it'd be at one of the linemen. So, yeah, it's a good question. I know 3 major fouls and you're out. You are just trying to keep kids under control. I don't necessarily like the rule just because, a block in the back, unless it's blatant to injure, then I think it should be a UR. But here we go.
Campbell to Campbell action. Tyrell hands it off to Keyshawn. Keyshawn off of one tackle, past the 20 to the 10. Eventually forced out of bounds by the Flames, but not before doing some significant damage in to the Mama's Hot Italian red zone.
Yeah, you see it here, the outside zone to the field, and Keyshawn does just great vision, great moves as he just kind of cuts on a dime, and this high step in, just like him to just kind of run through contact here and maybe try to get to the 5, but trying to set him up. Nice run.
So into the Mama's Hot Italian red zone go the CCH Crusaders. If you recall, they failed to capitalize in the Mama's Hot Italian red zone to end the second half of action, but they actually got their first touchdown of the game in the Hot Italian red zone thanks to a 2-yard TD run by their quarterback Tyrell Campbell. This ball will be placed at the 9-yard line, first and goal for the Crusaders offense. You mentioned the clock continuing to tick given the scoreboard right now at 36-0, and maybe that's why we're just seeing such, lackadaisicalness between the plays, if you will, right now from Kennedy Field.
Timeout by CCH.
So interesting. We actually saw them do the same thing in the last plays of the first half.
Yeah.
Where they took a time out after Tyrell Campbell botched a snap from his 6-yard line to force him back close to the 15-yard line. And again, they did not capitalize on that drive. They tried to go for it on 3rd and goal. And they tried a little Campbell to Campbell connection, Tyrell to Keyshawn. Keyshawn couldn't handle the pass. So it was a little thrown behind him, if you ask me.
Yeah, well, the pressure was what would cause it. It was there early, but the pressure didn't allow it to come out on time. And then the late throw, great coverage that time by STA. And I think it was Diebold in on the coverage.
So out of the timeout, the Crusaders go back onto the field. The Flames, hoping they don't get extinguished on this next play. Already down 36-0 with their 3-0 record slipping away from them. It looks like they are going to walk away from Kennedy Field on your Friday afternoon turned evening with a 3-1 record in the LDA Junior Boys football standings here in 2019. So motioning from the right to the left side is Brennan Kiba. It is Tyrell Campbell, wide open, and he drops the ball. That's Fabrizio Camanderi. He catches that one. He could crab walk into the end zone and put it on the board. Instead, maybe thinking about the end zone before it's in his paws right here.
Great throw, though, John. Right on time. Just got to finish it. So did they go for the field goal? To me, John,
it's second down.
Is it second? Oh, my bad. Okay. So I think if you don't score here, though, I'd like to see a field goal time. But, you're going to need one later in the year. Try to build some confidence into that unit. But we'll see what happens here as they've been pretty explosive when they've had their opportunities.
So they tried to go to the error on the 1st and goal play to Commandery. It didn't work out. Now they're going to go to a run play to Hornick. Hornick, though, will be tackled by O'Hara. Grady O'Hara. He's been all over on this grass this afternoon, and this is the first time I get a chance to say his name because he's been playing great defense out there for the Flames. A great hit on Hornick. Limits his gain to about 2 yards to bring up 3rd down. And to your previous point, I don't think Brennan Kiba is kicking a field goal. They're going to go for it again. And if you recall, very similar vicinity to the last time they tried to go for it on 3rd down, and they did not make it. So a 3rd down conversion attempt. Tyrell Campbell looking to go to the end zone. Has a man. The ball's up in the air. And it's not intercepted. Oh, man.
Been gone.
Grady O'Hara would have been long gone He had the ball fall into his lap from the skies at the goal line with nothing but 100 yards of real estate in front of him right here, and it goes off his mask. It's an incomplete pass. No touchdown by the Crusader. No pick by the Flames. No pick six by STA. It's an incomplete pass. It's a turnover on downs. And it's the conclusion of the third quarter of play here from Kennedy Field.
And what a game so far for the Crusaders, up 36-0.
If we go to the Air K-Jacks Communications recap of the game, a 2-yard TD strike from Tyrell Campbell was followed by a 59-yard TD catch from Brennan Kiba. Then Brennan Kiba had a pick six from 50 yards out, a 105-yard holy cannoli punt return touchdown from Tyrell Campbell. Campbell wasn't done there as he had another 47-yard TD
fumble
jump as this ball continues to roll loose. Eventually falling on top of it for the Flames, though, will be Aaron Anderson, double A. And I apologize. That's the play that concludes the third quarter, not the previous one. As again, we don't see the scoreboard directly underneath us as we are now in the fourth quarter of play from Kennedy Field in a 36-0 football game favoring the home team during their homecoming in CCH. And oh yeah, because they flipped sides, they're going to have to travel 95 yards down the field to set things up for the fourth stanza.
As we come into this last quarter, and I'll be kind of leaving for the next game, but I'll tell you, I want to thank Adam Melrose and Alex Starr taking the day here to give us three games, triple header, and of course yourself, John, and Ron. This is it's a lot of work. 3 football games, you can be pretty delirious after that, and then there's a whole bunch of college football games that you might be watching tomorrow. And I know Adam's got a big game tomorrow in Hamilton in the Hammer Junior Mustangs, heading in to try and secure a home playoff game. Good luck to you, Adam, tomorrow. Give us a synopsis, Adam. How are we looking to going into that ball game?
I think everything's looking really good. We got lots of film. We've played them before. Unfortunately, they beat us our first game of the season. I wasn't, unfortunately, at that game because I was out of town for work.
That's probably why they lost, though, eh?
Well, I mean, I think I had my rookie assistant defensive coordinator. It was his first game he ever called, and he admitted that he was a little scared. So you know what? There's those obvious things that sometimes you just don't see. And I like to surround myself with successful defensive coaches, and you know what? Our unit wasn't there that day, so there was guys just not seeing what they needed.
But you're starting to play really good football, holding Cambridge, the #1 team, to 14 points last week. Big game in the Hammer. Good luck tomorrow, Coach DeSanto, and of course Coach Melrose.
Landers trying to go into the air. This ball is incomplete. A late flag thrown by the officials, trying to find, I believe, number 88 in open territory. That would be Jacob Bamford. Was Landers the quarterback? And I thought Bamford probably should have picked this ball up. I mean, yes, it's a little high, but he's got the real estate to reel it in.
Just wondering what the flag is, I guess. Is it a pick play? What is it? There was no contact, I don't think. Did you see any contact, John?
Well, fantastic.
Oh, right downfield here. Yeah, the STA receiver was blocking one of the DBs on the pass, and so that's what the penalty is, and unfortunately another miscue.
So that's what gave them the open real estate, and yet they still weren't able to capitalize.
When they said clear out, they mean run your guy off. Don't run him over. So something they'll have to work on. But yeah, you know what?
You see the contingency here, though, on your Friday evening, taking in this junior football game, and still more trying to pile in to Catholic Central High School's territory here in downtown London for the senior game to follow. As Landers once again trying to go into the air. This looks like it's picked off, and it is. Another interception by the Crusaders. Manny Prado coming away with this one.
Yeah, and the Crusaders, Coach Fink going to his bench. Prado into the ball game at the boundary corner spot and just does a good job of tracking the football and kind of the same throw that we just saw. And this time again, the same block was there. 36 was still blocking on that play downfield, but this time Prado was able to get off and make the interception.
So Prado adds his name to Kiba and Keyshawn Campbell as the three gentlemen all have interceptions in this 36-0 tilt in favor of their CCH Crusaders in their homecoming here in 2019. You mentioned how they're two-way studs, a plethora on this Crusaders crew, and you weren't lying. You see those three gentlemen with the interceptions. At least two of them have played a factor on the offensive side of the ball as well. as Brennan Kiba picks this one off of the turf, and really no real estate to speak of, is going in like a bull in the china shop. I believe is Mateo Santagapita.
Yeah, Santagapita, one of the star players on this club, and it looked like there was a holding call too that got missed, John.
As they're seeing on this replay here.
Yeah, big time. Defensive coach up here, Mel. Yeah, there's always holding.
So QB2, if you will, Brennan Kiba at the helm, but before he can snap the ball, whistles are blown. Not 100% sure. They pretty much just moved the football about an inch or two, and they're telling the lines to reset. Looks like the center for the Crusaders out there right now, and Noah Ramirez also didn't have his strap up. So then they got that equipment handled. Brennan Kiba with the handoff, trying to work his way right up the gut is Anthony Crucio. Coach, you coach this gentleman. Maybe you could talk about Crucio a little bit and what he brings to the table.
Well, Adam actually coaches his younger brother at linebacker, and one of our stud linebackers. Crucio was one of our captains from the Bantam team this summer. Antonio was just a great kid, a great student athlete, and pretty solid running back. It's just playing behind some grade 10s and some older guys right now, but he's definitely a load and a guy you want to have in the playoffs, John, who can get you important yards in important situations.
So Brennan Kiba takes the snap. Looks like he's going to hand this one off yet again to Crucio, who's appeared at least like he had some real estate up the middle, but that closed up really quickly with the Flames defense, as you were getting a little bit of a glance there at the senior team of the CCH Crusaders, who also come in with a 3-0 record, just like their junior team is looking to improve to 4-0 in this final quarter of play. That senior team you're looking at right there is looking to go 4-0 this evening against a similar opponent, 3-0 STA Flames. I feel like Yogi Berra, deja vu all over again. Yeah, and the linemen, the next game you're going to be able to call, John, you're going to see some great line play on the offensive defensive line from both clubs. But I'll tell you, the CCH
hoping
for a bit closer score. Not going to lie, KJ. Not going to lie.
Well, I think we're different on that one. But, obviously a great football game is a great football game, and you like to see the close ones. But from my heart, probably don't hope for that.
Here's a pitch play for the Flames. A big play for the Flames. STA down the near sidelines, past midfield. Past the 50, eventually thrown down at the 40-yard line. Man, oh man, that's Debo time.
And that's what, let's get the replay. I remember watching the LMFA. I think one time Adam and I were watching a game. We were coaching Lucas Hammers, and we saw this kid, and we're like, wow, look at this guy go. And just get him the ball to the edge. If he can get to the edge, he's dangerous and strong kid. And, Coach Campbell actually coached him a couple years ago when he was with the Junior Mustangs as a running back.
I know it's D-Bold, but man, I really feel like when he made it, they should play the D-Bo music from Friday.
Yeah.
Because, you knew the pain was coming eventually, and he finally breaks out with a big play here for the Flames. Can they get that goose egg off the board? I think that would be, a feather in their cap, if you will, to come out of Kennedy Field with.
There he goes.
Here's a pitch play to the left side. Diebold trying to do it again. Gets to the outside edge, a first down and more. Past the 20-yard line, eventually tackled down at the 17 with the help of Jeff Studnicka.
Yeah, and there again, you see him get the edge. A nice block set up here to spring him, and you got to like what Diebold's doing right now.
He was able to use his speed to blow by number 12, who I don't even have on the sheet right now, Coach. And then, as I mentioned, it was the young Jeff Studnicka that eventually was able to tackle him down to the grass here. But not before they get into the Mama's Hot Italian red zone. Now, can they come away with some sandwiches? And when I'm talking about sandwiches, I'm talking about points, folks. They're down 36-0. So you see that line trying to spread out, making sure that they're Stevenly crossing the plane. Ethan Sutherland, the center, awaiting the snap to his quarterback and Landers. Landers on the pitch. It's a reverse, and everybody bites on it. Can they get into the end zone?
No.
Just shy by about a yard. Man, oh man, even I started to get excited here, Coach KJ Kennedy. I know I'm supposed to be bipartisan and all, but I was really hoping to see Justin Zerl get into the end zone on that double reverse. A beautifully designed play.
Got the first down, Diebold with the handoff.
Just tripped up. You looked like he was gonna lunge,
Yeah.
but just before he lunged out, his shins got knocked out from underneath him and his knees collapsed.
And now as a young team, now again, they're a running team, but if you're a passing team, this is where it becomes difficult on a field like this if you don't practice with these type of dimensions.
First and goal from the 1-yard line. Trailing 36-0 here in the fourth quarter. The STA Flames looking to get on the board on your Friday evening. The quarterback in Lawrence. Landers keeps it.
Fumble.
Now the ball looked like it might have been loose. And now they're going to say touchdown
Yeah,
Flames.
they both recovered it, so that's our second recovery. It got dislodged just a little bit. You'll see it here, John. I think, I'm not sure. Yeah, it just kind of slips out of his hands, but then he scoops it up and gets the touchdown, and a nice drive by the STA Flames there.
So it's Cole Landers, the quarterback, with the handoff to Diebold, and Diebold, a little stutter, a little gasp of your breath if you're a Flames fan as he crossed over the plane, but it is a
And
touchdown.
your boy's in, number 3, Evan, is in the ball game from the summer. Evan Horton.
Oh, that's right, for the season. I thought you were talking about SCA part.
No, Evan Horton in the ball game at linebacker, playing Sam.
So will be the PAT coming up here for STA as they finally get their first points on the board thanks to Diebold. The snap and the hold is good, and the extra point is through, courtesy of Noah Marcellus. So there you go. If you're an STA fan, you're walking away a little happier than you would have been before. Your team was trailing 36-0.
3:51 to go. I just got a text.
So now, with 3:51 to go in the game, a 29-point lead for the CCH Crusaders in their homecoming. Well, they can cook the rest of the clock and head out to the exit doors with the W.
Yeah, 4-0, nice place to be, and 2 games to go. Obviously, the public playoffs start next week, as they have to start a week earlier because of all the extra teams and the extra round of playoffs. 2 more weeks left for CCH. I think the juniors is their last game of the year or next week will be their last game of the year because I think Holy Cross doesn't have a junior team.
Well, STA last regular season will take place in 2 weeks' time. That's Thursday, October 31st. Hopefully you get some Halloween candy for me there, KJ. They'll be at St. Joseph's to take on the Rams with a 2 p.m. kickoff. For CCH, their last regular season game will be next Thursday at home when they take on Regina Monday at 11:30 a.m. right here at Kennedy Field. As the fans continuing to roar all the way to the end as you take a look at this last play.
STA gets the onside kick, and they recover it, so big play for the Flames.
So Mama's Hot Italian sandwich replays. You got to see it there. The onside kick works to perfection. A little plinko action, and the Flames do recover it. They say better late than never, Coach KJ Academy, and this team was losing 36-0. They finally get onto the board thanks to a 1-yard touchdown run from Jackson Diebold. And now they get the onside kick, and dare I say, momentum on their side, and the wheel's starting to spin in the Flames' direction. So into the quarterback shotgun formation is Landers. 2 run to the line. Quarterback in the pocket. Pump fakes. Looking to go deep downfield. And he's got a man open. 10-5 end zone. Touchdown Flames. Nicholas Jimenez from his quarterback, and Landers from 45 yards out. What a strike.
Yeah, nice pump fake here, and just fires it down the field, gets behind the secondary of the Crusaders, and wow, where was this? I mean, 36, again, obviously a lot of different guys in the ball game right now, but still, though, that explosiveness, 2 big drives, 2 quick scores, and, with under 3 minutes left, who knows? It's Canadian football.
Well, not only you mentioned Canadian football, which means time is an eternity, as well as being of the essence, which is just sort of mind-boggling. But on top of that, a 36-0 deficit, and within 30 seconds, it's eliminated, and it's already down into the 20s here, as the extra point is no good. Just sort of kicking it into the crew right there was the kicker, who just picked up the touchdown, by the way, and Nicholas Jimenez from 45 yards out. You see the replay here. Man, oh man, get excited if you're an STA fan, because at least your team has shown life here in the dying minutes of play.
Yeah, just crazy. 6:43 local time here, and I don't know if the STA seniors are here yet, John.
And I think it was Solomon Harwood not to point fingers, but he was the one that was burned deep down the field by Landers, who pump faked, it looked like not just once, but twice, and got the real estate for Nicholas Jimenez to get behind the defender in Harwood. Right here, Harwood just stopped for that half a second, and it allowed Jimenez, who also, by the way, had to stop a little bit for the ball first, catch it, and then make his way northbound into the end zone.
And 28 was actually Khadija Fode. She's a DB. Another two of the lady players on the Crusaders roster.
So the score now is 36-13 in favor of the Crusaders, a 23-point lead on your Friday evening. And I know it doesn't make a difference because at the end of the day, it's still going to go as a loss on the Flames record, but I'm always under that old adage. I would rather walk away from a loss with some points on the board than to get shut out.
Absolutely. Remember we said, what did you say at halftime? Well, right now, what was the score? 29-0?
Another attempted onside kick.
29-0. They're winning the second half here, 13-8. So
that's right.
That's a moral victories, especially when you're in a game where you really don't think you can come back. I mean, anything can happen, but
But you did mention it at the halftime break that if you were the STA coaching staff, you'd be telling your staff and your players, for that matter, you have to forget about the first half. Play this game like it's a fresh start. Play this second half the way you wanted to start this game. And to be honest with you, it took to the fourth quarter to do it, mind you, Coach KJ Kennedy, but STA did wake up. It was a 1-yard touchdown from Jackson Diebold, an onside kick, and then a 45-yard hookup between Landers and Nicholas Jimenez, but they tried to go back to the onside kick. A little too much mustard under the leg this time. It goes out of bounds. It's not only a penalty yardage tacked on, but more importantly, it's CCH ball. As you see some fans, young and old, taking in on the action.
Yeah, it's starting to fill up. You're expecting about 2,000 people tonight in here.
As a high snap settled down by Brennan Kiba. Kiba's going to keep it himself. The QB2 going for a gallop. It will be swallowed out of bounds close to the first down marker. And I'm noticing a little fire in the belly in this Brennan Kiba guy, because when he's tackled, he sure doesn't like it and gives the 9-yard stare to the STA Flames at the end of this one.
Yeah, and again, it looked like a kind of a broken play. I think he was supposed to hand it off inside. The back wasn't there. Trying to get the secondary guys into the ball game and get them reps, and the healthy crowd, like you said, and just a beautiful night in the Forest City. And
beautiful sky, too, almost pastel crayon-like in the sky with those blues, purples, and pinks with the setting sun, I should say. Well set behind us in the western sky in the Forest City. Brennan Kiba, very similar play design to the previous one. He's going to have the first down and more, eventually tackled out of bounds. He's got to be careful with that crowd. Talk about going right into your living room, folks. If you're right there, that's the way to pay for a front row seat.
Also tomorrow, if you're in London at 10 a.m. at Citywide, our Pee Wee team will be hosting their last home game as they are trying to finish, I think, in second, Adam, with a home field playoff game to come after a bye week next week. So we know Coach Summers, just some family stuff going on. Just hoping and praying for them and as they go through a tough time. But congratulations to their great season. And if you're out and about tomorrow morning at Citywide, come on out and watch your junior Mustangs finish their regular season at home at Pee Wee.
1st and 10 play. Brennan Kiba in the shotgun takes the snap. Once again goes to the right side and once again has real estate. First down and more towards the end zone and takes a mean lick before getting into pay dirt. And
Diebold.
And a flag on the play.
That was a can of you-know-what, man.
The can that you can't put a cap back on once you open.
He laid into young Kiba.
But I don't like this. They go to the well 3 straight times, and if you are STA, I'd imagine you still have an axe to grind because you're down by 23 points. Then you see the fact that, wait a minute, I got a chance to light this guy up like a Christmas tree. Why would I put on the brakes?
Yeah, just an interesting situation.
And it goes against CCH, the penalty, so Kiba takes a mean lick, and in reality, it's all for nothing.
It is. And you almost think, do we get Kiba out of the game right now? But you want to get his reps at quarterback. You need to get your second string. I mean, CCH knows that from last year, losing the talented Corson Skellett in this very game against STA.
So instead of having a first down, it goes to 20 yards needed for CCH to move the chains. They're going to hand this ball off. Not being able to go anywhere, though, is Anthony Crucio. So again, AC No need to turn on the AC this time of the year, and they only get a couple yards to the right side.
Yeah, we got to be approaching the last minute. I think the referee has his, I don't know if the minute flag, I know that's what they used to do, but definitely we are in the last minute, I would think.
We almost need to put a giant mirror on the other end zone so that we
Yeah.
can reflect it back
Maybe
and
to see
see
one
the
of those mirror windows. No.
Yeah, see the scoreboard directly underneath us. And one thing too, we mentioned it when we were at South earlier today. It's a very similar situation, only the scoreboard on the one side. So if you're looking eastbound, just like if you were looking eastbound at South, you have no play clock to tell you what's going on. You have no scoreboard to tell you the game clock. You really got to go off of, good football IQ, a coaching staff informing you that the play is coming down, and this will be the final play of the game. A knee concludes this ball game. CCH prevails by 23 points, 36-13, and improves to a perfect 4-0 here at Kennedy Field in Week 4 of LDA Junior Boys Football. CCH will look to go to a perfect 5-0 next week, next Thursday, right here at home when they take on Regina Monday Catholic High School at 11:30 a.m. For STA, they dropped to 3-1. Still good for second place, though, in the LDA Junior Boys Circuit. And in 2 weeks' time, on Halloween Day, they will travel to St. Joseph's to take on the Rams to finish off their regular season at a 2 p.m. kickoff. Coach KJ Kedemy, 36 points for the Crusaders, and is as the greatest line in all of sports forms at midfield. Your thoughts on the conclusion of this great football game?
Well, you saw a tale of two tapes. You got to see a little bit of STA's offense when they opened up a bit. Again, it was backups in the ballgame, but still some confidence builders. But the CCH offense is going to be very difficult. They've got guys that can score at any point in the ballgame. They're going to have to clean up the penalties, though, John. Way too many penalties tonight.
We go to the Air K-Jacks Communications recap of the game. It all started with a 2-yard Tyrell Campbell TD run. Then Brennan Kiba, 59-yard TD catch. A pick six by Brennan Kiba, would eventually increase the lead to 21-0. 22-0 when you tack on Akiba Rouge. A 105-yard punt return touchdown from Tyrell Campbell. I think it's safe to say, Coach, that was the holy cannoli play of the game.
Absolutely. And we think of Brenda, we wish you well. And, John, like I said, I appreciate all you guys, all the work that you put in, and, doing that homecoming at Lucas. Today at South, a triple header. Thanks to all the guys that make this possible, and to yourself, the voice.
Well, the Air K-Jacks Communications recap is not done, and neither was Tyrell Campbell, as he followed up that 105-yard punt return touchdown with a 47-yard gallop from the quarterback position. Eventually, and I do say eventually, down 36-0, the Flames offense would ignite. Thanks to a 1-yard run capping off a great drive by Jason Diebold, an onside kick was quickly followed up with a 45-yard hookup. An excellent pump fake by the quarterback in Cole Landers to find Yemenez, number from 45 yards out. That was Nicholas Yemenez that wears number 35 from 45 yards out to give them 13 points on the board. As you see the respect at midfield with both these two teams taking a knee, that's the kind of sportsmanship you like to see after a hard-fought LDA Junior Boys football battle.
And they always do this prayer, and it's really special on this homecoming, and so really good to see the two teams come together.
For Adam Melrose, as well as Alex Stoddard and KJ Kedemy, I am John Urban, 36-13 in favor of the Crusaders here in LDA Junior Boys football, as the Crusaders prevail to a 4-0 record and look to conclude their 2019 season undefeated next Thursday here at home against Regina Monday. For the STA Flames, they go to 3-1, looking to round out their season in 2 weeks' time with a 4-1 record at St. Joseph against the Rams on 2 p.m. on Halloween. But don't you dare touch that dial, football fans. This is just the first of 2 CCH, the second of 3 football games, as we have the best of the best yet to come. The senior game between the undefeated Crusaders and the Flames is deja vu all over again, and it's next on Junior Mustangs TV. And welcome to Kennedy Field here on your Friday evening. Somebody's O has got to go. It's the 3-0 CCH Crusaders taking on the 3-0 STA Flames. It's the 2019 CCH homecoming. If you joined us earlier this evening, it was the junior team who was also undefeated, improving to 4-0, handing the STA Flames junior team their first loss of the season as they dropped down to 3-1 and a 36-13 final. So it is the senior team in their navy blue uniforms, white pants, white numbering, and white buckets taking on the STA Flames. And well, they say a white flame is the hottest flame, if you will, and that, I guess, is the reason why they have the jersey scheme they do. Red buckets with the black trim, off-white numbering on white jerseys. As a broadcaster calling this game north-south from one of the end zones, I will do my best, and I use winks here, best wink, to try and call the STA players, because off-white on white jerseys seem a little difficult, let alone when you're calling a game on a Friday evening under the grandstand lights here from Kennedy Field. But yet, the stage is set between these two teams. In fact, the last time they hooked it up was in last year's United Way game, and that resulted in a 38-3 final for the CCH Crusaders. And to be honest with you, I'm kind of hoping, from a fan and a broadcaster's perspective, that we avoid a similar fate here this evening. We already saw a 36-13 final in the junior game. And again, it was 38-3 in the senior game when these two teams hooked it up last year in favor of the CCH Crusaders. The Crusaders won the coin toss, and they deferred to the second half of action. And as a result, it will be the Flames receiving this ball to start this game. Mark Bukaboom, who is one of the big linemen in this linebacking core that the Crusaders possess, will be the one to kick this ball away from the 45-yard line. And again, if you're just joining us, it is LDA Senior Boys Football Week 4 action 2019 homecoming for the CCH Crusaders. And I beg your pardon, it's David Castellon, number 16, Castellon, that appears to be putting this ball down at the 45. Castellon kind of zigzagging between two teammates, though, so not 100% where he's going to put the ball. Oh yeah, he's got to put it down at the 45-yard line to boot this ball away, and that's where we're going to begin, as I'm joined right here in the play booth by our technical producer, our director, overall great guy, and now add color commentator. No, hold the phones. Get out of here, Melrose. Get out of here.
Coach Ron makes it.
Finally get the voice of an angel literally as they're approaching the pigskin at the 45-yard line. Ronnie?
Winner, chicken dinner.
Well, the chicken had a bunch of smokes for dinner.
Just
As
one.
back into the game, David Castellon, your thoughts between the undefeated STA Flames and the undefeated CCH Crusaders. Somebody's O's got to go during this broadcast.
Yeah, this is going to be an uphill climb for the Flames from the STA. I really think they're a good size team. They've got a lot of speed, but we're talking about the number 3 nationally ranked team in Canada here. They're very, very complete size, speed, athleticism across the board. This is going to be a tough matchup for the Flames. Look for them to hold it close, but I think at the end, the Crusaders are just going to have too much for them.
Crusaders have produced 58 more points of offense in the 3 games compared to the Flames, but the Flames have the better defense, actually, Ron, only allowing 14 points so far in the 2019 season. The ball is kicked away, and here we go. Now, Ron, you're going to need the best eyes you got today, partner, because we're calling this game from the 3rd story of CCH High School, and we're kind of calling this game on a north-south route, a bit of a different perspective than what we're used to here on Mustangs TV.
Well, yeah, it's a different perspective. It's actually the view that I love. I love seeing how the play develops and everything else from this angle, because you get to see offensively and defensively where the matchups are and everything else. The problem for us, I'm just going to be honest with you, John, the Flames are wearing white jerseys with
white numbers,
with silver numbers, and I'm gonna say it right now. There's not a chance I'm gonna know who's carrying the ball or what.
Well, I know Nick Bullock is their quarterback, and he's gonna take the snap. Looks to go to the air on the first play of the game into double coverage. The ball is up in the air. It's knocked around. In fact, a potential interception there for Rayshawn Blake. But instead, it looks like it's an incomplete pass and a penalty. There might be pass interference going against the Crusaders here.
There's no question. Number 11 hits the receiver on this one, unfortunately.
Which is Jordan Debus.
Yeah, Jordan Debus actually does make contact before the receiver has a chance to break on it and everything else. And unlike the NFL game, this is a 15-yard penalty where it's not a spot foul. So move the ball up 15 yards, first down Flames. Good throw by Bullock on the first drive. Try to open up this defense a little bit.
Yeah, their first play of the game. They're not afraid to go to an aerial assault, and despite the fact that it was in somewhat double coverage, they still get the benefit of the pass interference penalty to go up 15 yards. Let's see what they do on their second offensive play of the game here in the undefeated STA Flames. The quarterback on the jet sweep is going to hand this ball off, and then a fierce football hit. Man, oh man, that might have even hurt me. Raul Espinoza, and I believe it's Christian Thompson in on the action.
Yeah, Thompson from the middle linebacker position. You can see him tracking right there, coming all the way across, just lowering the boom.
Oh my word. That'll wake you up on a Friday evening.
Yeah, it's you know what? It was a beautiful day in the Forest City here today. As the sun has gone down, we're probably sitting about 4 or 5 degrees field level right now. It is chilly out there.
Well, it's chilly, but when you consider it is Friday, October 18th, and you're in Canada, this is amazing fall football weather. As the Flames go back to the run play, but the Crusaders not having any of it on this affair, as it'll be actually a loss of a yard for the STA Flames.
Yeah, I love this play. This is a joker action, so you fake the jet sweep, you come back with the ISO play on second down. Loss on the play. What you're trying to do is get the linebacker to overreact to the jet sweep action there. The Crusaders do a good job of staying home and nowhere to run on the inside counter.
Keegan Vanek and Rayshawn Blake are back to retrieve this punt from the STA Flames, and I do apologize for STA fans as I'm trying to make out that number of their kicker. I believe it's Michael Doria, number 12, taking this, and will get a decent punt away. It takes a hop right to Rayshawn Blake. Blake's got real estate, and he's got Vanek leading a block down the left side. Vanek with one block, and there'll be a late penalty thrown onto the end of this play. Count 'em, Ron. 1, 2, 3 penalty flags on the Kennedy Field.
Well, I don't think you can engage on a block downfield, offensively or defensively, below the knees here. And you're going to see Vanek is actually hit right at the knees, right there.
Wow.
You can't do that. So that's what the one flag is going to be. I'm not sure if that's what all the flags are going to be on that one.
I would say 2 out of the 3 for sure, because they were thrown almost in unison. Right about now is when they're all thrown.
Yeah, so that's, for player safety and everything else, you have to engage in the upper half of the body. You can tackle a ball carrier, but you can't clip a blocker up front below the waist outside of the tackle box anymore. It's just not allowed in the Canadian game. And again, it comes down to a player safety thing. So good call by the officials.
You mentioned with both teams being undefeated with the 3-0 record coming into this evening's competition, it is still CCH nationally ranked that comes in as the favorite as far as the Vegas betting odds are concerned. And you think back to the last time these two teams hooked it up in 2018, it was the United Way game hosted by CCH, and they beat STA by a score of 38-3. Ron, we already seen a game in the junior side between two undefeated 3-0 teams, resulting in a 36-13 final. It's actually not that bad when you consider the game was 36-0 at one point for the CCH Crusaders to prevail over the Flames on the junior side of things. My point, though, 38-3 the last time these two teams hooked it up. Do we see a similar scoreboard potentially by the final whistle?
Potentially, you could see something like that, and here we go.
So they're going to hand this one off on the sweep. The offense for the Crusaders is cooking, and trying to stutter step his way to the right side further up the field is Keegan Vanek. Maybe, Coach, take me through this hot Italian sandwich replay. He didn't stutter just once, twice, maybe even 3 times. There's one, and there's 2.
And then get nice and low on the outside. Again, good gain on that. Vanek just running. This is almost a power sweep now, coming from the jet motion that you're seeing more and more Canadian offenses run into. But you get a couple blockers out in front of it, and it's almost the old Packer sweep that you're getting a couple pulling guys in front, lead blocks.
Ethan Chambers takes the snap, looks to hand this one off, a first down and more. great run. I believe that's Liam Hoskins, number 20, getting the carry.
Yeah, Hoskins just a straight ahead dive play, out of the ace set. Just running, you see number 65 does a good job of kicking out, walling off on that block there. Really good job by the center as well. I missed the number there.
That's Matthew Vanderploeg, by the way, 65, that creates that gap to take advantage by the running back and Hoskins.
And 67 on the lead block there as well.
Chambers takes the snap. Looks like it's another handoff, but the Flames read a run play the whole way through and stymie it, if you will, down to a gain of maybe 2 or 3 yards. To bring up second down.
Well, welcome back to the field, Matthew Henderson, middle linebacker for the STA Flames, coming on a blitz right there. You can just see him wrap him up and take him right to the ground there.
And I actually got the chance to talk about Matthew Henderson when I was in Kingston earlier this summer, as that gentleman suited up for Team Canada, or Team Ontario, I should say, at Football Canada.
Yeah, again, really dynamic player, probably one of the best linebacking prospects in the province.
Ethan Chambers hangs on to this ball. Maybe he should have handed it off, Ron, as the flaming white jerseys of STA swallow him up in the backfield.
There's really nowhere to go. They take away the inside run on this. The defensive end does a great job of crashing down and maintaining outside leverage, breaking down and forcing him. You're in no man's land at the quarterback. Ethan should have given that ball off, but even if he does, I'm not sure that he's going to have enough for a first down.
It looks like they are going to bring out the kicker in David Castellon to attempt a field goal here. I apologize. It's not Castellon. Or is it? It is. Number 16. Yeah. Who knew that trying to see somebody 80 yards away from me would be so difficult, Ronnie? This is roughly, we'll say, a 20-yard field goal attempt. The snap is good. The hold is good, but the kick is wide right. But can STA get out of their own end zone to avoid the Rouge? They have a bit of a break here, and I think by the whiskers of their teeth, Ronnie, they were able to get out of the end zone to avoid the Rouge as we stay at a 0-0 ball game.
Yeah, 0-0 ball game. Again, you see he just pushed it right away there. And he does a good job of pressing the edge there. Right there, he's out of the end zone. So he got it about to the 5 or 6 yard line, but now the ball's going to be placed at the 20.
Only a 100-yard field, not the 110 Canadian variety here at Kennedy Field at CCH. It's also a smaller field, width wide, than the normal Canadian football field. Yet, not only did that field goal get missed, I thought for sure, okay, well then they're going to get the Rouge. Rouge coverer, if you will, grabs it with about a foot out in front of the out-of-bounds line and gets it out of the end zone, and as a result, the ball is automatically placed at the 25-yard line. So, STA going into the air, the ball is caught. Nice tackle by the Crusaders in Luke Siakpa.
Number 3 on the reception for the Flames. They're just running, you're running a trips formation, just runs that route. We've talked about this so many times, Johnny, that out to the wide side of the field in the Canadian game is such a difficult route to cover.
And that's Jaden Blackman on the reception for STA. To be honest with you, though, Ronnie, I don't think he gained many yards out of that affair, though. It brings up 2nd and 10. So back to work go the Flames offense. Their quarterback lines up right behind center in Nick Bullock. Bullock takes the snap, looks to move the play over to the right side on the ground. The Flames go, but again, not much yardage out of this one. It brings up 2nd down.
Yeah, Crusaders do a good job. Just nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Really good penetration by the defense there.
I feel really foolish here, Ron, but 2 plays ago, did the Flames get a first down there? I just don't...
Yeah, they got a first down on that play, so now we're in 2nd down.
So here I am thinking that Jaden Blackman didn't have the real estate. Not only did he have the real estate, he moved the chains on that reception. It's the angle, Ron. It's the angle.
Welcome to 80 yards away.
So rolling back in the pocket is Bullock. Pump faking. Pocket collapsing. The quarterback's going to go for a gander. To the far sidelines in front of the bench. Scampers between the benches on his own accord. A high IQ football play by the quarterback in Nick Bullock. Gets the first down. Moves the chains. And the STA offense flowing a bit here.
I'm going to say it right there. If we can just roll that back, producer Adam, at the very end here, right on the side here. Look at the block there. Again, I can't see the numbers, and I do apologize. But look at the block right there. Right there does a great job of springing that, allowing to get an extra 5 yards on that. Good blocking downfield by the receivers.
Whoever made the jerseys for STA, listen up. Gray on black and white on white. Not good color schemes. As we go back to the offense of the STA Flames on the run, a gaping hole, first down, and more. Eventually shoved out of bounds, but not before moving the chains yet again. The Flames, well, they're on fire right now.
Inside zone play, bounces it out wide, gets to the edge. Speed kills, and a little bit of a tough finish on the end there. But a really good job of pressing that hole inside, seeing that there's a break right there at the very end. He bounces it outside, really does a good job using his speed. I think that was Blackman on the carry on that as well.
I would assume it's Jaden Blackman because he's done the majority of the damage for STA all season long, but to be honest with you, partner, not 100% sure. Although Blackman had 2 touchdowns in the 35-0 victory over Regina Monday last week. Oh yeah, he had 2 touchdowns 2 weeks ago in the 27-14 victory over St. Andre Passett.
Well,
and now he goes yet again, spinning off of 1 tackle, needing a block. To the 10, to the 5, diving into the end zone, touchdown Flames!
It is
Jaden Blackman from another area code, and a little extra effort at the end of that play to punch it into the end zone.
This is an outside zone play designed to go to the right-hand side. And this is what you can't teach. I've said this for years. I can teach you what to look for. I can teach you how to run faster. I can teach you to block. I can teach you how to finish a run. I can't teach you vision. You either see that hole break down in the middle or you don't. That's a really good job. Great vision by the STA Flames.
Awaiting the extra point, it'll be Michael Doria, number 12, attempting the PAT. The snap and the hold is good, and the kick is through. And early in the first quarter of play, after missing a field goal on the Crusaders drive, coming back all the way down the field, a 75-yard drive, capped off by this 40-yard Jaden Blackman TD run. Look at the spin cycle. Look at the move. But it's this last-ditch effort right here, Ron, to get into that end zone. That's grinder football.
Yeah, this is a really great effort again by Blackman. Just a really good job of pressing the hole. And again, the vision and the balance. You know, we were talking a little bit earlier today, John, you know, how we thought this game would go, and I kind of said, look for Crusaders pretty much all day, all afternoon.
And all evening, too.
Yeah, and this is not really a surprising start for the Flames because I knew that they were tough. And
but it sets up the table for a great football game, as we see
a car come on the field.
Yeah, with a house behind it.
I think there's a gate over there to get out.
Okay. So
apparently there is.
So the cars are heading towards the exits, but the people sure aren't. Because we got a football game here, folks. It's only 7-0 in the opening quarter of play from Kennedy Field, and the battle of the undefeateds here on Junior Mustangs TV. And despite the fact that they're literally wheeling out a house, still trying to bring the house down is the CCH offense.
This is funny because I think it's caught on the gate.
Well,
Your holy cannoli moment.
Yeah, your holy cannoli moment.
The house rolling out of the back gate.
Yeah, they are getting some staff over there. In fact, it does look like. And I don't know if there's a timeout on the field or the officials are saying, wait a minute, you know, with those cars close to the vicinity.
Well, yeah, because you can't play because there's a car about 3 yards outside of the end zone there as we see somebody from the Catholic Central staff going over to wonder what the heck is going on.
The only devil's advocate I would play is how often in the back left corner of this shallow end zone is that vehicle going to play a factor if they do continue play when you consider this. The entire 100 yards down the one sideline is separated by nothing but caution tape and 3 feet before a layer of fans. So let's face it, most of the action would go down the sidelines. Most of the action could implicate the fans that are really close to the action, only protected by yellow caution tape right there. And yet their main concern is a motor vehicle, which is in the far back corner of the end zone because I believe the vehicle in front of it, like Ron said, is stuck on the gate. Who knew wheeling a house with a minivan would be so complicated?
You know what? John, we've seen a few things in our.
To say we've seen it all, and then the next week we see some more.
Yeah, this is one of those, I really didn't see this coming moments. That was awesome.
Well, they do eventually, I think, get the gate open. They're nudging it out. Mike Myers might be behind the wheel of that vehicle, as it will be the Flames kicking it down the field, and it takes a bit of a kicker's roll. I thought that was going to go out of bounds. Keegan Vanek tries to head northbound, recovered the ball around the 15, got close to the 25. But I like kind of what Vanek did there. He saw the angle of where the ball was coming down. He thought, okay, I'll let it take a bounce, and let's see if it goes out of bounds for the free penalty yardage. Unfortunately, though, it takes a real kicker's roll right there and just sort of plunks into the earth.
Yeah, again, you got to remember the amount of rain that we've had here this week and everything. It's a soft field. We haven't seen any problems with traction or anything in the earlier game.
That's right.
But
we saw actually in our opening broadcast of the day from South with an 11:30 a.m. Broadcast, not only the rain from last night, but I think the dew on the grass from this morning really played a factor as Ethan Chambers hands this ball off to Marco Alea. And Alea goes right up the gut for a couple yards gain to bring up second down.
Yeah, Alea is much more of a fullback type. We saw, Keegan Vanek playing the slot position, getting a carry on the jet sweep. He's more of the speed guy. This is more of your hammer.
Man, I need LASIK or something. Even with my glasses on and with them 20 yards in front, I can't make out the STA numbers at all.
Nope.
That's not good for a broadcast to say on the air. Keegan Vanek, I can see his number. In fact, it takes an STA player to literally drag him from behind, but not before he gained the first down yardage. A holding penalty is coming up here, though, against the Crusaders.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're singing the praises of number 67 earlier tonight on a really good block.
Alexander Petta.
Yeah, Petta. I think Petta's going to get called for the hold on this. On the inside zone.
And Petta, if I'm not mistaken, has an older brother that played at Western, does he not?
Yeah, there's a little bit of
pedigree.
Yeah, pedigree with the Petta name. Not bad. Good job, Johnny.
Yeah, I know. I got a couple of those left in me, Ronnie.
All right.
The theatrics are just going to begin on a Friday evening, of course. But
and we're above the bar. We're not in it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we were going to end up either below or above the bar one way or another. As, again, we are late in the first quarter of action from Kennedy Field here in downtown London. It's a Friday night fight. Yeah, and we're under the lights here from CCH. In the pro set goes Ethan Chambers. This is a 2nd and 20 coming up for the quarterback. He's going to go to the air. Has a man deep. This one is in and out of the hands of Jordan Debus.
Wow, this is a really good throw, a really good route. Just a straight fade route out of the slot position. And you just basically, all you're doing is running a seam. Ethan Chambers, 3-step drops. He's looking left right away. 1, 2, 3, deliver the ball nice and high. Give the receiver a chance to go for it just off the fingertips. Really, really close on that one.
And go figure, I thought it was number 6 for the STA Flames in on the great protection there, and there's no 6 on my lineup card. So even when I think I see the numbers, Ronnie, I don't.
Yeah.
So this will lead to a punt attempt from Keegan Vanek with him right in front of his own end zone. They're not going to concede the safety, though.
Interesting.
Instead, Vanek's going to kick this one to midfield. The ball gets caught up in the air, which, by the way, is gusting northbound as that ball got blown to the southbound of the field into the crowd. Now, does the crowd get to keep that ball? Do you get the souvenir? Like baseball?
No.
Come on, man.
This would be more like the Michigan Stadium where the ball goes up and over the stands and goes thrown onto the parking lot. As it's really close to the parking lot, as we see over on the right-hand side there.
I actually saw Patty Mahomes. Hopefully he's okay with that knee injury he suffered in the last game with that dislocated kneecap. We actually seen him throw a football out of Arrowhead Stadium during practice.
Yeah,
throw it out of Arrowhead Stadium. They don't build tiny stadiums in the United States.
No, that was an impressive throw.
So an STA chant coming from the fans here at CCH. STA on the run. They got the first down and a little bit more. I believe that's Jaden Blackman again in on the action, eventually being tackled down by Luke Stills.
Yeah, Styles did a really good job of tracking him down. Again, you can't teach the vision, you can't teach speed of a running back. He does a really good job, and this is the hard part about in the Canadian game, is when you get a little bit of a space.
Is CCH taking STA for granted right now? You mentioned how they're nationally ranked, the 3rd ranked team in the nation, and yet they're down 7-0 on home turf. Their defense is reeling right now. I'm hearing STA chants from their crowd, Ron.
Yeah, it's something, if you were taking them for granted, boy, oh boy, you better wake up quick.
Ooh, a sandwich hit by the lineman of the Crusaders, not allowing the running back much real estate on that one to bring up second down. That's a fierce hit to take, especially in the October weather of Canada.
Yeah, this is a really good job. There's about 3 or 4 Crusaders. Big number 72 was there. 33 was there for the Crusaders. Right there, whap.
That's when all the airbags go off.
Yeah.
The front, the rear, the side panels.
Really good fit-up tackle there. Just meeting him right in the hole and stepping down. Good job there by the Crusaders.
Flames well within field goal range. How much do you gamble to try and get another major here, though?
You've got to put your foot on the throat.
So the quarterback looks to snap the ball, and Nick Bullock flushed out of the pocket. Bullock will be sacked in the backfield. There is a flag on the play. It looked like Keegan Vanek was the first one to the scene.
Yeah, Vanek's the first one in there and causes the pressure, and I think you're going to get the running back, Blackman, right there on the hold or a cut block, and that's exactly what you're going to do. Again, we talked about you can't cut. Right there, there's where the flag was. That was against number 80, I believe it was, for the Crusaders.
Is the cut a 15-yard penalty, Ron?
Well, normally it's a 10-yard penalty, but because of the sack on the play, they're going to decline the penalty
And take the yards from
and
the
take
sack.
the yard loss and the down rolls.
That's right. So it'll bring up 3rd and a country mile. It'll force STA to attempt the field goal here. As some people are styling and profiling. Get me that blanket, Ron.
That's pretty.
That's all of our salaries put together right there. As this is a field goal attempt from roughly 35 yards out. The snap and the hold is good. The kick is up and right into your living rooms. It is good. 10-0 for the STA Flames as their kicker makes it right through the uprights. I believe it's Michael Doria. And I do apologize to any STA fans out there. White on white, not that bright.
No, again, it's just a lot of times they'll do that so you can't identify the numbers and everything when you're filming, so you can't, number 3's got the ball, number 7's got the ball, or whatever. But for someone that is, calling a game, other than,
listen,
hey, really good run by the guy in the white shirt.
But I made the reference pregame, a white flame, that's the flame that's supposed to be burning the hottest and the highest, right? So I like the scheme, you're the Flames, and you got the Blanco uniforms to match it. However, just put red numbering or black numbering. Make it so I can see it from 10 yards out.
Put a trim on there.
Something, why not a little red trim? Have the white numbers with the red trim.
Again, I understand what they're trying to do by hiding the numbers.
I want to just talk to the equipment manager real quick.
Yeah, that's more, I believe that's more of an AD
That's
decision
true, yeah.
On their behalf.
Well, earlier, if you were joining us, it was the junior team of CCH prevailing over STA by a score of 36-13. And in that game, the junior team wore black uniforms with gray numbering. And you know what? I should have just shut my mouth because I was questioning that and being like, it's a little difficult. Gray on black is a lot better than white on white.
Okay, gray on black from the field level, it still wasn't good, just for the record, because it was a faded gray.
It was.
On the black
and a
number on
faded
top of
black.
it.
Yeah, it was a smoky black and an ashy gray.
Yeah.
And now we got a printer white on off beige numbering, if you will.
Yeah, yeah, I got nothing, John. Like we
No, they look great.
We
I'll say this
about the Ticat jerseys this summer.
That's right.
About those
yellow on
those
yellow and
those
bumblebee uniforms. Oh man,
And it was we kind of like tracking.
it's
going, this is
good
hard
to be
see.
different. I'm not complaining. It's always good to have your own style, to have your own flair, but just practicality right now is not helping out the broadcasters.
No.
But it is Ethan Chambers, QB1 out there on the jet sweep to Keegan Vanek. Vanek over to the left side, has some real estate, takes a bit of a low hit, but not before gaining about 9 yards on this play. He's close to the first down marker. It's either 2nd and inches or they're going to move the chains.
Well, again, it's just that jet power sweep there. You see all that motion going to the short side of the field. There you can see the fullback, the tailback, and the other slot back coming down. It's just basically you're running power sweep with a running back who's a great athlete in Keegan Vanek at full speed. I love the play design. I love the play concept.
And again, this is the 3rd of 3 football broadcasts on Junior Mustangs TV live on YouTube. We thank you for joining us all around the world as Ethan Chambers goes right behind a line of center, and Chambers gets a few more yardage than I think he was anticipating, and got ragdolled down by a linebacker in the secondary. But watch this on the replay. It's the final play of the first quarter too, Ron. He gets through the original line of scrimmage, he probably would have been just better off going down on his own accord.
Yeah,
It was more shocking that he got through the line, and then right about there, oh yeah, there's more players to face off against.
And then again, it's that sneak delay that everyone likes to run and everything now, and I'm not a big fan of it for that exact reason. I know you got the yards and everything on it, but your quarterback's going to take unnecessary hits.
They go to Liam Hoskins on this occasion, and I do apologize. They made the same mistake last game. That is the final play of the first quarter as we officially enter the second quarter of play. 10-0. Maybe a bit of a shocker in the making happening at Kennedy Field here on your Friday evening, as it is both teams entering with a 3-0 record, but only one team enters as the nationally third-ranked team in all of Canada, and that's the team that trails here at home during their 2019 homecoming after one quarter of play.
Yeah, for me, a little bit of a surprise happening. Not that STA was able to put points on the board or anything else, because we know how dynamic that they can be on offense. But again, for me, it's just STA's really kind of grasped control of the game. CCH is kind of just seems to be fighting, trying to find their identity a little bit more.
One thing I'll throw out too, and maybe you can add on to this, Ron, it feels like when there's a rivalry, a true rivalry, whether it's geographical, historical, or heck, I just don't like that team. Man, those always seem to make for great games and big upsets. It doesn't matter what style of sport it is. It's always when the underdog is viewed as too much of an underdog, that's when they have a little more bark than bite.
Well, yeah, and again, you never, especially on a big event, this is the one night of the year that Catholic Central has a night game. I don't think STA had one this year, so this is a big deal for these guys.
Chambers looking to go deep, one-on-one coverage down the near sideline, off the fingertips of Rayshawn Blake. And to be honest with you, Coach, if he catches that at the 5, he's probably falling into the end zone.
Yeah, there's no question. He jumps a little bit early, and I don't know if he gets lost in the lights here. Again, Chambers does a good job of putting the ball right where it needs to be, and then you kind of see that right at the end there. He kind of came out of the lights and into the shadow. Did it kind of get lost in there a little bit?
Now, we talked about this throughout a numerous broadcasts of night football games, and you do mention the lights, and I think it's a very fair and valid point, especially when you're talking about youth adjusting to the light for the first time. However, these are generator lights that are about 15 to 20 feet in the air. They're not quite the grandstand lights that are about 30 to 40 feet. Do you think that is almost more beneficial? Because there's no way they're staring directly into the grandstand lights, as this one is going to get punted, trying to pin their opponent within the 20, just failing to do so by 3 yards as the officials mark it down at the 23.
Again, we talk about the light standards and everything else, and it's different at a stadium because it is higher, but there tends to be brighter. But again, when you're used to that light being at a certain level, and then all of a sudden when the ball starts coming through, the ball starts dropping through the lights in its downward trajectory. And if you lose it in the lights, even for a split second, you see something like that can happen.
And yet we saw earlier in the junior game, it wasn't the grandstand lights, it was God's light, Mr. Sun, that played the biggest factor in the game, because let's face it, it's an east-west field, and that setting sun with the opening bright sky today really made it difficult for any team that was facing the school with their team on the field.
Yeah, and it was tough to see down there.
So in behind the center is the quarterback in Bullock. Nick Bullock will hand this ball off, but Blackman has nowhere to go. Great penetration by Sal McLawrence. Sal McLawrence, joined by his teammate in Jamison Eves.
Yeah, again, just a good job. He's playing the outside linebacker position or the two-back position, and does a really good job of maintaining outside leverage, breaking down, not allowing the bounce back lane. This kid's made a couple plays in this game already today.
Yeah, it was almost like Blackman saw Mark Bukaboom and went, wait a minute, I want to avoid him, but unfortunately forgot, there's a player right behind him, and CCH was able to gobble him up regardless, as it's a loss of yards, 3rd and 2. This one's behind him. That's a live ball. It's recovered by the Flames, but man, oh man, that was some risky business.
This is a gutsy call, and we saw this on Sunday night with the Chargers and Steelers game. There's pressure right away. You just throw that ball out there. That's a lateral. Okay, so that ball is live.
Yeah.
Blackman does a good job of jumping on that ball and maintaining possession. But I think what you're going to see is STA concede a safety on this particular case.
I was just going to ask you that, because after when it was a 7-0 game and they were in this situation, they didn't concede the safety. But now that they added the field goal and it's a 10-0 lead, do you concede the safety and start playing the field positioning battle? Or do you trust your defense? This is a defense for the Flames that shut out Regina Monday last week, shut out the MTM Spartans to start the season, and will have a 10-0 lead here. And as I say that, the goose egg is broken. Ronnie Ferwerda called it right. It's a safety conceded by the Flames. A 10-2 ball game here in the second quarter.
And here's the difference. If you're kicking on your goal line rather than kicking in your end zone, it doesn't sound like much. But 5 yards of that, it's a mindset thing. Also, the goal poles come into a factor, so you lose an angle on a certain position as well. At that point, you're better off just conceding the 2 points. Because otherwise, really, CCH is getting the ball on the 35, 40-yard line on a good punt with a return. And now the ball flips down to the 35-yard line.
And let's say if the defense ends up breaking instead of bending for the Flames, and they do concede the first major of the ball game, the Crusaders, in theory, would still have to go for a 2-point convert to tie this game up at 10-10.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you're playing for a 4-quarter game at that point by giving up the safety. First points on the board. Let's see if the offense can actually get something going here.
Yeah, Ethan Chambers trying to get his team back going. It was a Jaden Blackman 40-yard touchdown run, then a 20-plus yard field goal from Michael Dora that made it a 10-0 game for the Flames. And then the Flames concede the safety to make it a 10-2 ball game. So if you are Ethan Chambers and the nationally third-ranked team in the CCH Crusaders, you're going, well, wait a minute. We want some offense. We need some offense. We haven't gotten anything on the board from our own production in this game so far.
Yeah, and actually, Keegan Vanek was actually thrown down for a loss on that play. You know, let's give credit to this dude.
STA stepping up.
Defensive line is actually dominating Catholic Central's offensive line, and that's something that you haven't been able to say in a long, long time.
In the pocket, collapsing. It's Ethan Chambers trying to huck it down the far sidelines. Now, getting caught up in the defenders was Rayshawn Blake. He's a little upset, but at the end of the day, even if he didn't get caught up in those defenders, no way he's catching that ball, so there's no flag on the field.
No flag on the field. Ethan Chambers does a good job of getting that ball outside. Great job by the fan in the front row there, you know.
Was going in the garbage can.
Yeah, he was pretty close, but, you know, just seemed to drop right there, dropped right in his lap. He just put his hands out, gloves on, scarf, toque, and everything, and just dropped right into his hands.
Now, I've gone golfing with Ethan Chambers, and let me tell you this. He is a far better quarterback than a golfer. As this one is a high snap, settled down by the punter, and he gets off a beautiful punt that's going to trickle out of bounds around midfield. They're going to officially mark it down at the 44-yard line, and that is where STA will take over. So they have a 10-2 lead here on your Friday evening. STA looking to improve to a perfect 4-0. And as I mentioned, they've only conceded 16 points in the 2019 season. They shut out MTS Spartans 10-0 to begin the year. They gave up 14 points to St. Andre Bessette, the Bulldogs, as they're called, Ronnie. But they put up 27 in that game to prevail 27-14. Then they got another shutout, their second shutout of the season, last week against Regina Monday, 35-zip. Yeah, they've conceded a safety here, but defense wins you championships, and the Flames are sticking to that adage. This one gets double deflected. They're going to say interception. Wow, they're going to say he picked it off. I know it got deflected. I didn't think he grabbed it.
Okay.
But let's see it on the replay.
This is number 45. This is the tip drill. 45 gets into the lane. Great job of deflecting the ball.
Wow.
And I believe it was number 29 that came up with it.
So let's see it once again. Great job by Alex Stoddard on the camera here, and great job by producer.
45 tips it.
So on the tip drill would be Nicholas Stranges for CCH. But again, just trying to see who made the incredible catch there. I can see a 5 in there. Or maybe you're right. Maybe it is 23, Ron.
I think it was 29. I'm not sure. Is there a 29?
No, 23, though, would be Luke Siakpa.
Which is a possibility.
As CCH will benefit from the incredible interception. And go figure, great camera work, great replays, but it's actually the gentleman in Stranges that makes the tip drill that perfectly blocks our video. Get out of the way, Stranges! But either way, an incredible... And let's face it, even from that replay, to me that's inconclusive, but the official was about 10 yards, Johnny on the spot, and said, no, he caught it cleanly, interception Crusaders.
Yeah, really good athletic play. The point I was getting, why did we give up the safety earlier? That's literally to flip the 45 yards in the field position.
And Chambers is going to hand this ball off, fighting for more yards and eventually getting cleaned up in a hurry. I believe it's Liam Hoskins again on the carry.
Yeah, number 20 on the carry. Number 53, I believe it is, for the Flames, coming across with a big tackle there.
That'll be Lincoln Mills, if that's correct.
Yeah,
to be honest with you, Ron, I don't know how you saw that number.
They're shiny, so there's a little bit of reflection.
My eyes hurt from squinting trying to make out the numbers, okay? Like, this is getting frustrating up here. As Ethan Chambers goes into the gun, a first down play here for the Crusaders. They're going to hand this ball off to Hoskins again. Another dose of Hoskins, but this time the Flames say no, no, no.
45, that was Hendo. I believe.
Wow, Ronnie, you got laser beams all of a sudden. Matt Henderson, a product of Team Ontario, in on the tackle.
Yeah, just again, with something that you don't see very often is the Crusaders are being dominated on the defensive line, the offensive line. And that was Matthew Henderson coming from the linebacker position and just cleaning everything up there.
This is a big second down play coming up for Ethan Chambers and the Crusaders offense. The snap to Chambers. Chambers quickly releases it. Caught by Keegan Vanek. Avoids one tackle. Trying to stutter step around another.
Oh.
Eventually hauled up though. And to be honest with you, I don't think he has enough for the first down. It'll bring up third. And this could see a field goal attempt. Ron, do you think they're in field goal range though from around the 35?
Yeah, I think you're going to see them attempt a field goal on this. I question, on a cold night if the ball is going to carry that far. I wouldn't be surprised to see them punt the ball and maybe just try to get the rouge on this and play. Yeah, they've got Vanek back in the punt formation.
Yeah, and I was going to say, to be honest with you, Ron, I've noticed the ball carrying more towards the eastern direction, which would be the back of the Crusaders right now, not the western direction towards us in the play booth. So Vanek does punt this one away, once again trying to pin his opponent within the 20. They blew the whistle, but to be honest with you, Ron, the ball never went out of bounds.
No, but his foot was on the sideline when he touched it, so that's automatically dead. This is Blackman on right there. No,
Yeah, like, right, he doesn't, like, that's a live ball. It's not until he physically, by then the whistle had blown right there, and then he jumps onto it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the whistle was then. It was really,
Yeah, like that, again, great job by our camera crew to give you all the angles here, and great job by Melrose on the replay, courtesy of Hot Italian Sandwiches, Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches. Big shout-outs to Brenda, by the way, the mama of Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches. She went out for surgery this morning, and our thoughts and prayers go out to her for a safe and speedy recovery. We not only appreciate your sponsorship, the food, but your overall love that you give us for these broadcasts, Brenda. As this one will be a run play by the Flames. Great penetration by the Crusaders. Liam McDonough in on the tackle.
Yeah, McDonough does a great job. That's a young man who...
And Jaden Blackman appears to be hurt from the McDonough tackle.
But McDonough does a good job of getting low, coming across, breaking down, see him scrape alley, and a good finish there. And again, I think this is a situation where it's just a little bit cold out there, and Blackman...
Well, yeah, but to be honest with you, he is grabbing onto that left elbow, that left forearm.
He went down on it. That's who he, because McDonough went nice and low, got the hit, and I think he might have landed on it then, which I didn't really see at the first.
You can see the contingency of people that are rolling into Kennedy Field here at CCH as we're getting another replay on that McDonough hit on the running back in Jaden Blackman, who is still on a knee right now, but back on his feet. He's going to have to sit out for at least 3 plays as the crowd applauds him here. As again, another excellent shot of the crowd. Thousands of people taking on this Friday night fight under the lights. In fact, there's about a 10-story apartment building that's just near the property, and I see people piling into the parking garage of that apartment building. That's not even school property, folks, but people from all around the city want to check out this Friday night fight under the lights, and you know what? I don't blame them one bit.
And amazingly, only like 2 people on their balcony. I'd be renting that space out.
Maybe an Airbnb opportunity for the Melrose family waiting in the loom. As into the shotgun will go the quarterback and Nick Bullock. Bullock awaiting the snap. Little motion in the backfield from the Flames. They hand this one off. No real estate to go anywhere, though. That's Jack Howley grabbing the ball from the quarterback, and Bullock But a trio of Crusaders get to him, including Alex Chang, alongside his teammate and Luke Stiles. So just like that, the Flames go in the wrong direction. It's third down from their own 5-yard line. This is a team that's already conceded one safety in this game. They were leading 10-0. Then they conceded the safety to be 10-2. And I would assume here you concede another safety then, because going off of Ron Forwerda's old adage, the kicker here in Doria would be punting it away out of his own end zone. So why not just conclude the safety? And they do. So 14 points are on the board. 10 belong to the Flames offense, but 4 of which has been conceded as well by the Flames offense via their special teams. The Crusaders have not produced any points so far of their own. It's either self-inflicted by the Flames or done by their offense in this 10-4 scoreboard.
Well, let's see also the other side of the thing. Let's see what the STA can do if Blackson is out for any considerable time, because it's been the Isaiah Blackson show in this game.
Now, Blackman, I will say, got up on his own accord, made it to the bench, and appeared to be okay on those far sidelines. Now, he has to set up a minimum 3 plays, so he's eligible to come back in 2 plays from now. Or 1 play, I should say, from now. So I guess all eyes will be on Mr. Blackman wearing number 3 in the LeBlanco white uniforms as Ethan Chambers finds Keegan Vanek. Vanek breaks off of a tackle, past the 20, past the 10, into the end zone. Touchdown, Crusaders! A 70-yard strike, but hold the phone. There's a flag on the field.
Yeah, this is a great job. Vanek does a great job. We talked about it. You can't coach speed. You can't coach vision. He just puts his jets on. Ethan does a good job of just delivering that ball up there, right here. Makes the first man miss, and then all of a sudden, boom, 4 guys made the tackle, and nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Don't know what the flag was. I'm still waiting for the call on that.
It looks like they're pointing towards the offense, though, of the Crusaders. But are they going to say that's happened before or after the touchdown? As the touchdown is still good, according to the officials, a 70-yard strike from Ethan Chambers to Keegan Vanek.
So it's unnecessary roughness after the play, or objectionable conduct, excuse me. And so the touchdown is good. It'll be a 15-yard penalty on the kickoff.
And the extra point is good as it's punched through the uprights by David Castellon. And wow, after conceding 2 safeties and down by 6, the Crusaders get their first taste of the lead here in their homecoming in the second quarter of play to go up 11-10 on this Friday night fight under the lights. Ron Forwerda and yours truly, Johnny Urban, happy to take you through. We got to give a big shout out to Air K-Jax Communications and Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches for helping us put these broadcasts together.
You know, again, thank you very much to also the CCH alumni and everything else for letting us come in here. Producer Adam Melrose, to Stoddard on the camera. Again, just a great job. Johnny, as yourself, always professional.
I'm going to hold the thank yous until the bar comes and visits us.
Well, you know, but I'm going to throw
joking.
everybody under the bus and just say, I'm just here so I won't get fined.
That's right. Well, we would fine you, Ron, but you never would pay the fines.
Not a chance.
As Mr. Sun is long gone, it's a night sky, a bit of an overcast over the forest city. Not like you could see the stars in this town anyway with the light pollution. But mind you, it's still a Friday night fight under the lights, a healthy contingency here at Kennedy. It could be called KJ Kennedy Field one day, but it's Kennedy Field for now.
Is that Mrs. Kennedy on the camera?
Yeah, I think it could be. That is Mrs. Kennedy on the camera.
Yeah,
Right
there
there we
she
go.
is.
Big shout outs to Michelle and their devil dog Rocco, I assume, waiting for them at home. As an 11-10 ball game right now for the Crusaders after the extra point is good, gives the Crusaders and CCH their first taste of the lead here on your Friday evening.
Yeah, you know, again, CCH has kind of been dominated in this game a little bit by the Flames' defensive line. I thought that they've done a good job, and again, 1 broken tackle, and you can see why they are actually nationally ranked at number 3. You know, Keegan Vanek is a highly recruited kid, great speed, good vision, really tough kid to, you know, again, be interesting to see where he commits to.
Well, I think back to those 2 conceded safeties as Castellon's going to boot this one. And it looks like that's Blackman, so if you're an STA fan, that's a good sight as he's trying to make his way up the field, trying to split through a gap in the middle. Eventually tackled around the 33-yard line. So good news for the STA Flames.
Number 9.
Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, it was Michael Pitka on the return. Do we see number 3 going back into the offensive huddle, Ron?
No. No, I don't. So, again, it's really hard to see these numbers and everything, but I'm pretty sure I do not see a number 3 out there.
Yeah, I see 8. That's their quarterback and Nick Bullock, and you're right. It was Michael Pitka, number 9, who's staying out there.
30 in at the backfield, so no.
So yeah,
Blackman's still out.
Jaden Blackman is still out, and I'm sorry for all the SDA fans out there as it's Jack Hawley taking over right now. So plenty of flags going on this one. The play won't count with the handoff to Hawley. And the penalty is going up against STA.
Yeah, again, we saw this earlier, the offensive line not being able to hold the water on a double snap count and everything else. Flames get caught with it again. And again, ever since that Blackman touchdown, slowly the defense is starting to take over a little bit here for the Crusaders. As you can see, the field position really starting to wear on them.
Well, CCH has put up 40-plus points of offense in every game they played so far this season. 43 points against the Rams of St. Joseph, 41 points in the Bulldogs of St. Andre Bisset, and 46 points over the Spartans of MTS. But with their defense on the field right now, they're watching a St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic Secondary School Flames offense that's only produced 72 points coming into this game, continuing to go to work here on the run.
A really good job of on the jet sweep, cutting it up a little bit earlier. Right there, cuts it up off the off-tackle position, catches the linebackers out of position. Good gain of about 12 yards. We're going to have about a 3rd down and 1 here.
So they're going to go for it. Are the Flames. Their quarterback doesn't go behind the line of center, though. It will be Bullock staying in the gun with Howley behind him. 3 run to the line. A handoff to Hawley. No, the quarterback hangs on to it. A smart keep by the QB. Bullock, I think, has the 1st down as he's past the 50-yard line.
Yeah, this is a smart decision. Really good, tough run by Nick Bullock in here. You see the fake. And again, getting to the edge, making the first man miss, which is all you got to do. Right there, great job blocking downfield and everything as well. Good job not holding as well there, John, which we see quite often on plays like that.
One thing I will state, just quite blatantly, there were way too many penalties in the junior game earlier today between these same 2 squads, and a 36-13 final for CCH to improve to a perfect 4-0. I mean, it's a welcome sight to not see so many orange flags in this game in the senior side. As this one is going to be the fake the jet and then again go to that left side run, but this time CCH reads it all the way and really no gain on the play to speak of.
Yeah, Joker inside zone counter almost is what the call is there. So you got the Joker or the fake jet coming to the right side and the inside handoff, almost like a little counter. So what you're trying to do is on that jet motion is you're trying to get the linebackers to bump out of position and open up a natural cutback lane. That time Catholic Central does a really good job of not over pursuing on the jet and maintaining their gap integrity.
See, I thought Jaden Blackman might have had the holy cannoli play of the game in the first touchdown of this contest from 40 yards out, but man, oh man, that Keegan Vanek 70-yard dip from an excellent thrown ball from Ethan Chambers. Well, I think that might be the holy cannoli moment as we're at the 3-minute warning here in the second quarter of play. It would have been intercepted. It's in and out of the hands, though, of Luke Stiles.
Luke Stiles, you know, I'm going to say this now. I've known the kid for a long time. He's a really good ball player. But, son, there's a reason you play defense. You know, you got to catch this ball. Good job of, again, good position, good recognition, good eyes downfield, reading, hey, the route's coming, leaves his guy, shoots down into his lane integrity. You just got to finish that.
I think it was Alex Chang, if I could see that replay correctly, that kind of got a bear paw in the way of the attempted pass from Bullock, and I'm wondering if that played a factor on Stiles being able to see the ball right off of the quarterback's hands. As you watch right here on the replay, it is Chang getting his hand up. Or actually, sorry, it's number 77, which I don't have on my play sheet, by the way. This punt goes all the way down to the goal line. But now coming up with a head of steam are the CCH Crusaders, led by Rayshawn Blake. Another flag on this play, though.
Yeah, this is a block in the back on the outside edge here, and this is a really close call. But again, what it comes down to is the head position of the blocker is behind the back of the downfield defender, so they're going to call that, even if it's on sideways, because of the head positioning, they're going to call that a block in the back 100 times out of 100. So this is going to be going down probably around the 5-yard line.
Yeah, and you're right. The chain gang picks up their equipment and starts marching all the way deeper and deeper into Crusaders territory. As you see, an excellent job of our camera crew catching the chain gang going to work there, having to put the miles underneath their belt. And you're right, Ronnie. It's all the way down around the 5-yard line.
Well, that's not my first rodeo. I've watched a game or two. So.
That's interesting that they put the safety vests on the chain gang.
Well, they don't have much real estate there, as there's another flag on this play. STA rolling up the field. It's Liam Hoskins with the would-be first down. Once again, hold the phone, though, because another orange flag in this dance.
I think you're going to have offside against STA on this particular one.
And unfortunately, there does seem to be a flame down on this play.
Yeah, again, just the outside zone play there. Make the first man miss. Really good job of keeping his balance, keeping his legs driving through the contact on this as well. This time, actually, the Crusaders do a good job of pulling out front and everything, getting to the second level of the blocks. Again, there we see big number 67. Great pancake finish on there at the very end.
He's trying to, unfortunately, make out the injured STA Flame. I believe it's the tackler on the play, but he is on his own feet and walking off on his own accord. So that is a good sign, as again, you're looking at the thousands of people rolled into Kennedy Field on your Friday evening to watch this LDA Senior Boys football tilt between a battle of the undefeateds, 3-0 STA, the Flames, and 3-0 CCH, the Crusaders. And man, oh man, it was a 10-0 game to our surprise early for the Flames. 2 Flames conceded safeties to make it a 10-4 game, and I know it's a game of coulda, woulda, shouldas, but you think about those 2 safeties they concede, well, then they give up a touchdown and then they go down by 1 point.
Yeah, and again, just for the record, it was offside STA on that last one. So, the penalty was declined. It was first down.
And Coach Ferwerda gets another one correctly, as they will go back to the ground game, the CCH Crusaders. And I'd imagine this is a case where, yeah, I know it's just a 1-point lead, but it's a lead nevertheless. And they were trailing 10-0 on their home field at their homecoming, no less.
Yeah.
Despite being ranked 3rd nationally, might I add. And they're thinking, well, wait a minute. We have the 1-point lead now. We're in the dying seconds of the first half. Let's just go into the halftime break with a lead per se, and we can build on that in the second half.
Well, I think that they're starting to find their groove and everything. They're finding a few things that are working for them. Again, let's give credit is due. This STA team is playing really, really hard. They're playing physical at the point of attack.
Chambers trying to find Keegan Vanek. Vanek kept playing it like it was a live ball, but they blow it down as an incomplete pass. I believe that's 3rd down coming up now, and the Crusaders should have to punt this one away.
Yeah, it's going to be 3rd down here, so they're going to be punting the ball. I think, again, the score clock is actually on the same building that we're in, so we don't
right
get to
underneath
see
us.
it.
Yeah.
So I think there's about a minute 30 left. If the clock in my head is kind of working right. So
all these luxuries of play clocks and game clocks that we normally have, Ron. Anyway, got to go off of that football instinct on this Friday night tilt.
Yeah, again, it's just, with the amount of plays and everything else, and when the 3-minute whistle was and everything else, I'm saying that's about $1.30 left in here as we see Vanek in here to punt. Vanek's got to really get a good kick here.
And you ask, and you shall receive. This one takes
roll.
2, 3, 4 hops past the returner. He's going to pick this one up in front of the CCH Crusaders.
Okay. Here's what the call is going to be. The returner went out of bounds on his own accord. He was not forced out or anything else, and then he becomes the first player to touch this ball. So this is an illegal touching against the Flames, and it's also going to be a 5-yard no yards call. So I believe this should be offsetting penalties. I don't know if they're going to call the man that came out of bounds.
You're right. He did go out of bounds,
He went out of
and
bounds
he's the first
on it.
one to touch the ball.
So he has to reestablish himself. He can't be the first person to touch the ball after that. So the referees are missing that call, but they are going to call it the 5-yard no yards call because the ball was on the ground. But
Not everybody can have your golden eyes, though, Ronnie. Or they're a soft, shady blue.
they are a soft shady blue. I've been told that they're haunting.
But
at
man,
times.
you're looking at numbers white on white, and you're calling it right. And now you're calling a kid stepping out of bounds by inches, something that went undetected by the officials. Now the Flames go to a run right up the gut, only a couple yards. We're in the dying seconds of the opening half. And I don't know, just the way these two offenses have gone, I don't see a 70-yard drive in the final minute by the Flames here.
Well, we've seen a big run by Blackman early in the
That's
game.
right, 40-yard touchdown.
And Keegan Vanek on the little swing pass.
70-yard TD catch.
So, anything can happen on any game.
That is
not,
true.
Not to be the devil's advocate, John, but,
That's true. The game has been the devil's advocate, Ronnie, so you're making good points.
It's kind of been a slugfest, and then a big play here and there, and that's where all the scoring's coming from.
Now Bullock takes the snap. Greatly protected in the pocket, but it's intercepted by CCH. The Crusaders with the interception at midfield. Oh man, coming away with the INT is Lucas Chow.
Yeah, number 9 just playing center field there for the Crusaders. Bullock stares him down. See, as a quarterback, you got to move the safety. If you're trying to throw into that soft underneath mesh, which is what they're trying to do here. As you can see right there, there's the crosser route, little bit high. He stares his receiver down the entire way. The safety doesn't have to go anywhere. As a quarterback, you got to move the safety away with your eyes. And this is just a ball that's a little bit high, doesn't move the safety. The safety's able to jump down into there and make the interception.
Ethan Chambers takes the snap, hands this one off, and right up the gut, making a move towards the end zone, steamrolls over a would-be tackler. That's Liam Hoskins, and maybe Melrose, I know that was a great play, but can we go back to that interception just one more time if possible, as just trying to make out the would-be interceptor as we are getting great replays courtesy of Hot Italian Sandwiches. And that's okay, though we do see, again, a recap of that great run from Liam Hoskins.
Yeah, and again...
Timeout taken by STA, by the way, Ron.
Yeah, which is surprising. I figured CCH would have taken the timeout, unless that they're... I'm not sure why STA is considering taking a timeout.
Well, they do have a couple defensive players banged up, though. If I look to their sidelines, there's a gentleman, I think, tying his shoe right now.
Yeah.
And
I think that they want to get some heavier personnel in there as they brought in 3 extra down linemen there.
And this is big. I mean, the pick by the CCH defense, then they quickly flip to the offense, and it's Liam Hoskins on the run, getting him deeper into Flames territory with just a 1-point lead. They could add to it before halftime.
But what we were talking about earlier, again, we've really seen the defense kind of settle down here for CCH. Ever since that big run, it was kind of like, that's our wake-up call. And then all of a sudden, you've had 2 interceptions in this half. One of them on a great tip drill play, and another one, Bullock just... He stares the safety down and throws it exactly where he should be.
1st and 10 from the 14-yard line. Ethan Chambers waiting for certain personnel to get off the field. He needed Cristiano De Lima to get off before he could snap the ball. Hands this one off. Stepping off of one tackle, trying to get between 2 others.
You missed that face mask, Mr. Referee.
As Ron Ferwerda wants a face mask, as Keegan Vanek probably wanted one too.
Yeah, number 11 comes right across the front. It was right in front of my position. Again, maybe it's because I'm 30 feet in the air and I see it, but right there, right there.
Yeah, Liam Ryan.
Yeah, number 11 comes right across. And that's a terrible. That's 2 missed calls by the same ref.
2nd and 6 for the Crusaders. It's a handoff yet again. They're going to go to Keegan Vanek. He gains maybe 2 or 3 yards here. And with 3rd down coming up within your opponent's 10-yard line, do you just gamble for it here, Ron, or do you play it safe, kick the field goal, and go up by 4 before halftime? What would Coach Ron Ferwerda want?
I'd go for it here because I think our defense has kind of established itself since midway through the first quarter as we're kind of starting to take over this game. Why not?
And go figure, I'd kick the field goal.
Yeah, well, one of us is going to be right.
Chambers hands this one off. They're getting close to the dog pile. Keeps moving forward. It is shy of the end zone, but good enough, I believe, for the first down to move the chains. Wow.
And then immediately followed by a timeout, Crusaders. I believe that we're going to have probably 1 or 2 plays left in the half here. Kind of looking at, because again,
you're on the 2nd yard line. So for instance, he had to get to at least the 4 to make the first down. He got to the 4 and just extended by it. And man, oh man, for STA, if they stop him originally where he cabs that ball, maybe it's 50-50 because he'd be right at the first down. But the dog pile moves a little further right here.
Yeah.
And gets him the first down needed.
Yeah, and he didn't. I'm telling you, he didn't have it by much there. He had it by about 1.5 yards, which is exactly that last little finish there, is what we've seen, which got the first down, as we see the Crusaders coming back out in that full house or that heavy backfield that they're running right now.
Yeah, 1st and goal with the ball roughly at the 2-yard line. Ethan Chambers goes right behind the center here in Alex Petta. Chambers with the handoff, bull rushing into the end zone. Touchdown, Crusaders. DeAndre Dorian, the big man, rumbles in from 2 yards out, and the CCH Crusaders, well, they got a lead. They already had one by just 1 point. They got their first major lead of the ballgame.
Yeah, and again, this is really tough to stop. Dorian's a big guy in there. He's got to be close to 6'3", 6'4", and he just gets his momentum going, and off to the races he goes. He only needed the yard, but a good finish on that. As we see, the extra point is good. So now an 8-point lead, John. After we saw
it switched.
Yeah,
it switched. It went from 10-0 to the Flames conceding a safety to make it 8-2, and we went, okay. So if the Crusaders do get a touchdown, they're still gonna have to get 2-point convert to tie the game. Well, no. The Flames convert another safety to make it a 10-4 game. They give up a touchdown to go down 11-10. Back-to-back late 2nd quarter touchdown drives by Ethan Chambers, and the Crusaders gives them a healthy 18-10 lead, more than likely heading into the halftime break.
Yeah, you probably got 1 or 2 plays left. Again, but it seems to be since midway through the first quarter, after STA got that field goal to go up 10-0, the defense from the Crusaders have almost like, okay, that's it. We've settled down. And they've really taken over this game.
Yeah, to me it looks more like a sprinter compared to a marathon runner. And
yeah.
STA sprinted out of the gate to a 10-0 lead, and you go, wait a minute, there could be an upset in the making here. But the sprinter eventually ran out of fuel, or at least it appears so far. Whereas the marathon runner, that's ranked 3rd in the nation, might I add, knew that this is a long game. We're going to take our time with it. And what do you know, as time continued throughout this game, especially in the 2nd quarter, later in that 2nd quarter, CCH began to gobble up the points. As this one is almost bobbled away. Who's got the ball?
STA is going to recover STA recovered the ball, but he was trying to go down, and again, he's trying to give himself up and fair catch it, but he doesn't catch it cleanly. Right there, he goes down, and it almost hits his knee and bounces out. And then all of a sudden, okay, game's on. Now you got 3 or 4 guys coming towards him.
And who knew making a round object into an oval would make it so bloody unpredictable? And yet, when he tries to go and grab that loose ball, it just slips away from him.
Well, again, it's cold out, so now you're getting a little bit of moisture out on the field and everything else, and on the ball. So again, you're also starting to get into the time where these hits in the cold weather are going to start adding up.
Still no Jaden Blackman. Yeah. It is number 30 and Jack Howley behind the quarterback in Bullock. Bullock hands it off to Hawley. A short gain to the left side, gains maybe 2 or 3 yards to bring up 2nd down, as a timeout will be taken here by the STA Flames.
Yeah, so again, we can't see the clock, and we were guessing on time and everything else.
STA, by the way, in their last game, I mentioned it, 35-0 over Regina Monday. Blackman had 2 touchdowns in that game. Teo, by the way, also had 1, and Doria had 2 field goals. 2 weeks ago in the 27-14 win over St. Andre Bessette Bulldogs, 2 touchdowns by Blackman, a touchdown by Bullock, a touchdown by Onderi and Schmidt. And my point being is, let's face it, 2 touchdowns by Blackman and a couple touchdowns by surrounding cast. It seemed to be the MO of this STA offense throughout the 2019 season. They got a big touchdown from Blackman to start the game. but then he's knocked out what looks to be a serious injury, or he would have been returned in the contest by now. And as a result, he's not getting any supporting cast other than the field goal made by Doria.
Which was made before he went out of the game.
That's right. And can they get a little bit extra going here? This will be an incomplete pass with a penalty flag on the play. I believe the intended target was Mitchell Razor.
Okay, but this is so lucky that this is actually falls incomplete, because the CCH defender number 45 for the Crusaders had jumped this route. If this ball is thrown properly, it's going to be thrown right into 45 hands, and he's going to be off to the races the other way.
And that would have been an easy pick six for Nicholas Stranges, and what a moment it would have been for Stranges here on homecoming in front of this big contingency at Kennedy Field.
As we just saw, kind of see the tail end of that play there. He does a really good job of just jumping right down. He recognized the step off screen as what they had called, and he follows down and fills his gap responsibility and sits right in front of the intended receiver.
1st and 10 for the Flames.
How's it 1st and 10? Oh,
yeah, with the ball at midfield.
Because of the flag.
That's right. Plenty of them. As now the ball is snapped to Bullock. Bullock's going to try and go deep, but this ball slips out of his hands. Nobody in sight. In fact, if anybody, I think it might have been intercepted by Mark Bukaboom. That concludes the opening half of play. The Flames at 3-0 started this game 10-0. But the Crusaders, who are also 3-0, might I add, stormed back with 18 unanswered points in this second quarter of play and have an 8-point lead heading into the halftime break. The Air K-Jacks Communications recap sees a 40-yard touchdown run from Jaden Blackman to start this game. A 25-plus yard field goal for Michael Doria to make it, well, 10-0 for the Flames. But the Flames didn't concede one, but back-to-back safeties to turn this into a 10-4 game. That's when the Crusaders offense would finally wake up. Ethan Chambers hooks up with his main man Keegan Vanek from 70 yards out to get the Crusaders on the board with their own offense to take a 1-point lead, adding to an incredible drive late in this second quarter. On a 2-yard run was Dorian, the big man, rumbling it in from 2 yards out to bring us to an 18-10 score. So I guess I'll put you into the coaching staff booth, though, of STA Flames, Coach Ron Ferwerda. You had a 10-0 down by 46. You're trailing 18-10 now, and it appears like your all-star running back in Jaden Blackman may not be available in the second half. How do you adjust your playbook? How do you go back to scoring points like you were in the first quarter?
You need to have this as a rallying cry for your team. You need to say, look, this is not an individual sport. What makes football one of the greatest sport out there is it is a team, it is a sport that has to have 12 guys doing their job for anything to work successfully. And if you lose one part, the old Patriot philosophy, next man up, you've got to be able to get your next guy up there. But you need your other players. You need your leaders. You need your guys to make the right decisions and to step up. And if you're CCH, or the other thing is you need to get that fire back that you had earlier in the first half. They seem to have disappeared now after a couple turnovers. If you're CCH, now what you tell your defense is, hey, now we got their number. We got to keep it going and everything. Offensively, you know what? We've got some things that we can clean up.
Coach Ron Ferwerda and yours truly, Johnny Urban, happy to take you through this Friday night fight under the lights here. Back to Kennedy Field here on your Friday evening. Just as quickly as it began, halftime has concluded. And in this 18-10 ball game with the lead here at home in their 2019 homecoming game, it will be the CCH Crusaders retrieving this ball to start off the second half of fun. On the near side, that appears to be Keegan Vanek. And on the far side, just trying to make out that number, that looks like Luke Siakba. As this one is going to get booted, it appears in between the two. Vanek couldn't handle it cleanly, has to grab this ball about 10 yards deep into his own end zone, goes right past the upright, cutting back at the 2-yard line, gets some real estate past the 10, cuts in past the 20, eventually will be smothered by the Flames before the 30-yard line, but man, for a kick return that just got up to the 28-yard line, that had a little bit of something to it. As Keegan Vanek couldn't handle the kick right away, rolled into the end zone about 7 yards deep. He got out of his own end zone. It appears in between the two. And Vanek couldn't handle it cleanly, has to grab this ball about 10 yards deep into his own end zone. Goes right past the upright, cutting back at the 2-yard line, gets some real estate past the 10, cuts in past the 20, eventually will be smothered by... Just a moment there that maybe the Flames had all converged in the middle and he had the real estate down the far sidelines. Instead, it's Ethan Chambers with the handoff, avoiding the original tackle, but smothered by a trio of Flames will be Liam Hoskins. A little bit of chirping after the whistle by QB1 Ethan Chambers on that play as well, but it does bring up a second and short for the home team Crusaders. As again, a big contingency on hand here at Kennedy Field. I keep saying Kennedy Field, but I think it's going to be called Kennedy Field one day. Kennedy Field for now, though, folks, as it's hosting the 3-0 Flames and the 3-0 Crusaders, but somebody's O has got to go here on Junior Mustangs TV. Out of the pro set, it's Ethan Chambers handing it off to Keegan Vanek. Vanek over to the left side. There's a flag on this play. Vanek avoiding 2 tackles, eventually stripped down to the grass before the 50-yard line, but a holding penalty against the Crusaders is going to bring this play back. And when you're calling a football game here on Junior Mustangs TV, only 2 things are for sure: penalty flags and Ron Forwarda enjoying Mama's hot Italian sandwiches.
Or cannoli.
Haven't gotten to the cannolis just yet though, Ronnie, right?
The night is young.
We're still waiting for that holy cannoli moment. Although Keegan Vanek, 70-yard TD strike from Ethan Chambers, that might be the holiest of cannolis on the evening.
For me, it's the tip drill interception that we had earlier.
That was the only problem is the gentleman that got in the way of that interception, I believe in Strange's. There might have been Luke Stiles. The gentleman that tipped it blocked my vision on who intercepted it.
Yeah, but great again. That for me was the highlight of the first half.
Ethan Chambers hangs onto the ball and falls down on his own accord. I don't think that's how they drew that play up. It's a loss of about 2 yards to bring up 3rd and long.
Well, not only do we bring up 3rd and long here, but you've managed to flip the field if you're the Flames. So you did exactly what you needed to do to come out from the half there. You made them go 3 and out. Essentially, you're going to flip the field and you're going to be back in business. And let's see what we can come back with on offense here.
Today's high was 11 degrees. It is roughly 3 degrees right now at 8:27 p.m. local time. As just getting this punt away was David Castellon. It'll bounce around the 50-yard line, picked up by the punt returner of the STA Flames. Apparently enough yards given by the Crusaders. It's a first down for the Flames at roughly midfield.
Yeah, McDonough does a good job of making the tackle on the outside there. As you can see him slowly getting up there. Last one in there. Again, good job of getting low, breaking down. This is a fantastic kid that played a little bit of receiver last year, a grade 11 kid. Good to see him getting some special team play. And again, really, I like the kid.
How imperative is it for the STA Flames to get some sort of offense going early in this second half of play?
It's not necessarily a score, but you've got to get a drive. You've got to get a first down. You've got to keep the pressure on CCH. And that's the only way that you're really going to get into this game, as I think we see Blackman back in the game here.
Well, your eyes, man, you can see through walls as far as I'm concerned. They do hand it off to Blackman, and he is tackled for no gain on this play. Man, Ronnie, when I need some x-ray vision, I know who I'm going to call from now on.
Well, it's more the body type than anything else. Plus, it was not quite as shiny on the outside, so all the shininess was on the inside, single digit there. But Pettit does a great job of actually breaking down and swallowing up the ball carrier. Nowhere for him to go on that one. No cutback lanes there.
Yeah, it's a rough welcome back to the game for Jaden Blackman as Pettit instantly goes, hey, how about you taste some grass with your first carry in the second half? Everybody motions to the right side of the field. The ball is snapped to Bullock. Bullock will go to the right side, throws it over the top. Ball is caught. Almost intercepted by Lucas Cho. He already has one interception in this game. And it looks like coming away with it is Michael Pitka.
Yeah, number 9, Michael Pitka. Again, just a little sit-down route there. They motion over. You see them, that's going quads now. 4 wide, just rolling out. Not going to be enough for a first down? Wow, I thought he had enough for a first down.
It's a tough angle, Ron.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be about 2 yards short. It looks like they're deciding to punt the ball, which again, you're playing the 4-quarter game now, and you're trying to put the pressure on them to keep the field position going.
Keegan Vanek and Rayshawn Blake are the guys to the left and right side, respectively, underneath us, awaiting this punt. It is a beautiful one that sends Keegan Vanek right to his own goal line. Vanek's trying to spread the field, avoids one tackle, literally at the 0-yard line, hurdles over another tackle, and eventually ripped down to the grass at the 15-yard line. And it looks like Keegan Vanek might be a little hurt, as that was a fierce tackle at the end of that play.
This is a blow and call here. This is a horse collar. Okay, what is the sign of a horse collar? It is the sudden change of direction from a tackle from behind. Okay, right at the very end here, he grabs, slides right down. That is a horse collar, even though he wasn't inside the cylinder of the shoulder pads, which is the classic version of it. You cannot grab from the jersey and pull down and change the direction of the ball carrier like it's happening here. This should be a personal foul. This should be a 15-yard penalty. And unfortunately, a really dynamic player right now, Keegan Vanek, is a little hurt.
And it's interesting, both teams have seen their studs, their cowbells, if you will, miss time in this game. Jaden Blackman missed time from the first half here into the second half of action. And now you see, unfortunately, Keegan Vanek, who does get at least to his keister. And again, if you were the training staff, great job. I know Jeff Eves. I'm not too familiar, though, with the medical staff of CCH. But one thing I always appreciate, too, there's no rush here. I know there's a lot of pressure when you have two teams on the field. You're in a tight 18-10 ball game. You're in the third quarter. You got thousands of people watching, hopefully millions around the world on Junior Mustangs TV. But regardless, don't rush it. If you're hurt, you're hurt. Don't try and, rush to get up right away. Keegan Vanek is on his own feet. And to be honest with you, it looks almost like, despite the fact that it was a horse collar that you accurately pointed out, it was more the fact that when he got jerked back in his upper body, his lower body was continuing, and that sort of pulled the whole groin motion.
That's the classic definition of the horse collar, is that sudden change in direction in a downward motion.
Like somebody ripped the carpet underneath you.
Yeah. And then and again, we go back to it. What's the classic one of in the NFL days? It was the Michael Irvin hit from the Philadelphia Eagles that ended his career. That tackle ended Michael Irvin's career. And this is Keegan Vanek is a hard-working. It's a really good kid. I know he's a great student. He's got a lot of potential. This is not something that you want to see with any player. No, it doesn't matter the quality of the player. But this is going to be a big blow. Let's see if they can overcome this now.
Yeah, they were just waiting for Vanek to exit the Kennedy Field with the ball placed at the 15-yard line. A 1st and 10, still awaiting the Crusaders with their 18-10 lead in this third quarter of play. Ethan Chambers with Liam Hoskin behind him. Hands it off to Hoskin over to the left side. Dips and dodges past a couple tackles. Gains roughly 7 yards on this play to bring up 2nd and short.
Yeah, and again, good job of outside zone play, or basically the old stretch play is what they're trying to do here.
Yeah, they give him 8 yards on the play too, Ron.
Fantastic job. Again, at the very end here, as we kind of saw it there, he does a good job of squaring his shoulders up and finishing the run north-south. You're never gonna score a touchdown whether you're running towards the sidelines east-west. You've got to square up and you've got to go. As we see the replay here, you're bouncing it right here and right here. That's the finish that you're looking for right there. Squares his shoulder up.
Into the pro set, Ethan Chambers throws the ball, a missile from Ethan Chambers goes right through the forearms of Liam McDonough. And to be honest with you, I don't know really who to blame there, because, yeah, McDonough should have caught it, but you blink and you would have missed this pass from Ethan Chambers.
His head wasn't quite around at that point, so it was a little bit, A
little bit of A, a little bit of B.
Yeah.
A little bit of C.
And again, I really like the kid. As a receiver and as a receiver coach, the second you stick your foot in the ground and you come out of your head, you come into that cut, your head's got to be around, your hands got to be up. You got to be ready to catch that ball.
Ethan Chambers right behind the line of center hands this one off to the big man who stretches forward. And do they give DeAndre Dorian the first down yardage needed?
They do. It's enough for a first down. They needed about 1.5 yards, 2 yards, and that's a big.
How the big man dove.
Yep.
Then recognized, well, wait a minute, I'm still on my feet somehow, and he tries to extend his body as he falls down. Yep. The earth almost rumbled a little bit there, Ron.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's a 2.6 on the tremor rating.
Yeah, a little bit. 2.6. I was going with more of 7 there.
Whoa! We don't want an instance of the Battle of the Bay, the World Series of '89. That was a 7 on the Richter scale, and I think California's still recovering from that one.
Yeah, that was actually I read that.
They had the anniversary.
They
had the anniversary this week, so it's kind of funny that you mentioned that. But lost in all of this is the Crusaders' offense just sort of chipping, just slowly hacking away. And lost in all of this is a team that trailed 10-0 to start this game. They're ranked 3rd in the nation, and now they have an 18-10 lead. And to be honest with you, Jaden Blackman, the second he went out, it was like all the momentum got sucked out of the sails of STA.
Yeah, it really has been, as again, the ground game is really starting to take over for the Crusaders.
And man, I mean, they are going on the run. It's their bread and butter. I understand that, but nobody lined up opposite to Rayshawn Blackson on this play. Or Rayshawn Blake, I should say. Nobody. And he went completely undetected down the... I mean, you could have just lobbed it up to the kid and he would have made it. Now, again, on a 2nd and short, I apologize. Ethan Chambers, the quarterback, hangs on to this, rolls over to the...
That was 3rd down.
So another 3rd down convert made by the Crusaders, and I guess that's why he shows why they're tops in the nation to be able to keep converting on 3rd down as you see the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay.
Again, this is really good because CCH is chewing up some clock, and they're maintaining the offensive the pressure, and it's good to see Keegan Vanek back in the game at this.
And Keegan Vanek not only back into the game, but disco breaking his way through tacklers and scampering out of bounds in front of the STA bench on his own accord after gaining 20 yards. It's one thing to come back from an injury. Disco breaking his way through tacklers and scampering game, but to the outside edge was... I mean, I don't know how you do that on an unhealthy groin.
Yeah, well, it's a really tough thing to do. But again, it's been the same play over and over again. It's that jet sweep to the slot when you're pulling out both running backs and the slot. So you're pulling everything around it. It's the old Packers power sweep is what they're doing. And again, no one's really adjusted to it yet.
Chambers going to hand this one off to Liam Hoskins. Hoskins to the right side. Gains a couple yards.
Yeah, just the outside zone play again, just to the right side. All you're trying to do is you're trying to press the edge of the line of scrimmage and then make one cut and get vertical on that. And if you're pressing the edge and you're getting 5 or 6 yards, knowing the guys that I know that are down there, that's going to be happening again as we see another Crusader down, number 19 this time, with a little bit of a hammy this time. It could be that's the other thing that's happening here is it's cold out. And again, these guys have been standing around, and again, you make one cut kind of the wrong way, and a muscle could pop. You might get a Charlie horse or something like that. This is where some of these kids really just got to tough it out a little bit more.
And I definitely want to talk about this environment because as the night has rolled on here in the Forest City, currently at 8:37 local time, more and more people have piled in to Kennedy Field and the surrounding area. People are lined up on parking garages, fences, and street side just to take in this action, which is a pretty incredible sight here. I mean, we mentioned it in our morning broadcast between the Battle of 4-0s and the Darnell division of the South Collegiate Institute Lions and AB Lucas Vikings, but we know that football is a hot ticket item for Forest City lovers here in London, but people around the nation, coast to coast from Atlantic to Pacific, may not know the quality of football that lies within the Forest City or in southwestern Ontario in general. That's why it's so great to be a part of Junior Mustangs TV. This is the third of 3 high school football matchups, premier matchups might I add, here on your Friday.
Yeah, and again, London is the Forest City in the area here.
Chambers looking to go to the end zone here. Ron has a man open. Touchdown Crusaders. Rayshawn Blake strikes from Ethan Chambers.
Yeah, and this is what makes this offense so hard to defend. You know, you've got the outside running of Keegan Vanek. You've got the inside running. You've got the power running that you've got with some of the other guys. Then you have the speed and explosiveness that you see with a Rayshawn. And again, the ability to stretch the ball downfield, which again, they haven't been able to do much of. But there you saw the flash of what it needs to be and everything else. And now when you bring that on top of it, this is such a dynamic offense. And again, we're really, it's been midway through the second quarter as we see our first touchdown going the other way away from us tonight, John.
That is correct. A difficult call for the broadcasters, but an excellent replay from our producer Adam here. And what I noticed earlier in that drive was Rayshawn Blake was going undetected.
Yeah.
I don't know if Coach KJ Kedemy heard me on the sidelines there, or maybe Ethan Chambers right into that helmet. But regardless, they went to Rayshawn Blake down the near sidelines. And to be honest with you, one-on-one coverage, but pretty lackadaisical one-on-one coverage, allowed him the real estate to catch that ball.
Yeah, that is the last guy on this team that you want to leave in a lackadaisical one-on-one. You're talking about one of the top receivers in the province.
Played for Team Ontario at Football Canada in the summer.
At the Football Canada Cup. And again, just a dynamic playmaker, really great speed, and a good kid and everything else. But again, that's the wrong guy that you have to have lazy coverage on.
STA allowed 14 points in total coming into this game. They had shut out the Spartans from MTS. They had shut out Regina Monday last week, 35-zip. They gave up 14 points in week 2 in a 27-14 win over St. Andre Bessette, the Bulldogs as they're known. And here on your Friday evening, they have given up 25 points. 21 points on defense and 4 points conceded by the safeties, by their punter. But still, again, 14 points over the first 3 weeks, 25 points, and we still have a quarter plus of action here from Kennedy Field, as trying to kick it into the open real estate with CCH. STA wisely not only recovers the ball, but to be honest with you, Ron, at the tail end of this replay, way he spins upfield, I think he was thinking about getting some positive yardage.
Yeah, but this is coming back. This is an offside against the Crusaders. The man on the far side of the line left early. I think that they declined the penalty and just take the ball where it was spotted. But yeah, again, I don't know if CCH is trying to catch them napping or something. I don't think you're going to get the STA team to be napping or anything like that. They're pretty good with ball awareness.
Now, just to give you an insight to what's up on tap, STA will host Holy Cross Catholic High School next Thursday at 11:30 a.m.
Don't count on it.
Then, don't be like that, Ron. Then finish their regular season on Halloween, trick or treat style, Ronnie, against the Rams of St. Joseph at 11:30 a.m. Now, going back to that Holy Cross game, though, next Thursday. Why, oh why, would you say something like that?
Because Holy Cross forfeited against the Rams yesterday.
So you don't believe that you think that maybe they're waving the white flag on the 2019 season as a whole?
I don't think they have enough players to continue, and I think Holy Cross is going to forfeit next week, and I think that's going to be the end of that story.
And I think that's unfortunate because we were at South earlier today, a school that has under 1,000 students attending it, has under 200 new grade 9ers join every year, and yet 6 of the last 7 championships have featured a South Lions football program when they technically have some of the smallest sample sizes to choose from.
Okay, get me the number for, who's number 23 for CCH, John? Sorry.
Number 23 for CCH this evening is Luke Siakpa.
Luke Siakpa. If we can roll this replay here, Coach Melrose, absolutely sits on this route and separates the receiver from the ball at the very second. Does a great job. He doesn't get there early or anything else. It's just a hard hit, really clean, and just comes right through and absolutely separates the receiver from the ball.
as it will be the punt return unit out there for CCH. On the near side is Rayshawn Blake. He just scored a 30-plus yard TD from Ethan Chambers. And on the left side is Keegan Vanek. Oh yeah, he had a 70-yard TD strike with Ethan Chambers earlier in this game. Rayshawn Blake catches it cleanly, looks to use the real estate down the far sideline, hurdles over one would-be tackler, and eventually goes out of bounds at midfield. Woo, that was picante.
You know, it's almost like they've got their swagger back a little bit more on offense. They kind of got, kind of like a heavyweight fight. They got maybe they got caught a little bit, got caught on the chin. But ever since that point, the defense has really stepped up for the Crusaders. The offense is trying to find it. They seem to be finding their swagger back a little bit here.
I love the hurdle at the end there too.
Yeah, as a coach, I don't. I understand why it happens, but I never like to have a weapon like this leave his feet. Because
But if he don't leave his feet there, his feet are going to be taken out from underneath him. Back to the action. Liam Hoskins went in, then he went out. 20, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown, Crusaders. Liam Hoskins into pay dirt.
Wow. Again, we talk about how it felt like CCH was finding their swagger a little bit. I think it's found, and I think the exclamation point was just made there. This is a back-breaking and a demoralizing touchdown that the Flames are giving up at this point, and that's they've battled really, really hard. They stayed in it as long as they could. But really, the superior athletes are winning out at this point.
And to be honest with you, Ronnie, I lost track. I believe that's a 40-plus yard TD strike, if my math.
Oh yeah, no. He was. That was like almost a 60-yard run. It was on the 40-yard line.
And then you tack on the extra point, another 7 points put on the board. 32-10 in favor of the CCH Crusaders here on your Friday evening.
Yeah, and again, just. Since midway through the second quarter, the game felt like it was changing, and it really, Jaden Blackman going out of the game, and the Flames really not having an answer to that at that point. The offensive line kind of settled down a little bit. Because really, for me, early in the game, at least for the first quarter, I thought the Flames dominated the offensive and defensive sides of the line of scrimmage, which is something that you really uncharacteristically see against a Catholic Centre team. And ever since I kind of said that, the script is kind of being flipped, and we can really see the offensive line really taking over, and the defense has just said, okay, we've had enough, no more.
Yeah, I don't want to use that analogy of the wheels falling off, but I feel like I'm Chris Farley in that, what's the movie? Tommy Boy.
Oh, Tommy
when he's
Boy.
trying to sell the safety of the car, he talks about how the car goes off the cliff and catches on fire, and your poor family's inside. Oh, God, the humanity.
Yeah.
It's starting to feel like that type of night for the STA Flames.
Yeah, I thought you were going more, when you said, Chris Farley, I was going with, why are you living in a van down by the river?
Well.
Yeah. Let's give a motivational speech now.
Yeah, exactly. Or the decaffeinated Colombian ice crystals. You lied to me!
Yeah.
You lied to me! Why? You had the 10-0 lead, you lied to me!
But really, it's been a very entertaining game, and again, it's good to see a couple of those players that were banged up earlier in this game come back. Good to see that there's no serious injuries. What we were talking about just before, as the Flames have the ball 1st and 10 here, London really is a hotbed of football in Ontario, as we see a lot of recruits in this area, not only playing at Western, but playing at York, playing at Waterloo. Waterloo's offensive line pretty much graduated from South, a few years ago.
That's right.
Laurier, McMaster, Ottawa, the Cercellis down in Windsor. This is all coming from the London area, not only player-wise, but coaching-wise as well. And you're really seeing a change, so to speak, over the last 10, 15 years of the quality of play really step up.
After
in the area.
The Jaden Blackman first down run right up the middle for STA, they go back to work on the offense here with their quarterback Nick Bullock in the gun. They'll take the snap. Bullock's going to hang on to this one. Bullock's going right up the field. Bullock gets sandwiched by some Crusaders, including Marco Alea, but not before another first down run from the Flames. So, man, oh man, is the script flipping again here, Ron? As it looks like the Flames might have a flicker of life left in them.
There's a little flicker of life, but again, what we saw earlier in this game was the offensive line. Just on cue, the offensive line is coming, dominating the defensive line for the Crusaders now. I don't think CCH is going to get that far out of control where they're going to lose control of this game. But they think someone's going to step up and make a play. And just as we say that, guess who? Mr. Ironman, Keegan Vanek, comes up from the outside linebacker position and makes a great play.
Yeah, the Flames pitched it to Jaden Blackman, who's trying to extend it to the far sideline edge. But you mentioned a big play, stepping it up in a hurry. Watch 25 on the right side of your screen. Track Blackman here and understand, wait a minute, you're not going to get that edge on me, homie. And he knocks him down to the grass.
Yeah, and again, just a really good job of maintaining outside leverage, pressing the outside shoulder, making the tackle through the hip to the outside hip. And again, really good job of Keegan Vanek, who everyone talks about what is he at the next level.
So,
I think he's a safety.
Are the officials going to make a fool out of me for a third time? I just heard the whistle that should indicate this is the final play of the third quarter, barring a penalty, and they tried to throw it, and you know what? Would have had the interception if Luke Stiles was looking in the right direction. Instead, he turned around and clanks off of his knees. An incomplete pass sends us into the fourth quarter of play.
Oh, Luke Stiles, like I said earlier in this game, there's a reason some kids play defense. Like I said, I really like the kid and everything, but you got to get your head around. You got to catch this ball.
You were alluding to how he has the hands of a digital clock, and that was the second time he could have had an interception. And unfortunately for Stiles, just not getting the Stiles points right now.
No, he's feeling a little bit of the Stiles clash, so to speak.
I like that. This is a wrestler named Stiles, too.
Yeah,
or something.
AJ Styles.
Oh, okay, that's what
his finisher is the Stiles
Clash. I mean, these wrestlers know what they're doing when it comes to this markability, I tell you that.
Come for the eye, stay for the wrestling knowledge.
With the ball at midfield, STA looking to go back to work here, but wait a minute. No. They're going to punt it away. I'm really shocked that they're not gambling in the fourth quarter down by 22 points. Instead, a decent boot right up the middle. Takes a bad one hop on Rayshawn Blake, who catches it over his back shoulder. Now tries to extend it down the left sidelines. Tries to cut back in. He'll be ripped down to the grass around the 10-yard line. And it's a 90-yard field to go for the CCH Crusaders to add more points to their 22-point lead.
I really wish I could see the numbers on these Flames jerseys because there's a huge hit at the very end of this. You can see Rayshawn Blake, he's pressing the outside right here. I love that. Acceleration through. I think it was I thought it was 62. And again, it's so
45 would have been Matt Henderson, and there is no 62, at least on my play sheet for the STA. By the way, if you're watching this game on our Junior Mustang stream,
inside hit. 45.
Yeah, it's Hendo.
It is Henderson, and Henderson was a part of Team Ontario. He's one of the better defensive players on the Flames. As a run play right between the hash marks, I think has the first down yardage or close to it for the Crusaders here in the fourth quarter of play. And you can make out the numbers there thanks to our excellent camera work and where the grandstand lights is, but please, for the fans that are watching this game live, maybe it's just my eyes. Maybe I got to go to Hakeem.
No.
But man, oh man, try when the players are actually moving laterally left and right, down and up, side to side. Try and make out the number.
The nice shiny numbers. How about some reflector tape?
How about this one deep? Ethan Chambers!
Oh,
wow. Oh my word! Trying to Kevin Pillar this one in was Rayshawn Blake. That would have deserved 2 cannolis. It would have been so holy.
Yeah, again, this is a really good throw. And again, we've seen them take a shot on this a couple times today. And Ethan Chambers just being a little bit off. Full extension here. Full extension.
Oh, wow.
I thought he had it. I think he did have it.
Did. The ground pops it out. Watch this.
But you've got to complete the
Bare
catch.
paws catch it. Ground knocks it out.
Yeah, but you got to complete the catch all the way through the ground, and
we don't know what a catch is in the NFL even 100 years into it.
Yeah, pretty much. That's true. As we see CCH taking a timeout.
Timeout on the field here in the fourth quarter of play. I don't mind that play though. Play action. We've seen Ethan Chambers with the big bomb to Keegan Vanek for 70 yards earlier in this game. He's trying a similar fate here with Rayshon Blake, in and out of the hands of the diving Blake with an incredible effort for the receiver. But one thing I just want, I understand it's high school football, and especially in Canada, given the weather, given the elements, given the fact they have a bigger field, wider, bigger ball, etc., more men on the field, I could go on and on. You're going to have more of a run-based offense rather than the pass game. But man, Ethan Chambers has a rocket for an arm.
Yeah.
And we've seen him displayed in little spurts throughout this game, but he just seems like if you gave him, this game, and we're here in the fourth quarter, I don't mind those plays. I want to see this kid air the ball out, and he's smart enough that he does it in the sense that if his receiver and Rayshon Blake isn't going to catch that ball, it's an incomplete pass.
Yeah, and again, he's putting it in the right spot, as I think we're going to see the Crusaders go for it here.
They are going for it on the run, right up the middle. They only needed half a yard run, and they're going to get it in a late flag on this play.
Well, it's going to be after the play is done, so whatever the flag is, it's going to be a first down.
Maybe some words Mama Bear wouldn't appreciate after giving up the first down.
Yeah, I would imagine so. As we see some wholesale changes coming out here, I think what this is, so I'm just waiting for the unnecessary roughness. So it's going against the Crusaders.
Yeah, it's going against CCH actually.
Yeah, but it's going to be after the yards have gained. So after, it's going to be a dead ball foul. So technically the ball will move back 15 yards, but it's going to be a first down.
Yeah, that doesn't get confusing.
No, but so does full speed motion, and so does a rouge, and it means red. I'm just throwing that.
Yeah, I called a game with guys from Quebec, and I used the term rouge, and they looked at me squint-eyed and went, "What the hell are you talking about?" And I went, "A rouge, 1 point." And they went, "No, we called that a single." And I went, "That is the most Ontarian way of saying the rouge, and we don't say single in Ontario. We say rouge, and you're telling me in Quebec, where you should use rouge, they call it a single. That couldn't be more backwards in Canada if you tried."
God love Quebec. That's all I got to say about that.
Vision in Quebec.
Yeah.
The single in Quebec, the
Quebecois.
rouge anywhere else. And by the way,
It's a rouge everywhere else in Canada.
The origin of the rouge was that when a rouge happened, they used to throw a red flag. A rouge flag, if you will.
Yep.
And yet, the province that would use the term rouge to describe the color red prefers to use the term single when referring to the play. As a little Johnny Manziel cross-body-esque action from Ethan Chambers, I don't know if that's in Coach KJ Kenemy's quarterback playbook or not, but it's an incomplete pass regardless.
I can hear Coach Jay screaming at him from here. You can't throw that ball.
Now he's wearing the Manziel too, though. I forgot. So he's looking the part, cross-body action.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
But Johnny makes it look fun.
Late across the middle never ends
my word,
well.
cross-body too.
Okay, kids, if you want to learn how to play quarterback, do everything opposite on this play.
Well, I don't mind that he rolls out of the pocket, and I don't mind that he gets the real estate. It's the whole Johnny Manziel cross-body through the seams that, I don't know. If you're at Texas A&M, though,
no,
it worked.
No.
He won a Heisman with it.
No, he didn't. He won a Heisman because Mike Evans was his receiver, and he had 2 All-Pro tackles. It had very little to do with him.
But
Johnny Headcase and Johnny Hype Up back then.
They didn't break one of the legs, though, and give it to Evans and break off one of the Heisman arms and give it to it. They gave the whole trophy to Johnny Football Rock.
Because he was the marketing behind it. And I have had this discussion with so many different people. When you have a 6'5" receiver at the college level that is 50 pounds bigger than the corner, you're going to throw a lot of touchdowns. I'm just saying, and it's one of those things, and it drives me absolutely bananas when I hear someone talk about, Johnny Manziel was great in college. No, they had a great offensive line in front of them with 2 All-Pro tackles.
Was Tebow great in college?
Tebow was great in college in the college offense because that's what a college offense was at that time. He was physically bigger than everybody else. He's a 200-pound, 50-pound quarterback. He was really he's big for a linebacker in the NFL at 250, and that's what he was playing with in college. Again, if you watch him back in Florida, there's an injury down in the end zone, which is what I think we're holding up for. If you watch Tebow in college, he rarely threw the ball. It was like watching Army or Navy. It was zone read after zone read after zone read.
We had that lovely dump pass. I always remember that. More of it in the forearm rather than in the wrist. He'd always run to the line and that dump pass over the linesman. Yeah. He made that play famous.
Yeah, and again, but it's not like it was a throw. It was more like a shot put.
That's right, yeah, it was a shot put, definitely.
And again, a great athlete and a wonderful college athlete. But again, what made him really good was he was one of the most natural leaders I've ever seen on a football field. Charisma and energy and the willingness for his team was what he was. Whereas we look at Manziel, it was, I want to get paid, I want to get paid, I want to get paid. And by the way, who's got a career now? Not that Tebow's doing fantastic, but at least he's playing minor league baseball, and he did some broadcasting. Nobody's touching Manziel with a 10-foot pole.
Actually,
unless it's a
they
stripper
thought
pole.
that. Oh, I knew you were going to go there, Ron. I knew you were going to go there. I knew the Beef Baron was just way too close to you here for you not to bring up that kind of reference. But I will say this, the player is getting help from both of his teammates to get off the field here at Kennedy Field on your Friday evening. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the STA Flame that is banged up, and we apologize with the player at the other end of the end zone and the white-on-white numbering. We just simply couldn't make out the numbers.
That the little bit of the black trim that they have around there, they should make that in a reflector tape.
It would help. Or just make the whole numbers reflected tape at this point. As CCH is going to concede the safety. As I don't know why you don't just concede the safety. You waited till the Flame was right in his grill to tiptoe out of bounds.
Well, again, you're trying to waste as much time as you can at this point. The game's pretty much,
It's down to 20 points.
It's down to 20 points. You're under 3 scores. You've given up the safety. And the ball flips to the 35-yard line, and let's see what the Flames can do. We've seen stranger things happen, John, this year in football, and over the past couple of years, where we kind of be looking at each other, going,
"What's going on?" Yeah, that's true. It ain't over till it's over, as the old adage likes to go.
I remember the first game that we called this year, between the Junior Mustangs and the Essex Ravens. It was all Essex Ravens. It was like a 30-point lead. All of a sudden, boom. The Junior Mustangs came back with like 40 unanswered points and won the game like handily. We're just both looking at each other going,
what happened? Yeah. Well,
Coach Bruno DeSanto just messaged in saying, well, what about Jake Fromm, Coach Forwarda?
I don't mind Jake Fromm. I don't think he's an NFL starter. I don't think he's I think he's going to be a solid backup. I just don't think he's got the overall size and arm strength to be that NFL guy. I think he's going to be a lower level, mid-level quarterback, maybe a really solid backup.
DeAndre Dorian in on the tackle for CCH, as it is the Flames going to the ground game to the far sideline, but unfortunately they lose 5 yards on this play to bring up second and down. It'd been a little bit game-wise and in reality for the Flames offense to be on the field, and I was wondering, any rust trying to accumulate while sitting in the cold? Well, minus 5 yards on their first play of this drive. At the helm right now is Ty Schmidt, the backup quarterback for the Flames. So Schmidt rolling back in the pocket, lets go of it. The pass is complete. Tackling the receptionist is Mark Bukaboom.
Yeah, again, just really good job of, this was a nice tight spiral and everything, a really good job of delivering the ball into the flats, gains the yards back that they lost, plus a few more, unfortunately, not quite enough, and we're going to see the punt team come out.
Yeah, Mitchell Rizzer was the one that caught the ball, and unfortunately, they're still 8 yards shy of a first down by 20 points, midway through this fourth quarter of action. The Flames go, you know what? We'll fight another day, and they're going to punt this one away. So again, STA came into this game 3-0, wins over MTS, St. Andre Bissett, and Regina Monday, putting up 72 points over those 3 games, and only allowing 14 in just the one contest. 2 shutouts by the defense this year. Unfortunately, they're not going to get a shutout tonight, as this one is caught cleanly in the air That should be a 15-yard penalty
Yep.
because not enough yards was given by the Flames, and the ball was caught before it hit the grass.
Is this Keegan Vanek again? I think he's going to hurt his leg again on this, making a really dramatic play. It is definitely going to be a 15-yarder. This is a great job stretching that ball and just taking it up. And again, we've talked in the past, John. I hate it, when the ball hits the ground on punts, because I've heard this.
You
philosophy.
get more yards.
Well, no, it's not just that. I've always told our kids on special teams, every time the ball hits the ground, it costs you 15 yards. Whether it be positive or whether it be in penalties or in return yards, it ends up costing you 15 yards worth of momentum in field position. And this is a perfect example of a 5-yard return turning into a 20-yard gain because he caught the ball in the air. He lets that ball hit in the ground, he's going to one-hop it, and he's only going to get a 5-yard return. And again, it's an oval ball, so how is it going to bounce?
Yeah, you don't know how it's always going to bounce. We've seen that a handful of times throughout this game, as unfortunately Keegan Vanek was trying to get to the sidelines on his own accord, ends up taking a knee, and as the training staff goes back out there for a second time this evening for the attendance of Keegan Vanek, he'll have to sit out for a minimum of 3 plays here in this fourth quarter. And if I'm being honest with you, I'm the Crusaders coaching staff.
Yeah,
you have
he's done.
you have a 20-point lead. You came back down 10-0 in this game, by the way, and now you have a 32-12 lead in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
why not just shut down Keegan Vanek?
Yeah, you scored 32 unanswered points before giving up that safety again. So at this point, on homecoming night, I'm pretty much rolling out all my backups in there and making sure everybody's got their plays. And just, while we're kind of waiting on this,
Well, you
Bruno,
mentioned
you
it,
got
though.
anyone else you want me to give you a draft analysis on or something like that?
I'm just upset he's losing his fantasy league.
Oh, he's got Todd Gurley, eh?
I think he drafted
Andrew
Antonio
Luck.
Brown as well.
Andrew Luck, Antonio Brown.
So Keegan Vanek once again going off the sidelines on his own accord, but having to take we'll say a ginger stroll at best. So that's the delay in the game right now.
Mom, Dad, give that boy a hot bath tonight and a couple Advils because he's going to be sore in the morning.
Some ice packs for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I was just a baseball player, Ronnie, but a hot bath followed up with some ice did the world some wonder.
Yeah, it really does, because it shocks the muscle.
As they go back to the run, no, it's a play action. Ethan Chambers with a man open, overthrew the intended receiver. Liam McDonough was wide open, and I mean wide open.
Oh, Liam, you got to finish running your route on this. I'm
And
so disappointed.
EC3, or EC2, I guess I should
Yeah.
say, overshot him.
Well, again, it's a good ball and everything else. He does a really good job of running the route. But what he does, what a lot of young receivers do, is they don't really extend the route. They flatten it out, and they have a hard time of tracking the ball. And again, we're talking about the lights, and a lot of these kids don't play under the lights. It's tough. Again, don't jump up to catch the ball. Take another step.
In the pro set goes Ethan Chambers. Chambers with the delayed handoff, trying to go right up the gut now are the Crusaders. They gain a fistful of yards to bring up third down.
Yeah, third down in there. And again, just a shout out to Coach Gisando and Patrick Mahomes as quarterback. Good luck on the trade market there, trying to find somebody. I heard Josh Allen might be available, or even Marcus Mariota.
Big shout-outs, by the way, to Bruno, because I know him and our own Coach Melrose will be in action, I believe, tomorrow morning, isn't it, Coach?
Yeah, 10 a.m.
So 10 a.m. from Citywide.
Actually, no, we're Brebeuf in Hamilton.
Oh,
Yeah, you're in
Peewees are
Hamilton,
playing
yeah.
Here in town.
Pee-wees are in town.
Coach
Bantams
Summers.
in Hamilton. Why couldn't I get that all right? As going into triple coverage is Ethan Chambers. That should have been, oh my God, come on. That's got to be intercepted, but not being able to come away with the biscuit is Jack Cunningham. That's just I don't know, that would be like your left fielder, right fielder, and center fielder all colliding and dropping the ball.
Well, it's unfortunate. Again, he's trying to force feed the ball there to his receiver. And again, this is a better route, actually, than the last one that McDonough ran. And see the difference, how he was able to extend that at the end rather than stopping his feet and jumping up. But again, it's good to see some of these other kids getting out there and getting opportunities to play.
What do you like about the shot that they took there? Because let's face it, Ethan Chambers threw that ball with the intention of, hey, if this gets picked off, it's somewhat like a punt because it's going to get picked off near the goal line.
Yeah.
And instead of punting the ball away, they essentially get the same result as what a punt would have gave them.
Well, exactly, and that's kind of what you're looking for. You don't mind taking that deep shot at this point of the game. It's not that you're rubbing it in or anything else. If you want to rub it in, just get your big fullback out there and just grind the ball out. You still got to play your offense.
Yeah, QB2 Ty Schmidt goes in there. It's a handoff. There's a flag on this play, but the Flames break out a massive play past the 30s, tampering out of bounds around the 20-yard line.
Yeah, but it's coming back on I think we're going to have a hold on the offensive line there. It is.
And that's unfortunate. It's a holding penalty going against the Flames, so instead of finding themselves in the hot Italian sandwich red zone, nope, they're all the way back in their own territory.
You know, we're more in the what's left of the cannolis cold zone at this point.
The cold cut zone instead of the Mama's hot Italian red zone.
Again, gentlemen, you know, it's been a pleasure doing this cast with you guys again. Thank you very much to Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches.
And big shout-outs to Brenda, by the way, who's the mama of Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich. Went in for surgery, by the way, at 11 a.m. today. We hope she's having a speedy recovery in hospital. Big shout-outs from the entire Junior Mustangs crew. We appreciate you, not just the sponsorship, not just the delicious cannolis and the sandwiches, but the love that you give us each and every week.
And just for the record, I really do appreciate the cannolis.
Or that cream puff.
The cream puffs.
67 yards a kid went, and in that time you devoured that cream puff in Lucas, Ron. I remember. Same amount of time, same amount of damage. That cream puff in the Cowboys defense didn't stand a chance.
I got nothing.
It's the Flames, once again, in a uber late penalty flag. Maybe the kids repeating what they heard on a recent Jerry Springer episode because the flags go flying at the conclusion of the play.
You know, it's unfortunate that, you know, this is objectionable conduct against CCH. Somebody says something, somebody does something. I'm not exactly sure what. But this is a 15-yard.
It's safe to say that it was words that Mama Bear would not appreciate.
No.
But it's a 20-point differential late in the fourth quarter of play. You got to think, too, that some bad blood has not only been brewing throughout this game, but you can't be feeling that good on one side or the other. If you are the STA Flames, you know you're going to walk away from Kennedy Field this evening with your first loss of the 2019 LDA Senior Boys football season. And for the Crusaders, you came in ranked third in the nation, but were trailing 10-0 in this game. Ty Schmidt trying to go down the field, incomplete pass, another late flag.
I don't know
but
about
wait a
this.
minute here, Ron. I mean, incomplete pass, then the guy gets shoved. You're allowed to touch the guy once he touches the ball.
I don't like this call at all, Mr. Referee, sir, and I'm not afraid to say it. There's a really good play by the defender number 8 here for CCH. Does a good job of swatting the arm away.
Now, are they going to say, though, just before he comes into the screen, does he push off, though?
No, absolutely not. I disagree with this call 100%. He goes up to catch the ball. The defender swats the arm away and finishes the tackle.
Right.
That was textbook.
On that, exact. But I'm saying just before the replay screen comes in, all you see is 8 on the back. If he does push off, that is interference.
No, I disagree.
I'm saying if he did, Ron.
I don't think he did.
Ty Schmidt on the delayed handoff as he had to pick the ball off the grass for his running back, only to lead him into a trio of would-be tacklers for the Crusaders to bring up second down.
Again, just that little inside zone play that they've had a lot of success running that. They've hit a couple of those tonight. And it's good, again, it's good to see some of these other kids out on the field, you know, getting some of these reps. A lot of these kids, you know, they've seen some playing time in some other games. But this is a big game for all these kids here, you know, both STA and CCH. It's a Friday night in the Forest City. It's been a beautiful day. Hey, it's October in Ontario. It's not snowing. Life is good, kids.
Always the baron of positivity. Ron Forwerda. As into the gun is Ty Schmidt. Schmidt looking to go to the air. Schmidt throws it. It's intercepted by the Crusaders. Unfortunately, it sees Schmidt follow in the same path of the starting quarterback in Bullock, And you're right, it is Liam McDonough, so go figure. A gentleman that was trying to get targeted deep by the quarterback, Ethan Chambers, ends up getting an interception on the defensive side of the ball.
You know, I had the pleasure of coaching Liam a number of years ago with the Junior Mustangs. And he was a great kid, really good defender. I told him, I said, you can't play receiver, son. You've got the hands of bricks.
He tricked you there.
But again, I ran into him earlier tonight, and I kind of, he came up to me and gave me a hug. He said, Coach, how are you? And I looked at him and said, go make a play so I can say your name on the air tonight. So Liam McDonough, that call was for you. Great job on that, buddy.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ronnie, you're always so harsh on these kids. And they're just trying to play for you and impress you from time to time.
Well, that impressed me.
As they run the ball to the Crusaders to the left side. They'll gain a couple yards on this affair to bring up second down. And we're in the dying minutes of this fourth quarter of play. A 20-point lead for the Crusaders here at home during their 2019 homecoming. If you joined us earlier today, 36-13 was the final between CCH over STA on the junior side of things. And that's a pretty similar scoreboard, Ron. 32-12 currently in the senior affair.
Yeah, and as we just heard the 3-minute whistle being blown in here, so we know we're in the last 3 minutes of the game.
Ethan Chambers still out there for the Crusaders. Kind of shocking if you ask me. He's going to hand this ball off, and I believe going up will be Cristiano De Lima, number 14, getting his first taste from the backfield. No, I do apologize.
34.
It's Marco Alea.
Yeah, Alea with the carry. There are 4 teams out there, but he's playing receiver.
There's
out there.
a 14, a 34, and a 44. Why not sprinkle a 54 in there too, Ronnie?
Yeah.
But it is 34 and MA Marco Alea on that carry. Eventually I'm going to get it right.
We got it. It's all good.
Ethan Chambers once again on another handoff. This one over to the right side. Alea spinning around. Eventually stays on his feet for a couple more yards. It moves the chains for CCH as they are getting close, although they haven't entered it yet. That Mama's Hot Italian red zone.
Yeah, really close to the red zone here, and again, really good physical run. Look at the great kick-out block there by the tackle, number 65. He does a really good job of walling that off and driving the out there. Who's 65?
Matthew Vanderploeg.
Yeah, he's played himself a whale of a game. He's made a number of really great blocks.
Ethan Chambers hands this ball off. Looked like he was originally going to be tackled in the backfield, and Marco Alea fought to get back to the line of scrimmage to gain, well, they're going to say about half a yard to bring up second down.
So second down again. What you're just seeing is they're just grinding the clock out, running the clock out.
Yeah,
here.
under 2 minutes remaining in this game, and a 20-point lead for the Crusaders, just trying to drip it out and head out with the victory.
Okay, just for the record, we can't really see that on there. I mean, we might have in the background. Look at the coach with the glow-in-the-dark gloves, so everyone on the defense can see his hand signals.
And I like that actually a lot as they go back to another dose on the ground of Marco Alea. So getting lots of possession time, lots of attacks here in this fourth quarter, and going
See,
back.
you need numbers like that so you can read them from this far away.
I can read his gloves without using the monitor from here. I love that. And yet, I'll say this, I can finally read the Flames numbers now that they're within 10 yards in front of us. But as soon as I go any further, I'm debating to call Hakeem and want my warranty checked on these glasses. As it will be a keep, and once again, another dose of 3-4, but Marco Alea lucky to go anywhere this time to bring up third down.
Yeah, third down for the Crusaders. I think you're just going to see them run the ball again one more time here, and again, we're not looking to score. They're just looking to take time off the clock. Again, this has really been, since midway through the second quarter, it's been a dominating performance for the number 3 nationally ranked team.
They were trailing 10-0.
Yeah.
In fact, the Flames conceded back-to-back safeties to make it 10-4. For the first quarter plus of this game, the Crusaders had 0 offense, as they will go back to the run play, trying to go right up the middle as Marco Alea. I mean, he'll be close to the first down marker, and I apologize.
That was second down.
Yeah, so it is a third down play coming up now. And that's something the bulldozing running of Marco Alea has allowed the Crusaders to do, is just sort of chip away at yardage, but more importantly, chip down that clock as we're within the final minute.
Yeah, and again, that's all they're trying to do on this drive is use as much clock as possible. If they get a score, they get a score, but that's not really what the intent is.
So this is a third down play. They're going to give it to the big man who just rumbles right into the end zone.
His second of the
game, double D's, DeAndre Dorian.
Yeah, the big man's just on the straight dive play, the fullback dive, just straight ahead and in for the touchdown. His second touchdown of the evening, Johnny.
Yeah, Dorian completed a drive earlier on a 2-yard run, and on this affair, he needed to go out from double the distance, we'll say, maybe even triple the distance from 4 or 6 yards out. Same result, though. If you noticed at the tail end of that play, 2 STA Flames just sort of go, yeah, I'm not getting in the way of that, and sidestep away from him. Watch this. Right at the end here, well, we're getting the spooky vision. Halloween coming early for you. But regardless, if you watch at the very end of that one, right at the goal line, the 2 STA products that could have sandwiched him, could have made the attempt, and I say could have with a bit of an asterisk. You're down by 20. If they're not going to score on that play, they're probably going to score on the next play. So all that has to play a factor in the back of your mind being like, wait a minute, do I really want to put my body on the line here? And the STA Flames make it safe bet and go, you know what? Go it.
Yeah.
It's true.
Great commentary on my behalf. I know that.
I really wish we caught the tail end of that, though, because, again, it's not on the STA Flames. It's not like I'm trying to say, oh, they could have done it better. I get why they did it, and I probably would have done the same thing, too, Ron.
We talked about Tim Tebow earlier today being a big fullback at quarterback. That was a big lineman at fullback.
Right, yeah.
And he's 250 pounds. And those other guys are back there about $160, $170.
And I want to point out that was mainly the secondary cast on defense in the backfield for STA. So smaller individuals, if you will, on the defense. And they're looking at the big man, and number 55, and DeAndre Dorian coming at them, the 55 train.
Yeah, it's the analogy. You don't want to see players give up or quit or anything else like that. But you live to fight another day. And I think that's what was going on there.
Well, there's 2 players down. There is a Flame down in the end zone, which I don't think the training staff has even really noticed, because the training staff have gone out to the CCH player. And unfortunately, the CCH player is down around the 7-yard line.
54.
So that would be Quentin Clulo. We hope Quentin's all right. Quinn's the type that adds you to Facebook and never talks. Shout outs to Quentin.
And number 75 in the end zone for the Flames here.
And then for STA, that would be Keegan Divers. Still waiting for the Facebook invite from Divers. But we do hope for both of those individuals that they're okay, especially at this point of the game, late in the 4th quarter, with the final score really the only thing yet to decide. The outcome has been well within grasping range for the last quarter plus. You'd hope that both these individuals are okay, and man, oh man, I don't know what's going on here, but for STA, they never sent out any training staff, and it takes 2 other Flames players to help Keegan Divers off the field. That I'm sort of shocked by. As still being attended to by the training staff of the CCH side is Quentin Clulo. So a bit of an awkward pause in play after the touchdown by the big man rumbling into the end zone, and DeAndre Dorian. We essentially see 2 players, one from CCH and one from STA, get banged up at the end of that one. Now the STA player again, and Keegan Divers, is literally hobbling off with the assistance of 2 of his players. He's not putting any pressure down on that right leg. And to be honest with you, if I'm STA, I'm telling him, take your time. Don't rush him off the field, as he's forced to hobble with 2 of his teammates helping off. In the meantime, they haven't even gotten Quentin Clulo to his feet yet. That kind of goes back to the adage for me, if you're STA, take your time. There's no rush to get your injured player off the field. CCH has their injured player still being attended to. So unfortunately, we've seen, well, a little bit of an injury-riddled affair, although we saw earlier in this game Jaden Blackman get injured, the star running back for the STA Flames. He came back into the action, though. We saw Keegan Vanek appear to get a bit of a groin injury. He came back into the action, only to get banged up again, mind you, and leave for a second occasion. And we would assume shut things down.
I think they're actually calling
And
the
I
game.
believe that the game is being called here. So within the final minute of play, after the touchdown was put on the board to make it 38-12, they don't even end up kicking the extra point, Ron. And it looks like that's going to conclude the ball game. A bit of an awkward ending to this CCH homecoming, as I think some of the fans are just starting to realize, wait a minute, they have called this game.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. It means obviously that the injury that we've got is actually a little bit more severe than maybe we were hoping it was going to be. As we see Johnny, to use your line, as we see the greatest line in sports take place at midfield.
Unfortunately for CCH, it won't include Clinton Clulo, though, who is still down about the 10-yard line in front of the end zone, being helped by his teammates to get to his own feet. We hope Quinton's okay. And then going back earlier, you have Keegan Divers, number 75 of the STA Flames, look to be banged up on that play as well. And after about 4 or 5 minutes of injury time out, the officials ended up just waving the flag and saying, hey, the game is over. But what's interesting is, again, CCH just scored a touchdown. Technically, it made it a 38-12 ball game. They were waiting to kick the extra point, and yet during this entire time, not only did they not put the points on the board, they just simply said the game was over. So I assume it's a 38-12 victory for the CCH Crusaders, who improved to a perfect 4-0. What's incredible to me, though, Ron, is that the defense holds true. Yeah. They only gave up 14 points to the Rams and 14 points to the Spartans. They only gave up 7 to the Bulldogs, so the defense holds true, only giving up 12 points, 10 points to start this game, and then shut it down for the last 3 quarters of this contest on your Friday evening. The offense, however, which produced at least 41 points in each game so far, fails to hit the 40 mark as they, get to 38.
Again, let's give credit where credit is due. The quality of opponent tonight for the Crusaders this was a step up in competition for them. The STA Flames are a very, very good football team. Not saying that the SAB Bulldogs or the Joe's Rams are not, or RMC or STA or the other schools in the Catholic board, but really, in the senior side of things for the last couple of years, until last year, where the St. Joe's Rams actually made it to the senior finals against Catholic Central, it's been the STA Flames and it's been the CCH Crusaders kind of in the Catholic board finals.
So after Blackman recorded 2 touchdowns in week 2, 2 touchdowns in week 3, he started this game with a 40-yard TD run, but unfortunately got banged up and never was able to multiply it throughout your Friday evening. And in fact, his teammate in Michael Doria was the only one that was able to produce points beside him. And, 10 points from the offense and 2 points conceded by the Crusaders via a safety. One of 3 safeties we saw conceded throughout this game, 2 by the STA Flames. For the Crusaders, they improved to a perfect 4-0. They will host Regina Monday Catholic High School next Thursday, October 24th at 2 p.m., then finish off their regular season trying to go a perfect 6-0, or 5-0, I guess I should say, on Halloween, October 31st at 11:30 a.m. on the road versus Holy Cross. For STA, they will head to Holy Cross. Knock on wood, Ronnie. We don't know if it's official yet. That they will go and play Holy Cross next Thursday at 11:30 a.m., then finish off their regular season at St. Joseph's against the Rams at 11:30 a.m. kickoff on Halloween Thursday. For the entire crew of Alex Stoddard, as well as our producer, director, and overall great guy, Adam Melrose, the coach, Ron Ferwerda, and I am John Urban. This has been 3 of 3 football games, 12 quarters of pigskin, brought to you on your Friday by Junior Mustangs TV. The South Lions prevail over the AB Lucas Vikings earlier today, 17-15. The CCH junior team advances to 4-0 over STA 36-13. And the senior team of CCH, I should say, advances to 4-0 as well with a 38-12 victory here on your Friday evening. For the entire crew, have a safe and enjoyable Friday evening and an incredible weekend from everybody here at Junior Mustangs TV.